Chapter 1549. After leaving the remains and bidding farewell to Chao Jie, Yanjiaoge and the others descended Golden Court Mountain before heading west, returning to the Broad Creed mountain range of the Central Plains. Entering the Broad Creed mountain range, passing by a place, Yanjiaoge's group all slowed somewhat. Between the mountains, the clouds and mist lingered, and the accumulated snow did not disperse all year round, as if it was winter. The thick fog seemed to have solidified, causing the precipitous mountain peak to look like it was frozen in a layer of ice. Gazing over there, Yanjiaoge sighed softly. The Jade Sky Peak, where the exalted water luminary Chen Xuanzong's lineage was located. In the past, after Chen Xuanzong went missing in the world beyond worlds, female Emperor Jiamingkong took over. After that, Jiamingkong left the world beyond worlds, and Chen Xuanzong returned to the human world. After the world beyond worlds was separated, the Jade Sky Peak, Jade Capital Crag, Ingenious Flying Peak, and other places entered the Pill Hull. In the end, it became a part of the Broad Creed mountain range of the sky beyond skies. Today, there were still some disciples of the Cold Wave Monastery living there. Within the ice cave beneath the Jade Sky Peak, Chen Xuanzong and his 2 disciples, who were sealed in ice, were buried within. No one knew when they would be able to see the light of day again. Whenever Yanjiaoge thought of the lineage of Jade Sky Peak's cold tide locale, he would also feel rather frustrated. His grandfather, Yan Xintong, was a close friend of Chen Xuanzong. For the sake of his old friend, Chen Xuanzong did not hesitate to help the Broad Creed Mountain. It was a pity that the battle with the water demon ended like this. Although there was still hope, no one knew when they would be liberated. Back then, Astro Sovereign was only 1 step away from the 5 Qis collecting Qi. Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi sighed. If fellow Taoist Jie can untie the knot in his heart, I'm afraid that he will also have a great chance of passing the pure profound tribulation. Yanjiaoge nodded silently. Senior Qin once said that if there is no devilish worry, there is hope for him to pass the profound origin tribulation within 100 years. Xue Fei, Gao Xuebuo, Wang Pu, and the others also felt it was a pity. When one cultivated to the immortal realm, every increase in cultivation realm was like crossing a natural chasm, and there was a decisive gap between them. Correspondingly, the time, experience, and resources needed to cross the natural chasm were also greater. After close to 50 years had passed, the sky beyond heavens had gained 3 true immortals and many high-level martial saints. The number of human exalts had almost recovered to the peak of the world beyond worlds in the past, while the number of 9th-level martial saints was even more than the world beyond worlds in the past. Other than the Broad Creed Mountain, the Golden Court Mountain, the Wudong Slope, and the other traditional powerhouses, the other forces of the sky beyond skies had also benefited from the development and changes of the past few years. Experts had continuously broken through their bottlenecks and rose to prominence along with the entire sky beyond skies. The further they looked into the future, the more solid the foundation of the realm beyond Avalon became. As time passed, the number of powerhouses would increase, and the speed at which they emerged would also increase. The same situation was happening in the roving Jade Heavens. The number of martial sages and even high-level martial sages had increased significantly. The people of the Jade Spring world moved to the awakened sky cosmos. With the help of Taoism's grand heavenly realm experts, they successfully established a new world and settled down in it. It was called the Jade Spring Heaven. Now, the Jade Spring Heaven was also bustling with activity. It was far from being at the end of the road like in the past, where it was restless and uneasy. This time, when Chao Jie ascended to immortality, there were also fellow Taoists from the Jade Fountain Heaven who came to congratulate him. However, be it the roving Jade Heavens or the Jade Spring Heaven, the situation was similar to the realm beyond Avalon. There weren't many new immortal realm experts emerging. These 2 inheritances mainly focused on sword cultivation, and it wasn't easy for them to make breakthroughs. Over the years, they each produced a true immortal. The Jade Spring Heaven originally had a true immortal called Taoist Fenyu. He was an experienced true immortal and had long achieved the leakless realm. Back in the Jade Spring world, he was just a step away from challenging the pure, profound tribulation. Unfortunately, he was trapped in the Jade Spring world and couldn't leave. He lacked opportunities and could only hesitate. After the Jade Spring world was unsealed, Taoist Fenyu traveled through the void's boundless outskirts in search of some treasures. He then returned to the awakened sky, cosmos, Jade Spring Heaven, and successfully passed the pure, profound tribulation. The Jade Spring Heaven gained a new, tranquil, profound immortal. In recent years, there were rumors in the roving Jade Heavens that a human exalt was in seclusion and was challenging the mortal tribulation. He had a high chance of succeeding and was only slightly slower than Chao Jia. However, other than them, there weren't any major changes among the immortal realm experts. In the Jade Spring Heaven, Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others were still quietly cultivating. In the roving Jade Heavens, Long Xingquan and Taoist Cloud Conquest were both at the profound immortal pinnacle realm. Both of them were geniuses. However, it was difficult for sword cultivators to improve. Although they had nurtured their swords in the past, they were still far away from the virtual immortal realm of 5 Chi's unification. At this moment, it wasn't something that could be created by martial arts, treasures, or pills. Instead, it depended on one's enlightenment and opportunities. Perhaps one could achieve it any time, or it might take a long time. As for the roving Jade Heaven's true immortal experts, Long Xueji, Gao Xuebua, the Tranquil Emperor and the Liberal Emperor, they had yet to see through the pure, profound tribulation. They still needed more training. In the sky beyond skies, the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, had been studying the art of severing his emotions and parasitism with Yan Zhaoga's help. His previously blurry path had started becoming clearer, giving him hope to climb to a higher realm. However, he still needed time to accumulate if he wanted to succeed. The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, the female emperor, Jie Mingkong, and the true immortal Chu Lily were all frozen beneath the Jade Sky Peak. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, was at the profound immortal pinnacle realm of 4 Chi's fused aura. However, he was still far away from 5 Chi's unification. From this, one could see how difficult it was to improve in the immortal realm. This was a normal phenomenon. Even if one had the potential and motivation to continue improving, the higher the realm, the more time and energy needed to break through. The closer one was to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. No matter how peerless a genius was, after pushing open the immortal door, he could only try to shorten the time needed or save some steps. However, it was impossible to make it completely non-existent. Some necessary painstaking work still needed time to slowly accumulate. After passing through the Jade Sky Peak, everyone's speed increased again. Fu Yunqi brought Meng Wan and the others back to the ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, while Wang Pu and the others returned to the Jade Capital Crag. Yan Zhaoga and the others returned to the Broad Creed Mountain's main peak located in the center of the mountain range. After returning to the mountain, they entered the mountain gate. On the mountain road, a group of Broad Creed mountain martial art practitioners passed by. When they saw Yan Zhaoga, Su Fei, and the others, they immediately bowed. Chief, senior apprentice brother Yan. The leader was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He had a calm demeanor and a smile on his face. How have you been, junior apprentice brother Lan? We haven't seen each other for some time, said Yan Zhaoga with a smile. He was no stranger to the person in front of him. It was his junior apprentice brother Lan Wenyan, whom he had gotten acquainted with back in the 8 Extremities world. Thank you for your concern, senior apprentice brother Yan. Lan Wenyan smiled as he answered. The next grand tournament is approaching. We need to set up a rule. Other than following the old rules, there should be some changes this time. More emphasis should be placed on actual combat, said Su Fei after returning the greeting. Lan Wenyan nodded. As you command, Chief. Chapter 1550. Gao Shuebua, Yen Zhaoga, Xue Fei, and the others arrived at the broad Creed Mountain. Hearing Xue Fei's words, Yen Zhaoga nodded to himself. The current broad Creed Mountain was the leader of the sky beyond skies, other than the Jade Sky Peak's Cold Wave locale, other than the Sword Sovereign's Jade Capital Crag. The other powers couldn't even compare to the broad Creed Mountain. The broad Creed Mountain wasn't the only power in the sky beyond skies, but it wasn't far from it. Under such circumstances, it was hard for the sky beyond skies to pressure the broad Creed Mountain. Coming into contact with the world outside of the sky beyond skies was still too early for the lower-level broad Creed Mountain disciples. Thus, while the broad Creed Mountain's young disciples grew up in a favorable environment, it was still a little too mild. Thus, it was necessary to emphasize the importance of actual combat. The grand competition couldn't be taken lightly. The formulation of new rules would usually require the assignment hall, martial inheritance hall, and even the disciplinary hall to come to a decision. However, the assignment hall would usually come up with the rules for the preliminary draft. Gao Shuebua looked at Lan Wenyan with interest. This person was considered a legendary figure within the broad Creed Mountain. In terms of talent, Lan Wenyan might be considered a genius outside of the broad Creed Mountain, but he wasn't outstanding within the broad Creed Mountain. However, he worked diligently, tirelessly, one step at a time, from an ordinary white-clothed disciple to an elite disciple draped in a blue robe, finally to a black-bordered blue robe, becoming a core, direct disciple of broad Creed Mountain. In the past few decades, he was the principal elder of the broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, the first seat elder of the Eight Extremities world's North Heaven region, the first seat elder of the broad Creed Mountain in the vast ocean world, the elder of the broad Creed Mountain's ancestral court in the Eight Extremities world, and the first seat elder of the broad Creed Mountain in the sky beyond skies. Finally, a few years ago, he became the first seat elder of the broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall. What was worth mentioning was that compared to the martial inheritance halls Si Kongqing and the disciplinary halls Xiaoguang, Lan Wenyan's cultivation was much lower than theirs. It wasn't that the clan didn't have other experts of the same generation with higher cultivation bases, but in the end, it was Lan Wenyan who had become the first seat of the assignment hall, one of broad Creed Mountain's 3 most important palaces. However, broad Creed Mountain did not dispute this internally. Some people still felt that it was unexpected, but thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was within reason. After all, the affairs that the Deacon Hall dealt with could be big or small. They needed to be meticulous or strategic. Most of the time, they tended to deal with mundane affairs and didn't require much in terms of martial prowess. The recognition and support of the other high-level experts within the sect was enough to guarantee his authority, but it was more of a test of his ability to handle matters. Looking at the composed Lan Wenyan before him, Yen Zhaoga could not help but think back to that year. At that time, Lan Wenyan had still been a youth who had just entered the clan not long ago, an ordinary white-clothed disciple who had argued with Yi Jing for his sake, Yen Zhaoga. In the end, he had been heavily injured by Yi Jing. Although the Lan Wenyan of his youth was righteous and daring to speak up, he also possessed a youthful vigor befitting of his age. Later on, as he grew older, his temperament became more and more steady, and he became more and more experienced in handling matters. But the righteousness and uprightness in his bones was still there, and no matter what task he took up in the sect, he would combine strength and gentleness, and he would seem steady, yet he wouldn't lose himself in forging ahead. His talent in broad Creed Mountain couldn't be considered outstanding, and he had also been heavily injured by Yi Jing that year. Still, after his injuries had healed, he had working even harder. His cultivation speed couldn't be considered top-notch, and had more or less affected his ascension speed. Still, he had walked extremely stably, rising unceasingly. Finally, he had re-entered the sights of Yen Zhaoga, Yen Di, and Su Fei, obtaining their praise and affirmation as he had completed a legend of not being slow and not being stopped. taking over Feng Qi's position as the Eight Extremities World's Guardian. Lan Wenyan could be considered to have been a rather unpopular figure. However, after that, as people had grown more and more familiar with him, he had also gained more and more recognition within Broad Creed Mountain. Up to this day, ever since he had taken charge of the Deacon Hall, everything had been handled in an orderly manner. He was the Chief Su Fei's proudest right-hand man, with no one within or without Broad Creed Mountain being unconvinced. Thinking back to that year, Yan Zhaoga also felt a little emotional. While he had often been active outside these past few years, not paying much attention to the internal affairs of the clan, the gentleman's agreement with Lan Wenyan had always been there. Whenever Lan Wenyan broke through a major cultivation realm, there would always be a divine artifact of an even higher level waiting for him. At first, it had just been a thank you gift to this disciple who had spoken up for him and nearly lost his life. Later on, it had been more of a form of encouragement and praising a person who grew braver and more down to earth despite having met with great difficulties. Right, senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice nephew sure has already left seclusion. After talking about the matter of the clan's grand competition, Lan Wenyan smiled. Looking at Su Fei, Yan Zhaoga smiled as well. He must have gained quite a lot. It was all thanks to your efforts that year, Su Fei said rather emotionally as he looked at Yan Zhaoga. Sure, June was yet another immortal bridge martial saint of Broad Creed Mountain, the current number one of their fourth-generation disciples. During the devilish tribulation that year, his right eye, right hand, and right leg had been injured, virtually being equivalent to being crippled as his martial path had already been severed. However, Yan Zhaoga and the others had ultimately turned the tides, using many treasures to repair Shi Jun's damaged body, allowing him to undergo a complete rebirth as he continued on his path. Having already possessed outstanding talent in the first place, Shi Jun had now succeeded in his secluded cultivation this time. He must have already attained the 8th level of the martial saint realm. As the current strongest expert of Broad Creed Mountain's 4th generation and also the personal disciple of Chief Su Fei, Shi Jun's name had long since shaken the world. Even Gao Shuebo was concerned about this young man's future. There were also differences amongst geniuses and outstanding elites. Some rose their cultivation bases extremely quickly, while others were especially powerful in actual combat. Those who rose their cultivation bases at similar speeds might also differ in strength, just that the difference would be greater or lesser. Shi Jun, on the other hand, was of the type who broke through quickly and was also outstanding in actual combat. It was naturally no wonder that he was more eye-catching. After chatting for a while longer, Lan Wenyan took his leave while Yan Zhaoga and the others continued ascending the mountain. As the chief, Su Fei naturally had matters to deal with after returning to the mountain. Yan Zhaoga, however, prepared to begin another sword ritual. Arriving at their lodgings, they saw the formation, who standing guard by the side. "Young master, you've returned." Within the formation, an ancient sword flickered with a dark red luster, ethereal and indiscernible as it hovered in mid-air. On the hilt of the ancient sword was pasted a talisman, precisely left behind by Yan Zhaoga before he had left. It had already been pasted on for a full 49 days. The silhouettes of 4 doors vaguely surfaced above the ancient sword, standing in 4 directions. One of them vaguely seemed to have a treasured sword hanging from it. A dark red luster flickered on the sword's blade, which corresponded to the immortal trapping sword itself below. Yan Zhaoga immediately took out that cyclic heavenly seal fragment that had been kept by Broad Creed Mountain for many generations before tossing it within the formation. The immortal trapping sword shook slightly down below, that cyclic heavenly seal fragment shaking alongside it. Chapter 1551. Rays of light emanated from the immortal trapping sword, forming a Dharma array. When the light of the Dharma array fell on the flipping sky seal fragment, the inconspicuous flipping sky seal fragment suddenly glowed. The brilliance wasn't very bright. Instead, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling. A huge seal that looked like a primordial divine mountain appeared and hovered above the immortal trapping sword. The talisman on the hilt of the immortal trapping sword began to burn. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge and Gao Shuebo both heaved a long sigh of relief, joy appearing on their faces. Order! Yen Zhaoge raised his hand, his fingers drawing in midair, causing the spirit patterns to shrink inwards. At the same time, he removed a blank talisman and threw it into the fire. The radiance of the shrinking formation patterns all surged into the flames created by the burning talisman. After the blank talisman fell into the flames, it was not ignited. Instead, more lines appeared on it. After the flames had gradually been extinguished, this new talisman flew out from within the flames and was kept by Yen Zhaoge. Many mysterious patterns appeared on the originally blank talisman paper, and together they formed a complicated talisman seal. The illusory light shadow of the seal gradually dissipated, leaving only the fragment of the flipping sky seal. The immortal trapping sword also stopped vibrating and floated quietly in the air. Yen Zhaoge kept the cyclic heavenly seal fragment and looked at the talisman in his hand. Then he looked at the immortal trapping sword in front of him and slowly said, "Currently it's a good start. Hopefully it'll be as smooth as last time." "I wonder if Heavenly Lord Guangxing is still alive," Gao Shuebo said. Yen Zhaoge sighed, cautiously optimistic. He turned to Ah Hu and said, "Inform Senior Marshal Brother Su of the result. This time we have to invite him to come out of the mountain and go with us. This is to ensure our safety. I have mentioned this matter to him before, and he is waiting for my notification." "Yes, young master." Ahu nodded and turned to leave. Gao Shuebo also nodded and said, "This old man will inform my mother to prepare as well." Even though their enemies were still engaged in a great battle, and both sides were distracted, the awakened sky cosmos still had to be careful when searching for the immortal slaying sword. The last time he searched for the immortal trapping sword was the first time Yen Zhaoge used the secret art he had created. For this world, this was the first time a brand new technique had appeared. That was why the other forces were caught off guard. The sword master of the Six Paths, Chu Su, was actually looking for his master, the sword Buddha, not the immortal trapping sword. Although Wang Guan and Percussion, Heavenly Lord, had the intention, they didn't have any clues to find the sword themselves. They were merely following Chu Su in secret, hoping to try their luck. As such, regardless of whether it was the blessed lands of the White Lotus or the immortal court, the forces they invested were relatively limited. While the three grand heavenly immortals were terrifying, Yen Zhaoge and the others were able to withstand their attacks. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race didn't participate either. However, if the other forces knew that Yen Zhaoge's group was going to search for the immortal trapping sword, and not just blindly trying their luck, but also had reliable clues, they would most likely not sit idly by. But now, the second time he used the secret method to find the sword, it was no longer as effective as the surprise attack. Given the current situation, while the opposing factions would not stop fighting to search for the immortal Slayer sword, the forces that could be divided would not be as simple as three grand Luo heretics. The fact that the orthodox Taoist sects were making use of their fights to develop and strengthen themselves was naturally seen by them. While robbing the immortal Slayer sword would suppress the orthodox Taoism's development, they would be more than happy if they could kill Yen Zhaoge and the others and weaken the orthodox Taoism once more. For others, Yen Zhaoge and the others had been living in seclusion, carefully concealing their tracks. Now that they were searching for the sword, it would be inevitable for their tracks to be exposed. This was the best opportunity to strike them down. The so-called crisis was the coexistence of danger and opportunity. My mother is aware of the situation. After contacting Gao Qingxian, Gao Shuebo said, "Just like what we discussed previously, my mother will have two bodies. One will wield the immortal trapping sword, while the other will wield the immortal slaughtering sword and guard the awakened sky cosmos." That's perfect. This time we'll bring along 3 golden bodies of the great sage, said Yen Jiaoge. Gao Shuobo asked, has the heavenly monarch exited seclusion? The heavenly monarch he was referring to was naturally Feng Yunsheng. Due to Di Qinglian, Gao Shuobo and Yen Jiaoge could address Yen Jiaoge as a junior apprentice nephew, even if Yen Jiaoge's cultivation was higher than his. While Feng Yunsheng had a close relationship with Yen Jiaoge, she wasn't related to Gao Shuobo in terms of lineage. Feng Zhuan could address Feng Yunsheng as junior apprentice nephew Feng, while Gao Shuobo would still address Feng Yunsheng respectfully. Actually, it wasn't that strict. However, Gao Shuobo's personality had always been upright and even a little old-fashioned. As such, he followed the rules. Yen Jiaoge nodded. Not long ago, she exited seclusion. This time, she'll be traveling with us. Gao Shuobo said that's for the best. Yen Jiaoge headed towards Feng Yunsheng's residence, where a guest was visiting. A woman in a yellow dress sat opposite Feng Yunsheng. Upon seeing Yen Jiaoge, she immediately stood up and greeted, Yen Emperor. No need to be so courteous, Miss Guan. Yen Jiaoge smiled. The person who came was Guan Yulua of the Sky Beyond Skies Northern Regions, Cloud Pavilion Mountains, Profound Remnant Locale. In the past, she was the granddaughter of the world beyond worlds, Northern Exalt. She was acquainted with Feng Yunsheng during their youth, and their relationship was quite deep. After the Northern Exalt perished, Cloud Pavilion Mountains Profound Remnant Locale had left the world beyond worlds along with Yen Jiaoge and the others. After all these years, they had already stabilized their footing in the sky beyond skies. Guan Yulua, who used to be elegant and graceful, had long since ascended to the martial saint realm. She had seen the true divinity and became one of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's higher-ups. She was currently charging towards the Immortal Bridge. Seeing that Yen Jiaoge seemed to have something to discuss with Feng Yunsheng, she immediately took her leave. Guan Yulua and Feng Yunsheng had a good relationship, and they often interacted with each other. Feng Yunsheng didn't need to be polite with her, and arranged to chat with her the next time they met. Immortal exterminating or immortal ending. After Guan Yulua left, Feng Yunsheng turned around and asked Yen Jiaoge. Immortal exterminating. Yen Jiaoge said, how's your situation? Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm. I'm only lacking 1 blade. Yen Jiaoge nodded. Let's prepare to move. The ethereal illusory space seemed to have separated itself from the outside world and existed above it. There was a place that was hard to locate, and its location was hard to locate. Spirit flowers and mystical grasses densely filled the place, as well as divine birds and auspicious beasts. Amidst the orchid waterfall, an ordinary-looking palace stood. Within the palace, within a simple room, an ancient sword hung upside down in midair. Dense green sword lights circulated on the surface of the ancient sword. The ancient sword that was flickering with green lights suddenly trembled. Within the room, a pair of eyes that were previously closed opened, and he grabbed onto the ancient sword's hilt. It's here. After keeping the ancient sword, the person pushed open the door, exited the room, and arrived outside the palace. Outside the palace, a Taoist who sat on a 9-colored lotus throne and had the 10 extremities crane crown on his head said, "Be careful." The person holding the sword said, "I understand." Then he transformed into a stream of light and flew out of this immortal realm and entered the boundless void. Chapter 1552. After Yen Jiaoge performed the ritual, radiances were suddenly released from a palace within the immortal court's heavenly palace. Within the palace, the slightly pale percussion heavenly lord, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes and looked in the opposite direction. A young man sat there. He was tall, had 3 heads and 6 arms, and even had a 3rd eye on his forehead. The young man quietly looked at a small bell within the palace. The small bell that resembled a copper bell was currently emitting radiances and shaking lightly. However, no sound was emitted. A talisman was stuck on the bell. Currently, the talisman's patterns were distorting as if they were alive. The heretics have made their move. The young man with 3 heads and 6 arms opened his eyes and said, "It seems like they aren't aiming for the immortal ending ancient sword, but the immortal exterminating ancient sword that my master wielded." The percussion heavenly lord asked in a deep voice, "Can you find it?" "If it were that easy, I would have found it long ago." The young man shook his head. "Only, the other party made their move. That's why I'm able to find it. If you want to find it, try using this bell. You might stand a chance, but it's hard to guarantee anything." The young man glanced at the percussion heavenly lord. "I know that you've yet to recover from your injuries from the heretics. It's inevitable that you're feeling frustrated. However, our immortal court is currently fighting against the White Lotus evil devils, and we have no time to spare. Don't be impatient and head there alone." The percussion heavenly lord's expression sank as he slowly said, "You're right. Don't worry, Taoistine. I won't act rashly. However, we can't remain indifferent. Since it's rare for them to come out, we can't let them go so easily." The young man nodded slightly. "That's right. However, it's not something that the 2 of us can handle." After saying that, he extended his hand and pointed towards the small bell. The small bell landed on the ground and entered his hand. "Taoistine, your injuries have yet to recover. Let me make a trip there," said the young man. The percussion heavenly lord stood up. "Thank you, Taoistine. I'll be waiting for your good news." The young man's figure shook and transformed into a stream of light. He exited the immortal court's heavenly palace and headed towards the distance. After traversing through layers of voids, he finally landed in a cosmos. Countless Buddhist lands were connected, and green lotuses bloomed. It was a scene of tranquility and peace. The young man entered one of the Buddhist Pure Lands and arrived in front of a temple. He lowered his head and said, "Junior Yin Jiao, I would like to meet the Dipankara ancient Buddha." A Buddhist Banti in front of the temple put his palms together and said, "Yin Sui, heavenly lord, Sui, heavenly Sui, the god of Tai Sui, who was once on duty in the heavenly court's divine palace, was now the heavenly lord of Tai Sui, Yin Jiao." He walked into the temple. Heavenly, golden Buddha within the Kara Buddha divine palace, and had a Sunli Jiao, Yin Yang divine, radiated a light from the Buddha within the temple. The divine light divine radiated Yang Buddha. Indi, the ancient Buddha, one sect Jiao Jeted Buddha, and said in Yang A 11. Yin Jiao held the small bell in his hand, which was still shaking soundlessly. "Ancient Buddha, this is the immortal exterminating sword that my master wielded in the past." Although it's still hard to understand the other party's method, the general idea is gradually becoming clear. It's to use the sword to find someone. However, to find someone, there should be some initial clues that can be relied on. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "Your master's cyclic heavenly seal was shattered in the past. One of its fragments fell into the hands of the broad Creed mountain by chance. If the immortal ending sword doesn't have any better clues, the second method of searching for the sword will most likely land on the immortal exterminating sword." "The ancient Buddha can see 10,000 miles, said Yin Jiao. The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, "I'm just observing from the side. Speaking of which, the 3 clear lineage is truly full of talents. This newly created method is truly unique." Yin Jiao smiled faintly and did not reply. The Dipankara ancient Buddha flicked his finger lightly. After a while, a green lotus descended outside the temple. Golden lights flickered on the green lotus. "Go ahead. Act according to the situation. The Astro Mountain Starry Seas and the White Lotus heretics won't just sit and watch," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha. After Yin Jiao left the temple, the Dipankara ancient Buddha sat in silence and smiled. His gaze pierced through the layers of void and looked into the distance, as if there was no focus. The fate has already been decided. The time has yet to come, At the same time, in the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the sword master of the six paths, Chu Su sat within his Buddhist kingdom. At this moment, another white lotus suddenly descended. Chu Su opened his eyes and looked up. The lotus platform spreading Buddha is here. Is it because the Taoism heretics are searching for the sword again? The lotus platform spreading Buddha on the white lotus nodded and said, "There's news from the Astro Mountain Starry Seas." Chu Su nodded and stood up. The Buddha and the boundless evil devil are in a heated argument. However, he still paid attention to this matter and passed down a decree. The lotus platform spreading Buddha said, "The boundless evil devil seems to have other intentions regarding the immortal exterminating four swords. You have to be careful." Chu Su nodded. "Namo Maitreya Buddha. This disciple shall obey your decree." He left the blessed lands of the White Lotus and headed towards the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. Passing through layers of void, he arrived at the Astro Mountain Starry Seas where the demon race lived in seclusion. After entering, Chu Su headed towards the majestic, grand, plainest heaven. Although there were many worlds within the Astro Mountain Starry Seas, most of them were filled with demonic chi and black winds. However, the grand plainest heaven had rays of light and clouds revolving around the cosmos, making this place look like a paradise. Even if there were bloody and evil demonic winds rushing over from the outside, they would immediately retract upon entering this place. Chu Su entered the grand plainest heaven and looked up. He could vaguely see the existence of a palace beyond the 9 heavens. However, it seemed unreachable and unapproachable. He knew that it was the legendary broad plains of Chestnut. Beyond the 33 heavens, the grand plainest heaven, the broad plains of Chestnut. That was Empress Wa's residence in the past. After Empress Wa transcended, the Empress Wa's palace disappeared, and the Eastern Emperor's palace was established. Chu Su lowered his head and retracted his gaze. He traversed through the grand plainest heaven and quickly arrived in front of a spiritual mountain. A Taoist child welcomed him at the entrance. "Sword son of the 6 paths, please follow this child. Master is waiting for you." Chu Su followed this Taoist child who had transformed into a human and entered the spiritual mountain, arriving at the peak. There was a towering ancient tree at the peak. As he walked towards the tree's peak, he saw an old man sitting in a lotus position. Upon seeing this old man, Chu Su immediately bowed. "This junior greets the Taoist monarch." "Look over there," said the old man. Chu Su looked over and saw a piece of black stone burning within golden red flames, emitting a soft, sizzling sound. He took a closer look and felt that the irregularly shaped black stone was like a large seal with only a small part of it left. "This is—" Chu Su seemed to have understood something. The old man nodded. "That's right. This was left behind after Guangchengzi's cyclic heavenly seal was shattered. The 3 clear lineage intends to retrieve the immortal exterminating 4 swords. From the looks of it, the 3rd sword they are eyeing is most likely the immortal exterminating sword and not the immortal ending sword." Chapter 1553. The old man sat upright on the tree trunk. He wore a fishtail crown and a large red robe. His appearance was strange, and he had a long beard. There were 2 items floating in front of him. One was a broken flipping sky seal that looked like a black stone, and the other was a colorful gourd. At this moment, the fragments of the flipping sky seal were burning in the golden and red flames, but the 7-colored gourd had no reaction. Seeing this, Chu Su had a rough idea in his heart. It was very likely that the 7-colored gourd was one of the personal treasures of the jade, clear bigwig Taoist Heavenly Lord who originally possessed the immortal ending sword. The most famous and familiar treasure that Taoist Tenzin was familiar with was naturally the demon-subduing pestle that he had given to his disciple, Wei Hu. But other than that, he definitely had other treasures with him, just that they weren't as famous as the demon-subduing pestle. Now that the damaged cyclic heavenly seal had a reaction, blazing amidst the flames, while the seven-colored gourd showed no reaction. It undoubtedly meant that Yan Zhaoga and the others were searching for the immortal exterminating sword originally wielded by the Lord of Broad Accomplishment and not the immortal ending sword. The red-robed elder waved his hand, and the burning, damaged, flipping sky still floated in front of Chu Su. Chu Su didn't try to put out the fire. Instead, he put it away. The fire didn't affect him at all. I believe that the Western Buddhist lands and the Immortal Court will make their moves as well. You guys just have to act accordingly. The red-robed old man said, "It would be best if you could track down the 3 clear lineages' successor." Chu Su nodded. "Dao Lord is right. I've heard of what happened to your master, the treasured Sword Buddha Lord. However, I believe that you know your limits." The red-robed old man said, "Although hatred makes people blind, those who are truly talented will only be calmer. Only then will they have the chance to take revenge and fulfill their wishes." Chu Su's expression was calm as he silently bowed to the red-robed old man. "I've always believed that." The red-robed old man smiled faintly and said, "It's a pity that the Great Rock is currently fighting against the Western Buddhist lands. Otherwise, I would have wanted him to accompany you." The Golden Winged Rock, also known as the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, was undoubtedly one of the best among the great sages of the demon race. Also, he had enmity with Yan Zhaoga and the others for having killed his son, having always desired to seek vengeance on them. Currently, the war between the 2 heretic factions had yet to end. The demon race and the Western Pure Lands were also participating in the war. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was currently not in the Astro Mountains' starry seas. Great Rock Wisdom King has remarkable abilities. He intimidated the Western heretics and protected them. He has great merits, and I've always admired him, said Chu Su. If I tell him the news, Depeng might still rush back. The red-robed old man smiled and said, "However, let's not talk about running back and forth for now. Right now, there are other candidates in the Grand Essence Heaven who are quite suitable. They are suitable for the prime, clear, immortal, exterminating 4 swords." As he spoke, a ball of flames lit up on either side of him, as if 2 doors had been opened. A voice quickly came from the door on the left. "Dao Lord, what can I do for you?" The voice from the door on the right asked, "Is there news about the 2 ancient swords, Celestial Extermination or Celestial Extermination?" "The Zhu Xian Ancient sword has some movements." The red-robed old man replied with a smile. The 2 gates formed by the flames swayed slightly, and then both sides said in unison, "Very good." The gates formed by the flames disappeared. The red-robed old man said to Chu Su, "You 2 should head out first. If things don't go your way, then we'll discuss further." "I understand." Chu Su stood up and transformed into a white lotus. He floated down from the ancient tree, went straight up the green clouds, and exited the Grand Essence Heaven. At the same time, 2 demonic winds rose within the Grand Essence Heaven. Initially, they were calm. However, the moment they exited the Grand Essence Heaven, they instantly became ferocious. The White Lotus and the 2 demonic winds coexisted peacefully. After meeting each other, they flew within the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. Finally, they exited the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and disappeared within the void's boundless outskirts. Within the awakened sky cosmos, within the sky beyond skies, on the broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng arrived at the Pill Hall at the peak of the mountain. Within the Pill Hall, the North Ocean clone, who was originally sitting in a lotus position with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and stood up. Beside him, a furry ball with black and white colors was lying on the ground, dozing off. A woman beside him was stroking the furry ball with a satisfied expression. "Young master, young madam." The woman was Xiao Ai. When Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng entered, she turned around and greeted them with a smile. The furry ball moved a little and stretched his body. With a pair of huge dark circles under his eyes, he grinned towards Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng. seemingly having a silly look on his face. After lightly patting Pan Pan's head, Yanjiaoga said, "Invite Mother over. It's safer for her to oversee this place." In the current sky beyond skies, there was only his mother, Xue Chuqing, who could rival Yanjiaoga in terms of formations within the same realm. Over the past few years, the sky beyond skies had improved in many aspects. The formations standards had been continuously improving, and they were on par with the pre-Great Calamity times. Xue Chuqing's contributions were undeniable. She had already pushed open the immortal door, and was currently presiding over the Pill Hall, protecting the entire sky beyond skies and even the awakened sky cosmos's formation axis. She was much more proficient than before. This time, Yanjiaoga and his clone would be heading out. Naturally, Xue Chuqing would be the one presiding over the Pill Hall's formations. "I'll inform you right away," answered Xiao AI happily. She was still responsible for the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's matters, which made her filled with energy. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's business had already spread throughout the entire sky beyond skies. The various treasures they produced were deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. At the same time, they affected everything within the sky beyond skies. The two sides were inseparable. For the various forces within the sky beyond skies, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's membership grade represented their position within the sky beyond skies. As the current sky beyond skies great shopkeeper, Yan Xiao AI had already ascended the immortal bridge long ago. Her martial arts talent was already extremely high, only her personality was a little lazy. Moreover, she had a wide range of interests and hobbies. Due to Xue Chuqing's influence, she was fond of researching formations. Even so, Xiao AI had only recently broken through to the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Although she was slower than Ah Hu and the others, her progress was already considered extraordinary. Coincidentally, she had come to the Broad Creed Mountain for some matters, which was why she was currently on the mountain. Of course, Yanjiaoga could also contact Xue Chuqing. However, Xiao AI liked this job very much. Although it seemed insignificant, she enjoyed it very much. Under Xue Chuqing's rule, the Bright Connection Valley had improved over the years. While it wasn't strong, it wasn't lacking in manpower. Su Yun and Xinrong had long since become martial saints. Their living source physique was blessed by the heavens in an environment where spirit qi was scarce. However, in an environment where spirit qi was relatively abundant, it wouldn't display any special advantages. However, with the abundance of spirit qi in the sky beyond skies and the excellent environment, even without the unique advantages of the living source physique, it was still a paradise for their cultivation that far surpassed that of the floating life world. As for the more talented disciples of the Snow Crane sect, who were restricted by the environment of the floating life world, they had even more hopes of soaring. This naturally included the others of the floating life world. As long as they were talented, they would have more hopes and choices. Demonic bloodline cultivators could also be considered a naturally derived lineage. Therefore, Yanjiaoga hadn't altered the environment of the floating life world. If external influences caused the demonic bloodline cultivators' legacies to gradually fade away, they would still be naturally eliminated. In places like the sky beyond skies, there were more high-grade spirit beasts and demonic beasts. To the mainstream demonic bloodline cultivators of the floating life world, it was also a blessing. They were all gradually strengthening the Bright Connection Valley. Now that the Bright Connection Valley was under the care of Su Yun and the others, Xue Chuqing didn't have to worry about it. Upon receiving Xiao AI's news, he immediately rushed over to the Broad Creed Mountain. After Yanjiaoga met up with his mother and met up with Su Fei, who had arranged the sect's internal affairs, they left the sky beyond skies together. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1554. After exiting the awakened sky cosmos, Yanjiaoga and the others felt the formless yet tangible barrier of the awakened sky cosmos fading away. Then they stepped into the void's boundless outskirts and headed into the distance. Along the way, Feng Yunxing said, "I'll first search for the clues left behind by Patriarch Taoist Hang in Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave, and then I'll meet you there. Be careful." Yan Zhaoga nodded, saying softly. Feng Yunxing smiled faintly, and her figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Gao Qingxian frowned slightly. This feeling is just like Jian Shanhua achieving the 5 Qis unification and twin flowers converged crown. Is it fine? Senior Gao, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Yan Zhaoga said. This was Yunqing's decision after much consideration. It did not affect her will, just that she adjusted her martial path slightly. Gao Qingxuan's brows gradually relaxed. It's harmful for others to do it, but it's fine for her. As long as she can control it carefully, it'll be fine. A person's martial arts concept and path were often unchanging. This was related to the cultivation of certain martial arts, but the same martial arts would often have different results when practiced by different people. It wasn't that it was impossible to seek innovation and change, but it was often more harmful than beneficial to change one's ways easily, or the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. However, Feng Yunxing had a unique advantage in this aspect. Due to her special experiences, it wasn't difficult for her to absorb and even alter the martial arts intent of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua. It also didn't affect her cultivation of the shifting abyss chaos extermination. Jian Shanhua's martial intent actually didn't conflict with the Luo Yuan primal chaos annihilation. Otherwise, Jian Shanhua wouldn't have come up with such a shocking plan all those years ago. It was just that Feng Yunxing hadn't developed in that direction before. It was not that she was afraid that Jian Shanhua might have left behind any future troubles. After so many years, Feng Yunxing had absolute confidence in herself. It was just that her style had always been incompatible with Jian Shanhua's. However, in the past few decades, Feng Yunxing had been constantly cultivating in seclusion, and her martial arts intent was undergoing a new transformation and development. As for whether it would result in a sublimation, that would require time to verify. Recalling Feng Yunxing's expression when she had made this decision that year, Yan Zhaoga exhaled lightly. Xue Fei patted his shoulder. Yan Zhaoga nodded. They did not stop as they headed towards the depths of space. Just like the last time when they were searching for the immortal trapping sword, it was another long and arduous journey. However, as they walked, the expressions of Yan Zhaoga and the others gradually turned solemn. With their current cultivation and strength, they were extremely sensitive to the changes in the void. They could vaguely feel that they were gradually approaching the border of the 9 underworlds by following the guidance of the talisman and the immortal trapping sword. Although it's hard to tell directions in the void, the 9 underworlds shouldn't have invaded this universe, right? Yan Zhaoga asked with some uncertainty. The known land of Tranquil Stream is very far away from here. After pondering for a moment, Gao Qingxian answered, if a grand heavenly realm devil lord were to take action, he could corrode a portion of the void and transform it into a devilish domain. However, if the 9 underworlds weren't connected afterward, the devilish domain might gradually dissipate and degenerate into the land of tranquil streams. In the future, it might even revert back to the void of the universe, only it would be very barren. Yan Zhaoga narrowed his eyes. However, if the bones of a great devil were buried here, it might exist forever. If a devilish domain was formed, the grand heavenly realm or grand virtual realm experts would be able to discover it from afar. Xue Fei frowned. If a great devil was proficient in concealment, its miraculous abilities wouldn't dissipate even after its death. As such, it would be very hard to discover it. Yan Zhaoga said, even if a grand heavenly realm expert were to pass by, it would be hard to notice it. One would have to get very close to it to discover it. They were able to notice it from afar because of Yan Zhaoga's secret art using the immortal trapping sword. In other words, the devilish domain might contain traces of the immortal extermination sword or the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, which was why they were able to notice it from afar. During the Great Calamity, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment Grandmaster was nearby and fought against the 9 underworld's great devils, said Xue Fei slowly. They looked at each other and frowned. Currently, they were very sensitive towards the 9 underworlds. The cyclic heavenly seal shattered, and the Lord of Broad Accomplishment Grand Master remained hidden throughout the ages. I'm afraid that the situation isn't looking good. Yan Zhaoga's expression turned solemn. However, if the Lord of Broad Accomplishment Grand Master met with misfortune, where's the immortal extermination sword now? We have to be more cautious. However, no matter what, we have to investigate it first. Gao Qingxian looked at the immortal trapping sword in her palm. Yan Zhaoga and Xue Fei nodded in agreement, and the group continued forward. After a while, everyone's heart jolted slightly. They stopped and looked around. Yan Zhaoga nodded towards Gao Qingxian. Gao Qingxian wielded the immortal trapping sword and slashed forward. Dark red sword lights instantly rose and fell everywhere. Suddenly, a wound seemed to have been slashed open by the immortal trapping sword. However, clumps of black fog flowed out from this wound. The black fog gave off a viscous feeling. However, it also seemed to be weightless. Spatial cracks were slashed open by the dark red sword lights, one after another. Then, layers of black fog surged out from within. As if a dam had been breached, it spread everywhere. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoga and the others' expressions remained unchanged, and they continued forward. Same as before. I'll stand guard outside, and you all enter to investigate, said Gao Qingxian. Yan Zhaoga nodded. Thank you, Senior Gao. Upon entering, Yan Zhaoga felt as if he had once again stepped into the 9 underworlds. Mournful wails that shook one's soul resounded. Streaks of blood-red lightning continuously streaked past his eyes, while black fog permeated the surroundings. Yan Zhaoga, Xue Fei, the North Ocean clone, and Pan Pan traversed within. This place seemed like an independent world, and it was extremely majestic. After a while, Yan Zhaoga's eyes lit up. His gaze pierced through the layers of black fog and landed on the ground beneath. On the vast and boundless flat land, there seemed to be a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. However, the endless mountain range wasn't made of soil and rocks, but instead white bones. When placed flat on the ground, it seemed like a boundless mountain range. An inestimably colossal skeleton laid on the ground, and its center was clearly fractured. It was as if a majestic mountain range that stretched across the land had been severed from the middle. It looks like a snake. Xue Fei looked at this scene and pondered. Did the demon race fall to the dark side and enter the devil's Tao? Only, logically speaking, an evil devil's corpse shouldn't be left behind after perishing. Could it be that the one who killed him was? After observing for a while, Yan Zhaoga continued, That's right. This is the result of being slain by the immortal extermination sword which dispelled the devil's Tao. As a result, this snake-like existence left behind a skeleton after death and couldn't be reborn in the 9 underworlds. He looked around. However, where's the Lord of Broad Accomplishment? Since the clues led us here, this snake devil's corpse shouldn't be the only thing left here. Chapter 1555. Yan Zhaoga scanned his surroundings, and his gaze finally landed on a faraway mountain range. Let's go to the end of the mountain range and see if we can find anything at the snake's head. After saying that, Yan Zhaoga walked along the mountain range. Su Fei and the others followed behind him. The devilish qi that was originally concealed within the devilish domain started leaking out along with the destruction of the devilish domain. The devilish qi within the devilish domain started fading at a slow but irreversible speed. Yan Zhaoga and the others were still making use of their time. If the devilish qi leaked out, it would be easily discovered by others. Grand Heavenly Realm or Grand Virtual Realm experts would be able to detect the devilish chi from afar. It's there. Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's right shoulder was faintly flickering with golden radiances. His eyes were also shining like two golden suns. Under the illumination of the golden radiances, the blood thunder calmed down, and the black fog dispersed. From afar, the snake devil's gigantic skull was in a posture of looking at the moon. It was as tall as the main peak of the mountain range. The North Ocean clone lowered his head, and the golden radiance from the seal on his right shoulder shot up to the sky, manifesting the golden body of the great sage. He walked forward and grabbed the snake devil's gigantic upper and lower jaw with both hands. Then the golden monkey exerted force and forcefully opened the snake devil's mouth. From the snake's mouth, a thick black fog mixed with traces of blood sprayed out. The golden body of the great sage was slightly dizzy from the devilish fog that had been accumulated for close to 10,000 years. He shook his head vigorously, and golden radiances flickered on his body, causing his fur to stand on end. Only then did the black fog wash away. Yen Zhaoge and the others lowered their heads and looked inside, only to see darkness. Command. After observing for a while, Yen Zhaoge took out the talisman that was stuck on the mortal trapping sword and lit it up. Then he tossed it into the snake's mouth. The talisman lit up with a pale green flame. It was like a lonely boat sailing in the dark sea, circling and drifting in the wind. Suddenly, the green flame stopped drifting and hovered within the darkness. Then, the green flame started spreading towards its surroundings, transforming the surrounding darkness into green radiances. Everyone focused their gaze and saw that the talisman wasn't the only thing burning within the green flame. Something else was burning as well. Rise! Yen Zhaoge waved his hand, and the expanding green flame was sucked up. Yen Zhaoge and Su Fei both sighed softly as they looked at the thing enveloped by the green flame. It was an arm severed at the elbow. The Lord of Broad Accomplishments, left hand. Yen Zhaoge sighed. Shui Fei nodded silently. When they fought, Heavenly Lord Guangqing was heavily injured by the great demon, and the great demon himself was killed by Heavenly Lord Guangqing with the immortal slaying sword. The surface of the severed arm was pitch black. Only after being burned by the green flames did the blackness gradually fade. Then, the Heavenly Lord Guangqing's left arm glowed with a treasure light. They're both grand heavenly immortals, but the great fiend is already dead. There's no way to refine this severed arm. Yen Zhaoge shook his head, the grand heavenly immortal body. Even after so many years, this severed arm is still perfectly preserved. This great demon is buried here, yet 9 Nether can't even find it? Shui Fei frowned and said, It's been so many years. Could it be that they've never cared about it? Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. He pondered and said, At the very least, we might be able to find the vast freedom heavenly devil and the primordial heart devil. However, if there were any special arrangements, they would have taken action when we retrieved this severed arm. Nothing has happened yet. Whether the 9 Nether wasn't prepared or didn't make any moves due to some other reason, it seems like they aren't targeting us. Yen Zhaoge let out a breath of turbid air. A long night is fraught with problems. Let's leave this place first. Since Heavenly Lord Guangqing and the immortal slaying sword aren't here, there's no need for us to stay here. That's right. Shui Fei nodded. The group immediately flew out of the devilish domain. The mountainous skeleton quickly shrunk in size. Halfway through their journey, Yen Zhaoge and Shui Fei's hearts suddenly sank. Someone else is here, and they're already fighting against Senior Gao. As they thought about this, dark red sword lights flickered in front of them. They surged in from outside the devilish domain and slashed apart the dark, devilish domain's boundaries. Due to the snake devil's corpse, a huge hole was instantly torn open. Gao Qingxian controlled the immortal trapping sword and transformed into a streak of dark red radiance. rushing towards Yanjiaoga and Yanjiaoga. Behind her, from the cosmos void outside, a majestic, demonic chi surged. Two extremely powerful existences descended upon this place. At the same time, Yanjiaoga could vaguely see a white lotus amidst the devilish winds and dark clouds. A green lamp lit up atop the white lotus, emanating a chilling sword light. Sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su. Yanjiaoga understood. Beside him, other than the North Ocean clone, Xue Fei patted Pan Pan's head. Then he bowed slightly, and the rune on his right shoulder emitted boundless golden radiances, condensing into a giant ape's silhouette. Pan Pan no longer had his usual lazy look. Instead, his expression turned ferocious. With a low roar, he manifested his golden body of the great sage as well. The three golden bodies of the great sage rose from the ground. The horrifying and violent demonic chi wasn't fazed by the two devilish winds at all. Under the golden body of the great sage's radiance, Chu Su's silhouette on the white lotus became clearer. The two devilish winds also gradually took form. A tall figure stood atop the green and yellow clouds. Demonic chi revolved around their entire bodies, resembling tornadoes. On the green cloud on the left stood a man with a beast's face and a human's body. He had a lion's head on his tall and sturdy body, with green mane surrounding his neck. He appeared rather majestic. On the yellow cloud on the right stood an even bigger man. His body was humanoid, but his head was that of an elephant. His thick and long nose was half-curled, and 6 yellow teeth as thick as pillars protruded from the corners of his mouth. The two great demons stood there, giving off a feeling of blotting out the skies and sun. The surrounding cosmos seemed to be trampled upon. The sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su, possessed Buddha's radiance. His talents were outstanding, and he had attained Buddhahood from the external Daos. His strength wasn't inferior to the orthodox. Currently, he stood beside the two great demons. While his aura wasn't weakened, his foundations were clearly lacking. Seeing the appearance of the two great demons, Yanjiaoga's pupils shrunk slightly. Upon hearing the mortal-trapping sword light, Gao Qingxian appeared. She looked at the two great demons with a similarly solemn expression. "Are you the two prime clear bigwigs, the horned head immortal and the spirit tooth immortal?" Yanjiaoga asked slowly. "There's no point in mentioning the past. I won't bicker with you juniors." The green-furred, lion-like, great demon opened his mouth and said, "Leave behind the two swords, Zhuxian and Trapping Immortal, and I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave on your own, and consider this as the last bit of incense." Hearing his words, Yanjiaoga raised his brows slightly. Beside them, Gao Qingxian asked, "Now that the two of you have returned to the demon race, are you going to disregard the prime clear inheritance and steal our prime clear's treasure for the demon race?" The yellow-toothed elephant raised its nose. In the ancient era, after the apotheosis, the lord of numinous treasure, the heavenly lord of Yuanshi, and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue transcended together, leaving us to be captured by the jade, clear Manjushri, and Samantabhadra. We were reduced to their mounts and suffered all kinds of humiliation. It's about time that we repaid the Tao sect. Remember the mobile URL. M. Chapter 1556. During the ancient investitures of the gods' era, the prime clear heavenly lord of numinous treasures lineage flourished. He taught everyone without discrimination and enjoyed the beautiful reputation of having tens of thousands of immortals paying homage to him. Other than the lord of plentiful treasure, the golden spirit divine mother, the incongruence divine mother, and the other bigwigs of the prime clear direct lineage, there were also 7 immortals who listened to his lectures. With the lord of numinous treasure as their master, they were all hegemon-like figures. Qiu Shou Immortal and Lingyu Immortal were 2 of them. They were ancient mutants, the azure fur lion and the 6-tusked white elephant. It was just that during the conferred God War at the end of the ancient era, the prime clear lineage was defeated by the joint efforts of the other sects, and most of their disciples withered away. Although immortal Chiao Shou and immortal spirit Tooth did not perish on the investiture of gods, they were captured alive by the jade clear lineages Manjushri, Heavenly Lord Guangfa, and Samantabhadra enlightened. They were beaten into revealing their true forms and became mounts. After that, Manjushri, Heavenly Lord Guang Fa, and Samantabhadra, Shinran, both entered Buddhism and became Manjushri Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Buddhism had its own way of honorific titles. It was the habit of Taoism to refer to Buddha as Daiyuo and Bodhisattva as Taishu. They compared the levels of Buddhism with their own, be it Manjushri Bodhisattva or Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. They were both existences who had attained the zenith heaven realm. Chiao Shou Xian and Ling Xian also followed them into Buddhism and continued to be their mounts. From then on, most people called them Indigo Lion and White Elephant. In the past, regardless of whether they were great demons or successors of the prime clear lineage of Taoism, they were both existences that stood proudly between the heavens and the earth. The time after becoming a god was naturally a great humiliation and torment for them. Unfortunately, no one could free them. The three clear Grand Masters had already transcended and were no longer around. Although the Elder Lord was still alive, he had never asked about it. Chiao Shou Immortal and Lingya Immortal were only able to escape after the Middle Epoch. At that time, the Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Saha's teachings, causing a dispute among the Buddhas. In the end, the central blessed lands of Saha split apart, and a large number of Buddhist Bantis left to join the Western Pure Lands. It was during that great turmoil in Buddhism that Immortal Chiao Shou and Immortal Ling regained their freedom. After escaping, they no longer considered themselves as successors of Taoism's prime, clear lineage. Instead, they joined the Astro Mountain Starry Seas Demon Race's world and became Demon Race's great sages. Previously, due to the conflict between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Western Pure Lands and the Demon Race had also come out of seclusion and waged war. Immortal Spirit Tooth and Immortal Chiao Shou had also appeared before, fighting against the experts of the Western Paradise's Orthodox Buddhism. Yen Zhaoge didn't know if the incongruent's Divine Mother had tried to interact with them. However, from the looks of it, even if she had, it would have been an extremely unpleasant outcome. Moreover, when Taoism had suffered a calamity during the Great Calamity back then, it was hard to say if these two demon race great sages who harbored resentment had retaliated. Previously, he had predicted that after they entered the Astro Mountain Star Ocean, they would not help either side in the battle between the Tao sect and other forces. But now, it seemed that the actual situation was worse than expected. Yen Zhaoge stood on the shoulder of the giant ape formed by the North Ocean clone and looked towards the Horned Head Immortal and the Spirit Tooth Immortal. I'm not in the position to comment on the actions of the three clear Grand Masters in the past. The two of you are free to do whatever you want. However, since you've said so, we're no longer on the same side. Forgive me for not being able to hand over the Immortal Trapping Sword and the Immortal Exterminating Sword to the two of you. Yen Zhaoge said calmly. Everyone will rely on their own capabilities. Please forgive me for offending you. As he spoke, the two golden bodies of the great sage, formed by Su Fei and Pan Pan, had already soared into the sky. That's exactly what I wanted. The Horned Head Immortal yelled. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down. The saber light's green radiance was filled with destruction and ferocity. Some traces of the Immortal Exterminating Sword's sword intent leaked out. The Horned Head Immortal used the sword during the ancient times, and the Middle Ages used the saber. However, he was enraged by Taoism and abandoned the sword. Instead, he fused the sword arts into the saber arts and opened up a new path. As the saber light surged, it seemed like it was going to envelop the two violent apes. The two giant apes' hands flickered with golden radiances, which condensed into cudgels. One of them blocked the horned head immortal's saber, while the other made a turn in midair and slammed towards the indigo lion's head. Monkey's tricks. The spirit tooth immortal flicked his nose and snorted. I might not be afraid of you, but I'm not. A spear with traces of white aura circulating on its spearhead, capable of destroying all living things, pierced towards the giant ape's heart. The spirit tooth immortal had fused the prime, clear, immortal extinguishing sword's profundities into his spear art, creating a unique style. The transformation wasn't as graceful as the immortal extinguishing sword scripture, but it was more ferocious and violent. The giant ape that Pan transformed into was fearless. He raised the Ru-E golden cudgel, formed by golden radiances, and blocked the spear. The spear's momentum slowed down slightly. The giant ape flipped its body and dodged the spear's piercing attack. With the spirit tooth immortal alleviating the pressure, the horned head immortal fought against the golden body of the great sage alone. While the golden body of the great sage was powerful, it was still in the grand virtual realm. It would be hard for it to suffer a disadvantage against a veteran grand heavenly realm expert like the horned head immortal. After all, without the true Ru-E golden cudgel, it would be hard for it to pose any threat to the demon race's great sage. On the other side, the sword son of the six paths, Chu-Su, remained expressionless as he unleashed his samsara sword. Gao Qingxian wielded the immortal trapping sword and faced Chu-Su head-on. Compared to using the immortal slaughtering sword back in the Jade Spring world, Gao Qingxuan's current immortal trapping sword allowed her to shift through space much more conveniently. It was almost comparable to the grand heavenly realm's omnipresent ability, which allowed her to contend against the Buddha Chu-Su. However, while the treasured sword Buddha Lord, who was most suited to coordinate with Chu-Su, was currently surrounded by great demons. Their demonic auras blotted out the skies and even destroyed the devilish domain. Under such an environment, Chu-Su's sword art actually guided Gao Qingxuan's surrounding demonic aura, gradually transforming it into the beast Tao of the six paths of samsara. Chu-Su's sword attacks became faster and faster, sealing off Gao Qingxuan's shifting space and forcefully striking her into the beast Tao. Gao Qingxuan's sword lights were ethereal and hard to determine. The dark red radiance flickered inside and outside, causing Chu-Su to be unable to grasp it. Unlike the golden body of the great sage, it was hard to injure the demon race's great sage. If Chu-Su was careless, Gao Qingxuan's immortal trapping sword wouldn't hold back. However, Chu-Su didn't seem to care about this at all. He didn't plan to slowly wear down Gao Qingxuan's immortal essence. Instead, he revealed a determination to kill his enemy even if he were to be injured by the immortal trapping sword. Gao Qingxian was merely the beginning. Yan Zhaoge and the golden body of the great sage beside him were Chu-Su's ultimate targets. However, Chu-Su did not lose his composure. His attacks were still orderly. However, the enemy who had killed his master, the treasured sword Buddha Lord, was right in front of him. While Chu-Su was calm as usual, the murderous intent in his heart had reached an unprecedented peak. Yan Zhaoge's expression was similarly calm. After confirming that there were no other hidden enemies in the vicinity, he turned and leapt into the ear hole of the Northern Ocean clone's giant ape, after which the giant ape let out a long howl towards the sky. He took out the real Rui Jingu Bang and started to attack the three opponents in front of him. Good timing. We've been waiting for you. Although Immortal Qiu and Immortal Ling Ya's weapons were knocked away, they still roared in unison. One opened its mouth wide. Remember the mobile URL. M. Chapter 1557. In the void of the universe, the demon domain formed by venerable snakes' remains was on the verge of shattering. Gao Qingxuan's and Chu-Su's sword lights dodged the attack. At this moment, it was a world where demonic winds surged and wild collisions occurred. The world seemed to have returned to the primordial era, desolate and ferocious. 3 monkeys, 1 lion, and 1 elephant the 5 great monsters roared savagely at the same time, causing the surrounding world to return to the primeval times again. Immortal Chiao Shou transformed into a giant green lion. It opened its bloody mouth and looked like it was about to swallow the sky. The colossal lion's mouth was akin to a black hole that engulfed the entire universe. It gave Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian a feeling that it was comparable to the scene when the immortal extermination formation was destroyed. They couldn't help but be sucked into it. Even with the strength of the 3 golden bodies of the great sage, they were unable to maintain their footing. The 3 enormous bodies that were like divine mountains rose uncontrollably, as if they were about to fall into the lion's mouth. The golden body of the great sage's body seemed to shrink, turning from a vast ocean into a grain of sand. Bang! The golden body of the great sage formed by Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone yelled, and the Ru-Yi golden cudgel in his hand stood in the void beneath his feet. The divine treasure metal that had frozen the heavenly river in the past began to grow crazily, becoming incomparably huge. An incomparably terrifying and heavy feeling spread out. It was so heavy that it was hard for ordinary people to feel it, and it was hard to describe it with words. It was as if countless stars in the Milky Way had collapsed and gathered together, causing the starry sky of the universe to change shape. With the real Rui Jingu Bang in hand, the power of the Rui Jingu Bang fused with the power of the treasure. The giant ape's aura also began to surge. It was actually able to contend against the green-furred lion, who was a great sage. Locked in place by the Rui Jingu Bang, the green-furred lion's mouth seemed unable to swallow. But at the same time, Spirit Tooth Immortal also transformed. Suddenly, a 6-tusked white elephant that was even larger than the green-furred lion appeared. Its body was so huge that it seemed to fill up the entire universe. Every step white elephant took seemed to trample heaven and earth. The entire universe they were in was trembling. 6 pale yellow elephant tusks curved like the moon, exuding a menacing aura. A thick elephant trunk swept across the universe before coiling around the Rui Jingu Bang. Rise! Amidst the deafening roar, the Rui Jingu Bang was actually moved by the thick elephant trunk. With the combined strength of the lion's mouth and the elephant's trunk, it was like a pillar that could shake the heavens. If the Rui Jingu Bang were to waver in the slightest, it would be difficult for the Rui Jingu Bang to continue locking down the space-time of the universe. While it could still remain where it was, Yan Zhaoge and the others were involuntarily lifted up once more, as if they were about to throw themselves into the lion's mouth. To be able to comprehend the profoundness of the immortal trapping sword manual to such a level, and even fuse it with his own innate divine ability, it's truly terrifying. Gao Qingxian stared into the azure lion's mouth and saw a circle of dark red radiance flickering at the edge of the black hole-like mouth. Gao Qingxian wielded the immortal trapping sword, intending to use the immortal trapping sword against the immortal trapping sword, aiding the golden body of the great sage and the Ru-Yi golden cudgel in dispelling the Chiao Shou immortal's divine art. However, a sword light flashed in front of her, and Chu Su, the sword son of the 6 paths, stood firmly in front of her. Chu Su's sword Dao was inferior to the prime clear lineage's immortal trapping sword manual in terms of speed and agility in shifting space. However, he had already ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm after all. Gao Qingxian herself was still a grand virtual immortal. While facing him with the immortal trapping sword, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage in this aspect. However, she wouldn't be able to escape from Chu Su's grasp. Chu Su's figure was also affected by the lion's mouth, as if he was about to be devoured by the lion. However, he didn't mind this at all. He only focused on attacking the enemy's vital points, preventing Gao Qingxian and the immortal trapping sword from executing their moves. This way, the azure lion would be able to unleash its full strength and devour the heavens and the earth. However, just as they were entangled, the other 2 golden bodies of the great sage extended their hands and grabbed onto the Ru-Yi golden cudgel. Then they shook it forcefully. In the past, The divine metal treasure that had dominated the myriad heavens and intimidated the mortals seemed to have solidified, transforming into rays of dark radiance. Under the tremors of the surging power, the spirit tooth immortal's trunk that was wrapped around the Ru-E golden cudgel felt sore. The power that could shake the heavens and earth felt like it couldn't be sustained anymore. The intense, baleful aura tore through the skin of the six-tusked white elephant's trunk as if it was being pricked by needles. As the saying goes, if you pull on it a little, you die. If you knock on it a little, you die. If you touch it, your skin will break and your tendons will be injured. It was originally just a sea-calming treasure, but after it had committed countless sins and was stained with the blood of countless Buddhas, demons, immortals, and demons, it had become one of the few fiendish objects in the world. The three giant apes shook the Ru-E golden cudgel together, instantly stabilizing the heavens and earth. The six-tusked white elephant wanted to endure it, but one of the apes laughed coldly and scratched the elephant's nostril with one hand. This was like the last straw that broke the elephant's back. That scratch would really take its life. The spirit tooth immortal let out a cry and loosened his grip on the elephant's trunk. He wanted to exert force again, but it was too late. Grow, grow, grow. The three golden bodies of the great sage roared in unison, together with the Ru-E golden cudgel. Their bodies expanded as if they were going to pierce through the universe. The azure lion couldn't hold on anymore. If it continued to resist, the Ru-E golden cudgel would smash its mouth and stab into its brain. I've underestimated this monkey's ability. The Chiosho immortal and the spirit tooth immortal let out a long sigh helplessly. They retracted their demon body avatar and fled into the distance without looking back. Chu Su's face was expressionless, and his gaze was filled with disappointment. He dove into the Chiosho immortal's mouth, allowing him to bring him along. The two great demons that had dominated the heavens and earth since the ancient era were extremely experienced. When they sensed that something was amiss, they immediately fled without any hesitation. However, the giant ape swung the Ru-E golden cudgel and swung it down, hitting the azure lion and the white elephant. Amidst the two demon race great sages' miserable groans, one of their hind legs was broken, while the other had a piece of flesh on his buttocks swept away. We still have to conserve our strength to look for the immortal extermination sword. One of the golden body of the great sage retracted his demonic chi and reverted to Yen Zhaoga's North Ocean clone. Gao Qingxian also retracted her sword, while the other golden body of the great sage reverted to Xue Fei's original appearance. The remaining golden body of the great sage held onto the Ru-E golden cudgel. He snorted and shrunk his figure. The Ru-E golden cudgel was retracted, and the golden radiance dissipated. The giant ape was nowhere to be seen. "I'm hungry." A naive-sounding girl's voice resounded. Yen Zhaoga patted the panda's head. "You only know how to eat." Pan Pan felt wronged as he moved closer to him. "I'm not greedy. I'm really hungry." Wielding the Ru-E golden cudgel takes a lot of effort, said Xue Fei with a smile. Yen Zhaoga nodded. "I know. My North Ocean clone is the same. Let's leave this place first. Otherwise, more enemies might come looking for us," said Gao Qingxian. Everyone nodded and left together. Although Yen Zhaoga disliked Pan Pan's gluttony, he didn't forget to fill his mouth, causing him to smile from ear to ear. After taking care of Pan Pan, Yen Zhaoga walked while examining the heavenly Lord Broad Accomplishment's severed arm. Chapter 1558. Although it still flickered with faint treasured radiances and was filled with spiritual chi, the severed arm no longer possessed any spirituality. The jade cauldron cultivated deity perished, and his remains remained intact. It flickered with radiances that resembled gold and jade, resembling both a jade statue and a metallic sword. Heavenly Lord Guangqing's arm, on the other hand, looked like stone and bronze at the same time, like rock and bronze. Xue Fei glanced at the severed arm held by Yen Zhaoga and slowly said, During the Great Calamity, our Taoism faced a calamity. No matter if it's the Heavenly Court's divine palace or the Three Clear lineage, they all suffered heavy losses. They might even be besieged by the other factions. Even the 9 underworld's evil devils, who are hated by the entire world, had the chance to take advantage of the chaos to take advantage of the situation. One could imagine how much hatred Taoism had garnered during the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian both nodded in silence. With one hand holding onto the severed arm, Yan Zhaoge formed a seal with his other hand. He extended his index and middle fingers, and a colorless and transparent dim blue flame flickered between them. As if he was smearing paint, Yan Zhaoge's fingertip swiped across the severed arm. A streak of fiery light lit up and remained on the severed arm. It didn't spread out and remained a straight line of fire. After observing for a while, Yan Zhaoge's expression dimmed. The broad accomplishment, Heavenly Lord Grand Master, might have perished as well. Xue Fei and Gao Qingxian both looked towards him. Yan Zhaoge explained, "My secret art reacted. This means 2 things. Firstly, the other parts of the broad accomplishment, Heavenly Lord's body, still exist in this world. This severed arm can guide us to it. Secondly, the technique's successful completion means that the other side of the ritual has also lost its vitality." Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly. Of course, it might be some other part of the broad accomplishment Grandmaster's body. For example, his right arm or one of his legs. Despite saying so, Xue Fei and Gao Qingxian knew that the situation wasn't optimistic. Broad accomplishment's cultivation was extremely high. Even if he was gravely injured, his transformation wouldn't leave behind a cripple. Under normal circumstances, a severed arm could be reborn by itself. Only when one's foundation was injured could it be difficult to recover like a person with flesh and blood, leaving behind obvious scars or even disabilities. Whether one could recover or not depended on the specific situation after the injury. Even if one could recover, it would take a long time. And the severed arm that lay before Yan Zhaoge and the others now belonged to the category of a heavy injury that struck at the very core. The serpent that Guang Qingzi killed was a grand heavenly realm devil lord after all. It was adept at concealing its strength, but once it erupted, it would be exceptionally ferocious and violent. With ancestor Guangqing's cultivation level when he was alive, even a strand of his hair could give birth to powerful spiritual energy, surpassing the cultivation of countless people in their lifetime. Xue Fei sighed and said, "We can't be sure yet. Let's wait and see." Yan Zhaoge continued, smiling bitterly. "If this thing in my hand was also a strand of hair, we could still be a little more optimistic. However, being able to cause this left hand to react, the other side must also be much bigger than a strand of hair. Too many seniors and mighty figures of the Tao sect perished during the great tribulation of the past." Xue Fei shook his head repeatedly. 10,000-year poison stream. Yan Zhaoge carefully observed the severed arm that still had fiery lines burning on its surface. After a while, he handed it over to Xue Fei beside him. After freeing his hand, Yan Zhaoge turned around and said to Gao Qingxian, "Let's begin." Gao Qingxian waved her hand, and a humongous piece of flesh appeared in front of everyone. It was the size of a small mountain. Moreover, the immortal trapping sword was inserted within, which shrunk the size of the piece of flesh. Otherwise, it might even fill up the entire cosmic void. Due to the immortal trapping sword suppression, Gao Qingxian could safely carry this piece of flesh along with her. Even so, the piece of flesh was still trembling slightly, as if it hadn't completely lost its vitality. Without the immortal trapping sword suppression, this piece of flesh might turn into the 6-tusked white elephant's clone within a short period of time. During the previous battle, the spirit tooth immortal was swept by the Ru-Yi golden cudgel, which tore off a piece of flesh. Pan Pan, who had a pair of dark circles under his eyes, moved his head closer. His nose twitched, and he blinked his eyes. Is this for me? You can even think of eating anything. You're really something. Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't think about this. I still have use for this piece of flesh. If you really want to eat the elephant's trunk is the true delicacy. The most delicious part of that big guy just now was his nose. Pan Pan immediately raised his two front claws and clapped them together in front of his chest, as if a human was clapping, elephant's trunk, elephant's trunk, elephant's trunk. Xue Fei looked at Yan Zhaoge with an amused expression. Although I know that the Pishio is omnivorous and doesn't mind meat or vegetables, why do I feel like it prefers meat the longer it interacts with you? Not really. Bamboo leaves and bamboo shoots are still its favorites. Only it's hard to find a bamboo forest that's filled with spirit qi. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. As its cultivation increases, it looks down on ordinary bamboo. That's why it seems like it prefers meat. At this point, Yan Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Its mouth has been raised by Yunsheng, only eating cooked meat. Xue Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As they chatted, they hurried on their way. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge's lower body did not stop moving. He deeply inserted his cyclic, heavenly seal fragment into the flesh in front of him. Gao Qingxian displayed the immortal slaughtering sword manual and controlled the immortal trapping sword, thoroughly extinguishing the vitality of the flesh. During this process, Yan Zhaoge continuously struck the flesh with his palm. Every palm was the jade-clear lineage's cyclic heavenly seal, and its power continuously poured into the flesh. Under Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's cooperation, the flesh gradually shrunk, and the immortal trapping sword no longer had to suppress it. After everything was done, Yan Zhaoge guided the fiery threads on the severed arm. The fiery lights seemed to have come alive, and they flowed towards the flesh. After the fiery lights on the severed arm were extinguished, Yan Zhaoge handed it to Gao Qingxian. Just do what I did earlier. Be careful. I'll be back soon. Gao Qingxian nodded. She wielded the immortal trapping sword and waved its tip in the air. Sword lights condensed into a dark red box, which stored the severed arm within. Then the immortal trapping sword was inserted into the severed arm, and the dark red box was sealed. She activated her sword lights, and they instantly disappeared. Yan Zhaoge and Xue Fei brought Pan Pan and the North Ocean clone along and continued flying within the void. After traveling for an unknown period of time, boundless starry clouds appeared in front of them, radiating brilliance. As the starlight circulated, it formed an ocean-like radiant fog, which enveloped the vast universe. All right, we're here. Yan Zhaoge and the others entered. How's your North Ocean clone's recovery? Looking at the radiant fog, Xue Fei asked, just now, when your North Ocean clone and Pan Pan manifested the golden body of the great sage, both of them wielded the Ru-Yi golden cudgel. Chapter 1559. While manifesting the golden body of the great sage was impressive, it wasn't something that could be done at any time. He had consumed too much energy before, so he would need to recuperate for a long time. The more energy he consumed, the shorter the duration he could last, and the longer he needed to recuperate. In the past few decades, the North Ocean clone, Xue Fei and Pan Pan had been refining the golden body of the great sage that was compatible with them. Under the influence of each other, the golden body of the great sage was manifested. However, combining the three bodies into one to manifest the true body of the great sage, heaven's equal, and brandishing the Rui Jingu Bang with all his might was still extremely exhausting. It should be fine for me to last through this battle. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he looked left and right, inspecting the environment of the sea of light before him. He took out the lump of flesh that looked like a severed arm. The flames on it condensed into a line, burning ceaselessly but in an orderly manner. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped on the flame. The line of fire swayed, and finally it could no longer maintain its stability. It expanded in all directions, instantly becoming blazing and exuberant. engulfing the mass of flesh and blood that resembled a human hand. The fragments of the flipping sky seal buried in his flesh and blood shone brightly, as if they were about to be ignited. Yan Zhaoge released his grip lightly, blazing fire drifting into the mist of light that resembled an ocean before him. Xue Fei took off the wineskin hanging on his waist, pulled out the cork, and raised his head to take 2 gulps. As he drank, he calmly watched the scene in front of him. The mist of light also began to burn, forming balls of light that spread into the surroundings. At this moment, the sea of light seemed to be boiling, and it kept surging. At this moment, rays of light suddenly flashed from different directions. More than one terrifying existence descended upon this part of the universe at the same time. Just one of them was already suffocating. At this moment, with so many experts here, there was no need for them to make a move. The solidified atmosphere almost directly tore the light fog apart. They had already clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other, causing the atmosphere to become extremely oppressive. However, both sides did not immediately erupt into a huge conflict, but first set their sights on finding the Zhu Xian ancient sword. As a result, layers of strange phenomena appeared, as if flowers were falling from the sky, covering the void. They've indeed all caught up. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth as he looked at Xu Fei. Xue Fei also smiled and put away the wineskin, hanging it back on his waist. The light mist above their heads was torn apart, and a terrifying aura instantly pressed down, as if the sky was collapsing. However, as the figures of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, Xu Fei and Pan Pan all shook, all-encompassing golden light shooting straight into the sky. Under the illumination of the light, the 3 mountain-like giant apes manifested their huge bodies. Like pillars supporting the sky, they once again propped up the falling sky. Demonic qi filled the air. Illuminated by the radiance of the golden body of the great sage, the existences in the void gradually revealed their true forms. They were no longer as difficult to observe and describe as before. The first to bear the brunt were Immortal Qiu Shou, Immortal Spirit Tooth, and the Sword Master of the 6 Paths, Chu Su. The person accompanying the 3 of them was a greater demon. He was clad in armor and wielded a trident. His face was dark as he stared at the 3 golden bodies of the great sage thoughtfully. Other than the 4 of them, there were 2 other silhouettes on the other side. While staring at Yan Zhaoge and the others, they were also wary of Chu Su, Qiu Shou Immortal, and the others. Of the 2 silhouettes, one was a Buddha sitting on a green lotus. His body was blue, and his right hand held a treasured pennant on his left shoulder, while his left hand held the Dhyana seal. The other was a youth with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a vertical eye on his forehead. 3 demon race great sages. One was a Buddha who attained enlightenment, one was a grand heavenly realm heretic, and one was an immortal court heretic heavenly immortal. A total of 6 grand heavenly realm experts descended upon this place. Just the collisions of their powers, which they intentionally restrained, was enough to cause the space here to feel as if it was being torn apart. However, when they descended upon this place, they all frowned. The immortal exterminating sword isn't here. Immortal Qiu Shou extended his head and said with a hint of frustration. Chu Su flipped his wrist, and a small portion of the cyclic heavenly seal was held in his palm. Golden red fiery radiance flickered on its surface. On the other side, the 3-eyed youth with 3 heads and 6 arms was also looking at the small bell in his hand in astonishment. Junior, you deserve to die. The Spirit Tooth Immortal widened his eyes and stared at the center of the blazing sea of radiance, at the piece of flesh that no longer retained its original shape. Due to being slashed by the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Manual and the Immortal Trapping Sword, the flesh's vitality and spirituality were erased. As such, the Spirit Tooth Immortal didn't realize that the flesh they were after wasn't Guang Chengzi's severed arm. Instead, it was the flesh on his buttocks that was previously swept away by the Ru-Yi golden cudgel. Now that he saw it, How could the spirit tooth immortal not recognize it? He was instantly enraged. Chu Su stared at the flesh for a long while, looking at the blazing radiance and the cyclic heavenly seals fragments revealed after the flesh was burnt. He gradually understood. The three-headed youth also regained his senses. This is the place you guys prepared beforehand. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to conceal ourselves. Yan Zhaoga smiled slightly. Before they found Guang Chengzi's severed arm, they had found a place to disguise themselves and hide themselves. After finding Guang Chengzi's severed arm, Yan Zhaoga dealt with it using a secret art and passed it to Gao Qingxian. Then, the others acted as if nothing had happened. They pretended to follow the clues and returned here. Yan Zhaoga raised his head and looked at the three-headed, six-armed youth. Greetings, Lord of the Year. Although I've long heard of it, I still feel regretful after seeing it with my own eyes. In the past, even the three clear lineage had joined the heretics. Disregarding He Mian who had betrayed them, the immortal realm experts who joined the immortal court heretics after the great calamity, no matter if they were Gao Jining, Qiao Bao, Yu Hualong, Zhao Jiang, or the other three clear lineages, branch lineage, or lone cultivators, none of them could be considered as part of the three clear lineage. Even with the development of the immortal court heretics, the three clear lineages' martial arts had never been seen. However, there were still exceptions. After getting closer to the southern extremity longevity emperor and incongruence divine mother, Yan Zhaoga had learned more about the immortal court experts. Naturally, he had heard of the Lord of the Year, Grand Longevity Heavenly Lord, Yin Jiao, the three-headed, six-armed heretic heavenly immortal with the appearance of a youth was none other than Yin Jiao. Before I enter the investiture gods and enter the heavenly court's divine palace, I'm afraid that I'm no longer part of the three clear lineage, said Yin Jiao indifferently. Qiu Shou Immortal snorted coldly. That young lady who wields the immortal trapping sword isn't here. Could she have used the immortal trapping sword to seal Guang Chengzi's item and went to search for the immortal exterminating sword alone? It might not be safe if she's alone. Although we fell for your tricks, there are still others around. When the time comes, we can obtain the immortal trapping sword as well. Yan Zhaoga spread his palms and smiled. Naturally, it's not just Senior Gao alone. There's someone else capable of unleashing the might of the immortal exterminating and immortal trapping sword. Chapter 1560. Hearing Yan Zhaoga's words, Qiu Shou Immortal's expression froze. Wudong, Gao Qingxian was of the prime clear lineage and was in the grand virtual immortal realm. Her talents were outstanding, and her strength was extraordinary. A name immediately appeared in Immortal Qiu Shou's mind. There was someone more suitable than her to wield the immortal slaying sword and the immortal trapping sword. Currently, she was the strongest known expert of the prime clear lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure's direct lineage, the incongruence divine mother who had attained the grand heavenly immortal realm in the ancient era. Gao Qingxian was from the incongruence divine mother's lineage. In the past, when Yan Zhaoga was searching for the immortal trapping sword, he had asked the incongruence divine mother to spread fake news regarding the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord on his behalf to attract the attention of other forces. As a grand heavenly immortal, the incongruence divine mother was currently the leader of the prime clear lineage. Her actions would naturally attract the attention of the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the demon race, and the Western Pure Lands. With that, even if the incongruence divine mother knew where the immortal trapping sword was, it would be difficult for her to search for it herself. She would be easily intercepted and surrounded. The incongruence divine mother was also a pragmatic person. As such, she agreed to Yan Zhaoga's suggestion. With her grand heavenly realm status, she helped Yan Zhaoga and the others to cover for him. In the end, Yan Zhaoga's group would be able to locate the immortal trapping sword and successfully bring it back. And now, to search for the immortal slaying ancient sword, the Taoist faction had adopted a completely different method compared to the last time. The first time, he didn't find the ancient sword. Instead, he found Guang Chengzi's severed arm. In the end, he was obstructed by the horned head immortal, the spirit tooth immortal, and Chu Su. After repelling them, Yen Jiaoge changed his way of thinking. This time they would act as a cover and contact the Incongruence Divine Mother to make a move. The Incongruence Divine Mother was the one who truly obtained the immortal slaying sword. Namo Amitba. The red inferno, Yamuni Buddha chanted and said, "Benefactor Yen, good trick. Even though you were prepared beforehand, you still managed to deceive so many of us. It is truly admirable." He looked at Yen Jiaoge and shook his head lightly. "Perhaps in our hearts, you and the 3 golden bodies of the great sage pose a greater threat than any other Taoism heavenly immortal. It wasn't because of his potential or future threat, but because of the influence and importance he had right now. At the very least, Yen Jiaoge's usefulness in searching for the immortal exterminating 4 swords was undoubtedly greater than the Incongruence Divine Mother. During the search for the immortal trapping sword, Yen Jiaoge's first spell had caught everyone off guard. It was also because of this that Wang Guan, Chu Su, and the others suffered from a lack of manpower. Since then, the others realized that Taoism had intentions, and more importantly, they had the ability to find and retrieve the 4 celestial slaying swords, in hopes of recreating the terrifying celestial slaying formation. The key here was Yen Jiaoge. Therefore, there was a slight commotion this time. Although the fake Buddhas, fake Taoists, the Western Buddhist lands, and the demon race were still fighting each other, they still managed to send some people to search for the sword in time. In the end, it was Yen Jiaoge and the others who had drawn their attention this time. "The red inferno, Dvajra Buddha," Lord said slowly, "but it's precisely because of this that even though we've lost the immortal slaying ancient sword, it would still be a good outcome if we could keep you here." "The red inferno Dhamma, Lord overpraises me. This Yen is flattered." Yen Jiaoge stood on the shoulder of the North Ocean clone's giant ape and scanned the surroundings. Immortal Chiao Shou said coldly, "Don't be too proud, kid. I'll take you down first. Then we'll talk about other things." As he spoke, his body shook, and he immediately revealed the ferocious appearance of a green-furred lion that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth. He opened his mouth wide and bit towards Yen Jiaoge and the others. The heretics have been developing too quickly these few years. How about we deal with them first? Then we'll talk about our matters. Yin Jiao also said to Chu Su and the other 2 great demons. "That's exactly what I'm thinking." The spirit tooth immortal let out a long cry. He also revealed the form of the 6-tusked white elephant and stomped downwards. The 3-pronged steel trident was a great demon. Although he had the appearance of a rat, his aura was ferocious and dignified. He looked at the red inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord coldly before stabbing towards the 3 giant apes that were surrounded. Yen Jiaoge clasped his palms together, and the blazing radiance around him transformed into shooting stars that scattered in all directions with a horrifying momentum. Although he had acted as a distraction to attract the enemy's attention, he didn't plan on abandoning his pawn. He wanted to kill his way out of the encirclement. The 3 giant apes roared in unison and soared into the sky. Yen Jiaoge allowed the golden body of the great sage formed by the North Ocean clone to protect them. Then he tapped the air with his finger, and the grand commencement earlier heaven chi shot out from his fingertip. The demon monkey opened his mouth and spat out the earlier heaven chi. It split into 3 within the void and transformed into 3 streams of clear air. Even if the 3 golden bodies of the great sage had the Ru-E golden cudgel, they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. However, the great sage equaling heavens wasn't the same. Previously, he had wreaked havoc in the immortal court's heavenly palace with his bare fists. Now that he had the Ru-E golden cudgel, he could ignore the disparity in numbers. However, just as the demon monkey made his move and spat out the clear air, the great demon that wielded the trident did the same thing. He looked at the Soon Earth and opened his mouth 3 times. Then he exhaled and blew out. In an instant, A gust of raging wind blew in the surrounding cosmos, enveloping the entire place in a yellow blur. The universe was on the verge of collapsing, and even the void of eternity was trembling. The demon monkey opened his mouth and spat out 3 streams of clear air. All of them were diverted and couldn't land on the other 2 golden bodies of the great sage in time. As if an ancient divine mountain was forcefully uprooted from the ground, the 3 gigantic apes were all blown away. Their bodies spun around, and they couldn't even open their eyes. The Ru-E golden cudgel faced the void. The Ru-E golden cudgel didn't move, but the 3 demon monkeys still couldn't stand still. Wherever the yellow winds passed, the stars in the sky would be thrown into chaos. Even the green-furred lion wouldn't be able to swallow people. He was a little resentful. However, he still sneered as he looked at the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. "Are you still so arrogant now?" "Yellow wind, great sage, yellow wind monster," the demon monkey yelled. The demon race, great sage, didn't reply. He held the trident in his hand and spat out another stream of samadhi divine wind. His wind was not the same as fireworks. If Yen Jiaoga and the others were blinded by the smoke, they could try using the 3 brilliances, sacred water, to block it. However, this wind could scatter the 3 brilliances, sacred water. While the sacred water was strong, its quantity was too little. It couldn't withstand the yellow wind monster's continuous attacks. Even if it could protect one's eyes, the earlier heaven's unity of qi would always be diverted. "Since we're here to look for you, we must have a way to deal with you." The spirit tooth immortal smiled proudly. He touched his injured buttocks and felt enraged. He immediately thrusted his spear forward. The Chiu Shou immortal, Chu Su, the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, and Yin Jiao surrounded him as well. The yellow wind monster retracted his wind and didn't attack. Instead, he stood at the periphery and suppressed the others. As long as the demon monkey had the intention to reverse the transformation of the 3 clears and reveal the great sage equaling heaven's true body, he would immediately spit out a stream of samadhi, divine wind. After interrupting Yen Jiaoga and the others' transformation, the other 5 would once again attack together. Without the divine wind to distract them, the 3 golden bodies of the great sage were still as ferocious as ever. The Ru-E golden cudgel was still forcing their opponents to dodge. Only they couldn't break out of the encirclement easily. Chapter 1561. Being trapped and unable to break out of the encirclement. To Yen Jiaoga and the others, this was bad news. This was because the golden body of the great sage could not last long in battle. Even if he did not reveal his true body of the great sage, heaven's equal, just brandishing the Rui Jingu Bang would be extremely exhausting. As time passed, even if the yellow wind monster didn't unleash the Samadhi divine wind, Yen Jiaoga and the others wouldn't have enough strength to manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true form. However, none of his opponents were easy to deal with, be it Spirit Tooth Immortal, Chiu Shou Immortal, or Red Inferno Kittagarbha Buddha. They were all veteran grand, heavenly realm experts with powerful ultimate moves. The elite of the 6 paths, Chu Su, was a Buddhist heretic expert who surpassed his master, the treasured sword Buddha Lord. He was no weaker than genuine grand, heavenly realm experts like Deity Chiu Shou and the others. In a 4-on-3 situation, other than having to guard against the Rui Jingu Bang's overwhelming power, they were not at a disadvantage. Yin Jiao was born in the primordial age, but he stagnated in the grand virtual immortal realm. After entering the immortal court, he successfully passed the primordial heavenly tribulation. His talent and strength were not comparable to the heretic Chu Su. However, he had his own methods. He didn't directly clash against Yen Jiaoga and the others' golden body of the great sage. Instead, he cautiously stood at the periphery, took out the soul-absorbing bell and started shaking it. This soul-assimilating bell was a supreme treasure that he had obtained from the Lord of Guangqing. When the bell rang, it would suck away one's soul and cause one to lose their life unknowingly. It was extremely overbearing. Xue Fei and the other two manifested their golden bodies of the great sage, allowing them to run rampant in the great void and challenge grand heavenly immortals. However, it was not entirely their own strength. Instead, it was the result of combining their bodies with the golden bodies of the great sage. The North Ocean clone, Xue Fei and Pan Pan felt especially uncomfortable after being shaken by the soul-absorbing bells ringing. They had to divert their attention to stabilize the changes in their souls and the golden body of the great sage. With the Ru-Yi golden cudgel in hand, Yen Zhaoga's side was surrounded by the horned head immortal, the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha King, and the other grand heavenly realm experts. However, even with everyone else added together, the pressure that the yellow wind monster brought to Yen Zhaoga and the others was still not as great as the pressure that the yellow wind monster brought to them. This monster's cultivation may not be as strong as Immortal Spirit Tooth and Immortal Chiao Shou, but the Samadhi Divine Wind was really mysterious and overbearing. It was comparable to the golden light and yellow fog of the old centipede of the 100-eyed Demon Lord. The 100-eyed Demon Lord was in the small saint realm of the demon race. When he unleashed his innate ability, the 100 eyes beneath his ribs, golden radiance flickered and yellow mist covered the sky. Not to mention those in the grand virtual realm. Even those who had ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm could not do anything to him. As a great sage demon, the yellow wind monster was naturally much stronger than the 100-eyed demon monarch, especially his Samadhi divine wind. In terms of its profundities, it happened to counter Yen Zhaoga's technique of combining the three golden bodies of the great sage with the help of the one quintessence, three clears transformation. It was no wonder that Immortal Chiao Shou and the other two dared to continue chasing after him after suffering a loss. Here, the Spirit Tooth Immortal used the same trick. He flicked his long nose and once again swept towards the Ru-Yi Jingu Bang. Yen Zhaoga's North Ocean clone, who had transformed into a demon monkey, wielded the Ru-Yi golden cudgel and suddenly inhaled. Then, the gigantic demon body that seemed to be able to support the heavens and the divine metal treasure in his hand that seemed like a pillar that supported the heavens suddenly shrunk together. When the Spirit Tooth Immortal's long nose missed, the shrunken demon monkey lifted the metal rod and smashed it towards the gigantic elephant's nostril. The six-tusked white elephant was so frightened that it hurriedly retracted its long nose. However, while the Ru-Yi Jingu Bang was intimidating the Spirit Tooth Immortal, Immortal Chiao Shou, and Chu Su joined hands to attack the second demon monkey that Pan Pan had transformed into. The third demon monkey that Xue Fei had transformed into wanted to help. But suddenly, a rain of fire descended from above. The red Inferno Dhamma Buddha finally opened the treasured pagoda in his hand and tossed it into the air. Then, countless crimson flames fell down from the open, treasured pagoda. The crimson flames seemed illusory and weren't scorching. They seemed to ignore everything in the outside world and directly reached one's soul. It was the Buddhism's red lotus cleansing fire, which was extremely powerful. The demon monkey that Xue Fei had transformed into shook his body and seemed to have turned illusory as well. Then, the demon monkey leaped and turned from illusory to solid. As his illusory state changed, he jumped out of the treasured pagoda's range and headed towards the other side of the battlefield, attacking the Immortal Chiao Shou and helping Pan Pan. The red Inferno Dhamma Buddha wasn't anxious even after his first attack failed. He continued his pincer attack. After all, the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. When the three golden bodies of the great sage were exhausted, it would be a piece of cake for them. Compared to Yen Zhaoga and the others, the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha and the others were more wary of the periphery. They were wary of Gao Qingxian, who might return, and even the incongruence Divine Mother, who had successfully obtained the immortal exterminating sword. The yellow wind monster had been standing by the periphery. Other than using the Samadhi divine wind to assist them, it had never entered the battlefield. In fact, it was in charge of being vigilant and preventing anyone from aiding Yen Zhaoga's group. Although the demon race and the Western Pure Lands had other experts lurking around, the Yellow Wind Monster and the others didn't let down their guard. As the two sides fought, the Yellow Wind Monster's eyeballs suddenly moved. Then, dark red sword lights suddenly appeared within the void. Under the sword light's illumination, Gao Qingxian had returned with the immortal trapping sword. She didn't travel together with the incongruent's Divine Mother. Instead, after handing Guang Chengzi's severed arm to her, she immediately returned to regroup with Yan Zhaoge and the others. As such, she wasn't late. After appearing, Gao Qingxian targeted the weakest enemy, the immortal court's Tai Sui heavenly lord, Yin Jiao. The dark red sword lights flickered and slashed towards Yin Jiao's soul-sucking bell. With the Yellow Wind Monster's warning, Yin Jiao turned his body and evaded Gao Qingxuan's sword lights. With the immortal trapping sword in hand, Gao Qingxuan's sword lights became faster and fiercer. Yin Jiao didn't dare to delay. He brandished the square, heavenly halberd with both hands and shook the soul-sucking bell towards Gao Qingxian. With how sharp this treasure was, Gao Qingxian, who was still a virtual immortal, instantly felt her mind wavering. It was as if her cultivation hadn't reached the profound immortal realm, yet she was being suppressed by the sonorous voice of the great Tao. However, the immortal trapping sword was marvelous. As the sword lights flickered, it enveloped Gao Qingxian, preventing her soul from being sucked away by the soul-sucking bell. Only Gao Qingxuan's attacks became vulnerable. Yin Jiao immediately stabilized his footing and even brandished the square, heavenly halberd to counterattack. However, at this moment, Yin Jiao's heart was suddenly alerted and chills ran down his entire body. A shivering fear nearly paralyzed his entire body. Chills surged up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Within the pitch-black cosmic void, a soundless and formless saber light blended into the darkness and appeared behind Yin Jiao without any signs. Wherever the saber light passed by, all creation ceased to exist. Principles crumbled. Time and space became chaotic, lives withered, and all living things perished. Everything seemed to have reached its end. It was abrupt yet natural, as if this was how it should be. The Yellow Wind Monster sensed something amiss and spat out a mouthful of Samadhi Divine Wind in an attempt to intercept the saber light. However, wherever the saber light passed by, even the tyrannical and profound Samadhi Divine Wind was sliced apart. It was as if doomsday had arrived, destroying everything in its path. Chapter 1562. The blade was as black as ink. His palm was as white as jade. One by one, they emerged from the darkness, followed by the figure of a woman in white. Previously it was silent, but at this moment the saber light flashed and the wind and clouds appeared. The formless saber light tore through the Samadhi Divine Wind, finally revealing its true form, the hidden ruthlessness and determination, the tyrannical true intent of destruction, all burst forth. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Feng Yunqing's eyes flickered with black light. The twin flowers above her head converged, manifesting a terrifying chaotic abyss that merged with her entire body. The extremely domineering Luo Yuan chaos annihilation directly broke Yin Jiao's halberd. The saber light did not diminish and continued to slash towards Yin Jiao. She's still a grand virtual realm cultivator. Her immortal core power can't hurt me, a grand, all-embracing immortal. No. Yin Jiao was planning to use his grand, all-embracing, heavenly immortal body to block Feng Yunqing's saber if he could not dodge in time. Through the victorious Fighting Buddha and the others who had fought with Feng Yunqing, the Celestial Court already knew that the doomsday, heavenly demon's authority that Feng Yunqing had obtained was incomplete. Although she was ferocious, she could not kill heaven immortals as a virtual immortal like those who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. Therefore, when Yin Jiao saw that Feng Yunqing only had the twin flowers above her head, he was shocked but not afraid. However, after carefully sensing the saber light, Yin Jiao's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shook the soul-absorbing bell. Under the illumination of the dark saber light, the invisible bell sound seemed to solidify. When the saber light shone on the soul-stirring bell, it immediately vanished into thin air. That terrifying saber light continued to descend. Finally, Yin Jiao came to his senses and hurriedly dodged. However, his arm that was holding the soul-absorbing bell was directly chopped off by Feng Yunqing's saber. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, but one of his heads and 2 of his arms were severed in an instant. Yin Jiao screamed and fell back. The yellow wind monster, Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, Qiu Shou Immortal, and the others were all shocked. In the dark void, in an ominous abyss of chaos, Feng Yunqing's figure rose and fell, appearing and disappearing, like the embodiment and dominator of the end of creation. It was indescribable, like chaos. At the same time, it caused one to involuntarily feel a strange feeling of numbness and despair. Yin Jiao's severed head and arm disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed in this world. Looking at the wounds on Yin Jiao's body, they seemed to be eternal and would never heal. The doomsday heavenly demon's authority that she inherited should have been incomplete. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord's expression was solemn. She took a step forward and approached the doomsday heavenly demon. Chu Su, on the other hand, recalled a person he had come into contact with in the past. At that time, he was not yet a grand heavenly immortal, and the other party was only a tranquil, profound immortal. One of the world beyond worlds, new Kunlu 9 luminaries, the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua. In the Kunlu 9 luminaries, he was the most proficient in sneak attacks and assassinations. Without any warning, he suddenly attacked and killed, killing with a single slash. Then he disappeared into the distance. Feng Yunqing's slash just now contained the essence of Jian Shanhua's secret techniques. Even Jian Shanhua herself might not be able to unleash such a ferocious slash at the same level of cultivation. Even the Yellow Gale Beast and the other grand heavenly realm experts had to wait until the instant Feng Yunqing made her move, because her killing intent wasn't directed at them. Only then did they realize that she had silently arrived nearby. Yan Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunqing and sighed in his heart. Yunqing, this is your true elegance. Cultivating the doomsday saber of the sweeping abyss chaos extinguishing allowed Feng Yunqing's strength to increase tremendously. However, in order to overcome the devilish intent that was corroding her mental state, Feng Yunqing had been suppressing her sharpness most of the time. This actually went against her usual temperament and martial will. For example, it was like a saber. The material of the saber was getting better, but its sharpness was getting duller. Just like in the past, when Feng Yunqing entered the broad Creed Mountain, she ate well, wore well, and lived in a good environment. She no longer had to go through hardships and dangers. However, as her cultivation increased, Feng Yunqing deeply felt that she had become stronger and weaker at the same time. As a result, she clenched her teeth and left the broad Creed Mountain. She suppressed her longing for Yan Zhaoge and left the broad Creed Mountain to train by herself. That was how she entered the 9 underworlds. However, during the time she trained by herself and fought against Jian Shanhua in the 9 underworlds, Feng Yunqing felt that she had been reborn and improved rapidly once again. After that, due to the doomsday heavenly devil's authority, she sheathed her saber once again. Under the circumstances, she ascended to the pinnacle of the grand virtual realm. For a long period of time, she was the strongest expert beneath the grand heavenly realm. She could even fight against some grand heavenly realm opponents. However, Feng Yunqing felt that it wasn't enough. In the past, she continuously fought against the 9 underworld's great devils. In the end, she still lost to the devil of aged metal. While Yan Zhaoge and the others were feeling frustrated, Feng Yunqing was feeling dissatisfied as well. She wanted to further sharpen her devilish saber. Ever since she successfully found the immortal trapping sword and returned to the sky beyond skies, Feng Yunxing had been cultivating in seclusion, other than discussing the Tao with Yan Zhaoge and the others. She was studying by herself. She started to face the shackles that she was once afraid of with a more proactive and unyielding attitude. She began to study the essence of Jian Xuanhua's martial art seriously, who had caused her so much suffering and put her in danger. Feng Yunxing's martial arts were open and unrestrained. She used both toughness and gentleness, and it was upright and dignified. She didn't blindly transform her martial arts concept into Jian Xuanhua's assassin Tao. Instead, she fused them together. In the end, it formed a hidden and violent style that was first restrained and then released. It was as if he was fighting the waves and brandishing an awl, or the collapse of a glacier. She began to delve deeper into and understand the demonic thoughts that made her so afraid and bound her hands and feet, cautiously but fearlessly. While fighting against it, she was also continuously sharpening her willpower. She hoped to get closer, go deeper, grasp more, and control more. This was also the reason why she comprehended and fused Jian Xuanhua's martial arts concept. First, she hid her edge, then revealed it. She suppressed her desire to show it, hid it quietly, and suppressed her own edge. From tender to mature, she unleashed it all at once, forming a ruthless saber that was close to an assassination. However, it only strengthened the horrifying power of Lu Yuan's chaos extinguishing. Killing two birds with one stone, Feng Yunxing's new saber art transformation was formed. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It also allowed her saber's edge to successfully cross a certain boundary. As such, the true doomsday saber descended upon the world. It was comparable to the Prime Clear's chaos extinguishing and the Grand Virtual Saber's ability to kill grand heavenly realm experts. This was also the first time Feng Yunxing unleashed her saber after 50 years of seclusion. It formed an effect similar to the Prime Clear sheathing edge and nurturing sword. This saber slash didn't target others, but only targeted the grand heavenly realm. With the heavenly immortal's blood, this saber was sharpened. With this saber, Feng Yunxing had also achieved perfection, slashing apart the origin heavenly tribulation. She had stepped into the grand heavenly realm. Her entire body sunk into the abyss of chaos. Between the two flowers, a third radiance gradually appeared at the center. 3 flowers converged crown, 5 Qis unification. Profound syllables resounded from the abyss of chaos. Although there were other grand heavenly realm experts around, they couldn't see Feng Yunxing's true appearance. Chapter 1563. As Feng Yunxing ascended to the grand heavenly realm, an ancient bronze bell appeared amidst the void, which seemed to be different from the world. Before the bell rang, a pitch-black ancient mirror suddenly appeared. A pure white mirror radiance condensed on the pitch-black ancient mirror, which shone towards the ancient bronze bell. The ancient bell trembled slightly, and the bell rang, which shook the pure white mirror radiance away. At the same time, a green lotus appeared. The green lotus wasn't fighting against the ancient bronze bell, like when Yan Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the immortal court. Instead, it was fighting against the pitch-black mirror. The black mirror couldn't hold on against the two at all. It retreated and disappeared. However, after being obstructed by the black mirror, the green lotus and the bronze bell's advancement paused for a moment. At this moment, within the void's boundless outskirts, the situation of the battle was completely reversed. As the cosmos shook, a formless saber light flew out from the chaotic abyss formed by Feng Yunxing. Where the saber light passed by, everything seemed to have been forcefully stopped, entering into nothingness. It no longer transformed, as if it would forever remain in the state of nothingness. The horrifying saber light ignored Yin Jiao and slashed towards the yellow wind monster. The yellow wind monster's expression was solemn. He looked at the Soon Earth, opened his mouth 3 times, and blew out a breath. The cosmos was instantly enveloped by flying sand and pebbles. The violent Samadhi divine wind caused the sky to darken, and the universe to lose its light. However, the saber light that flew out from the chaotic abyss slashed apart the Samadhi divine wind like a hot knife through butter. Feeling the changes within, the yellow wind monster's heart tightened, and he cursed in his heart. Just like how the golden light and yellow fog spurted out by the 100-eyed demon lord's 1,000 eyes were the foundation of his existence, the Samadhi divine wind was also the yellow wind monster's strongest trump card. When fighting against others, it was more useful than anything else. However, Feng Yunqing's saber light was even more sinister and tyrannical than his and the 100-eyed demon lord's abilities. When the saber light slashed down, not only did it slash apart the Samadhi divine wind, but the yellow wind monster also felt that the effects of his abilities were being weakened and completely destroyed by the saber light. Compared to the time when she fought against the 100-eyed demon lord in the grand virtual immortal realm, Feng Yunqing's saber art concept was even more ferocious and powerful. Under the continuous attacks of the terrifying saber edge, as time passed, it seemed like it was going to cripple the yellow wind monster's Samadhi divine wind. If this battle continued, even if he could escape with his life under the saber light, the Samadhi divine wind would be crippled, and he would not be able to use it again. It was the great Tao of heaven and earth that had fused and resonated with him, and it had been fundamentally severed. However, if he didn't use the Samadhi divine wind, it would be difficult for him to withstand Feng Yunqing's ferocious might. With a single slash of his saber, the 3-pronged steel fork was instantly split into 2. Under the shroud of the saber radiance, the unique mystical abilities of the grand heavenly immortal realm seemed to no longer exist. Luo Yuan Primal Destruction. The all heavens abyss, the abyss of the grand Tao. Once one entered this abyss, the grand Tao wouldn't exist, and one wouldn't be at ease in all space and time. In the chaos abyss, Feng Yunqing's figure appeared again. She was still dressed in white, and her hair was tied into a simple ponytail. Her face was elegant, and her eyes were filled with black light. The yellow wind monster was forced into a difficult situation by her, and the Samadhi divine wind could no longer be fierce. The 3 golden bodies of the great sage roared into the sky. One of the demonic monkeys spat out a stream of clear qi, which split into 3 in the air and landed on itself and the other 2 demonic monkeys. The expressions of the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, Immortal Chiu Shou, and the other attackers changed drastically. Then they saw the 3 golden bodies of the great sage shrouded in golden light. Amidst the deafening roars, boundless demonic qi soared into the sky. An existence even more terrifying than Feng Yunqing had appeared. Without any hesitation, the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha brought Yin Jiao and fled as fast as he could. Immortal Chiu Shou and Immortal Spirit Tooth also turned and fled without looking back. The yellow wind monster turned into a demonic wind, avoided Feng Yunqing's saber light, and carried Chu Su away. However, even though they ran fast, an unparalleled demonic monkey had already appeared in the golden light. As it sneered, it swung the Ru Yi Jingu Bang in its hand and swept over. The universe in front of them was completely destroyed. The red Inferno Dhamma Buddha's accompanying treasure pagoda was instantly smashed into powder. He hurriedly flipped the golden lamp above his head, and the light overturned. The Saraira fell down and shielded him. Without any pause, the perfectly round Saraira was smashed by the rod. Even the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha was sent flying and fell onto the green lotus platform. Yin Jiao gritted his teeth and endured his injuries. He turned and fled with the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, who was in an even worse state than him. Immortal Spirit Tooth's speed was slower than Immortal Chiu Shou and the Yellow Wind Monster, so he fell behind. Seeing the ferocious, godly precious metal sweeping over, he had no choice but to wave his trunk to block. The elephant trunk that could topple divine mountains and sever galaxies shook as if it was electrocuted the moment it came into contact with the Ru Yi Jingu Bang. Then it broke in the middle. Immortal Spirit Tooth screamed in pain. The elephant trunk was broken in an instant, and the 6 thick elephant tusks were all shattered by the Ru I Jingu Bang. Immortal Chiao Shou and the yellow wind monster opened their mouths at the same time. One of their mouths emitted a suction force that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth and suck in the stars and moon, while the other spat out a samadhi divine wind that blew across the universe. One sucking and one blowing, they tried to shake the Ru I Jingu Bang. However, the wind, clouds, time, and space were disrupted, and the attack still hit Immortal Spirit Tooth. This attack was much more ruthless than when the great virtual-level demonic monkey waved the Ru I Jingu Bang. Immortal Spirit Tooth was an ancient variant 6-tusked white elephant. He possessed godly strength, and his skin was thick and tough. However, after taking this attack, his flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and his internal organs were shattered. His soul almost jumped out of his body. He felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. He opened his mouth to breathe, but he couldn't make a sound due to the pain. Just as Immortal Chiao Shou was about to rescue him, Feng Yunqing's figure silently appeared beside Immortal Spirit Tooth and slashed down with her saber. The huge elephant head was instantly separated from his body. Seeing the demonic monkey's gaze landing on him, Immortal Chiao Shou didn't dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly escaped with the demonic wind. The yellow wind monster didn't dare to get closer and used the samadhi divine wind to blow at the demonic monkey's eyes. It could only flee far away. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing didn't chase after it. Instead, they quickly left this place as well. In the process of leaving, the demonic monkey that filled up the heavens and earth kept the Ru I Jingu Bang and transformed back into golden radiances, splitting into 3 golden bodies of the great sage. 2 of the golden bodies of the great sage reverted to Shui, Fei, and Pan-Pan's appearances. The remaining giant ape opened its mouth and swallowed Feng Yunqing. As Feng Yunqing's figure transformed, she turned into a chaotic abyss. Then she shrunk towards the center, as if the heavens and earth had returned to the primordial chaos. In the end, Feng Yunqing's figure reappeared and jumped out from that point. As for the chaotic point that couldn't be described, it transformed again. It had a concrete form, which could be observed, analyzed, and described. In the end, it slowly turned into a black saber. Feng Yunqing kept the saber back into its scabbard. The previous ruthless and desolate aura disappeared, as if she had turned into an ordinary person who knew nothing about martial arts. Thanks to what you've learned, I wouldn't end up like Senior Su-Ah and Incongruent's Divine Mother. Otherwise, I would have turned into the wife-gazing stone again, said Yan Zhaoge with a smile. Feng Yunqing smiled as well. Be careful, be careful. Then her figure leaped up and shrunk into a stream of radiance, which flew into Yan Zhaoge's right pupil. I definitely can't use my left or right hand. Yan Zhaoge blinked his right eye and stroked his chin. Then he flew out from the golden body of the great sage. Let's go and see if the Incongruent's Divine Mother has found the immortal extermination sword. The golden body of the great sage transformed back into the North Ocean clone's appearance. Gao Qingxian brought everyone along and quickly left. Chapter 1564. Just now, I vaguely felt the vast freedom heavenly devil. Feng Yunqing's voice resounded from Yan Zhaoge's right eye. The immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha are still fighting for the humanly essence stone's fragment. They're probably too busy to deal with it. Yan Zhaoge said, however, the Amitabha Buddha and the East Sovereign might still be paying attention to us. Yunqing, your ascension to the grand heavenly realm would definitely attract their attention. As such, after the Red Inferno Yamada Buddha, Yellow Wind Monster, Dragon Head Immortal, and the others retreated, Yan Zhaoge's group didn't pursue them. Instead, they retracted their figures. A new grand heavenly immortal from the orthodox Taoism would attract the attention of many. Compared to Sua Mingzhang, Feng Yunqing's situation was a little more unique. Whether she was a grand heavenly immortal created by the three clear lineage was still unknown. Traces of the 9 underworlds still existed on her, since it involved the 6th ancestral devil, the doomsday heavenly devil. Everyone would pay attention to it. This was also the reason why the 5th ancestral devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil were alarmed. However, the vast freedom heavenly devil might be helping us this time. Only, he definitely doesn't have any good intentions. He's doing this for the sake of the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly and he muttered. Within his pupils, Feng Yunqing's voice calmed down. Xue Fei and Gao Qingxian both looked over. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. We can't see the other party's chess strategy clearly. However, most of them are still setting up the pieces. He lightly rubbed his temples. From the looks of it, Jian Xunhua's matter was merely a gamble between the two sides. Victory and defeat depended on each side's capabilities. I won't lose. Feng Yunqing's voice finally resounded, calm and peaceful. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly and caressed his right eye with his finger. According to the rumors, the vast freedom heavenly devil hadn't appeared for many years. Now he has finally reappeared. Xue Fei slowly said, the great Tao ancestors have made their moves as well. I heard that the Amitabha Buddha has always been peaceful. However, from the looks of it, that doesn't seem to be the case. Yan Zhaoge waved his hand. After the Middle Era, the central blessed lands of Saha prospered, which was why the Amitabha Buddha and the Western Pure Lands didn't do anything. However, don't forget that during the ancient era, the Western sect's second patriarch, the Amitabha Buddha, or the guide Taoist, was the great sect master. He single-handedly received the 3,000 worldly guests, which was how Buddhism's foundation was established. There's news from the Holy Mother. Gao Qingxian smiled and said, the immortal-slaying ancient sword has been obtained. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei both heaved sighs of relief, high-fiving each other in celebration. However, Empyrean Jade, Clear Guangqing has indeed perished. After Gao Qingxuan's happiness subsided, she recalled something and let out a soft sigh. The Divine Mother found his corpse along with the sword. Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei both shook their heads, the joy on their faces vanishing. Although they had guessed it before, now that it was confirmed, it still made them sigh. The Lord of Guangqing had the reputation of being the first disciple of the Jade illusory lineage. He was one of the proudest disciples of the Jade clear lineage's founder, the primordial heavenly Lord. After the ancient era of investitures of the gods, the 3 clear lineage transcended, and the 3 clear lineage became independent of the heavenly court's divine palace. Guangqing Zi had always been viewed as the leader of the Jade clear lineage. Unexpectedly, many years later, he still met with a tribulation and perished during the Great Calamity. It was hard to tell if it was due to the past grudges or the fact that he wielded the immortal-slaying ancient sword. When Yan Zhaoge and the others met up with the incongruous Divine Mother, within a world of sword lights, an ancient sword flickering with dense green radiances hovered in midair. Beneath the ancient sword, a figure with a heavy and majestic aura sat in a lotus position. Although he was missing an arm and was lacking perfection, one could still feel his majesty and demeanor when he was alive. While others admired him, he didn't lack any sharpness. When the Lord of Guangqing was alive, he was one of the few great sword cultivators of the Jade clear lineage other than the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. Only his attainments in the cyclic heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly seal were more well known. Beside the Lord of Guangqing's corpse, another woman's silhouette stood. Although she seemed a little illusory, her sharpness deterred others from approaching her. Yan Zhaoge and the others greeted. Greetings to the incongruous Divine Mother. This woman was inseparable from the world of sword lights and resembled the ruler of this place. Naturally, she was the prime clear bigwig expert, the Lord of Numinous Treasure's personal disciple, the incongruence Divine Mother. The image in front of them was her true appearance when she met Yanjiaoge and the others. After the ancient era's investitures of the Gods' War, there were very few prime, clear bigwigs who didn't meet with a tribulation. The incongruence Divine Mother was one of them. In this era after the Great Calamity, the incongruence Divine Mother managed to survive until now. She nodded towards Yanjiaoge and the others and gestured for the kneeling Gao Qingxian to stand up. Then she retracted her gaze and continued looking at the one-armed Taoist's corpse, remaining silent. Although they weren't on good terms in the past, they had known each other for ages, and they were both of the three clear lineage. Now that the news of Guangqing's death had been confirmed, the incongruence Divine Mother felt rather sentimental. In the past few decades, she had continuously confirmed the deaths of the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, and the Lord of Guangqing. However, from the side, Yanjiaoge and the others felt that this veteran prime, clear, Heavenly Lord seemed to be thinking about something. Her heart was filled with doubts. For her to risk revealing her true appearance and stay here for such a long period of time, what kind of problem could it be? Seeing this, Yanjiaoge and the others didn't disturb the incongruence Divine Mother. They first bowed towards the Lord of Guangqing's corpse. Looking at the Taoist's calm expression before his death, Yanjiaoge and the others sighed in their hearts. Seeing that the incongruence Divine Mother had no intention of objecting, Yanjiaoge extended his hand and grabbed towards the immortal extermination, sword hovering in the air. As the sword light trembled, scenes seemed to flash within Yanjiaoge's mind, narrating the past events of the Great Calamity. Incomplete and even messed-up scenes came pouring in. Yanjiaoge calmed himself down. After pondering for a while, he gradually organized his thoughts. He turned to look at Su Fei and Gao Qingxian and sighed. As expected, the various forces joined forces to suppress my Taoism. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was the start of the Great Calamity. When the Great Calamity completely engulfed the heavens and earth, very few could remain uninvolved. Within the chaotic Great Calamity, the cycle of karma and desires were unavoidable. Perhaps the old saying was true. It wasn't that revenge wasn't forthcoming, but that the time wasn't right. And when the time came, it was time for those who had grudges to take revenge, and those who had enmity to take revenge. Other than the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, among the three clear lineage, the Jade clear lineage, which was the most glorious during the ancient era, was in the worst state during the Great Calamity. Of course, other than the grudges of the past, there were also other factors, such as the competition for benefits and the Great Tao. On one hand, the Lord of Guangqing had to deal with his enemies, and on the other hand, he had to deal with the bigwig experts who coveted the immortal exterminating sword and other treasures. Even without the immortal exterminating formation diagram, the immortal exterminating four swords were still the target of many. After all, even those who possessed the immortal exterminating formation diagram wouldn't be able to lay down the complete immortal exterminating formation. As a result, the Heavenly Lord of Guangqing was besieged by all sorts of enemies. Some of them even chased after him. In the end, even the 9 underworld's great devils, who were viewed as public enemies, could take advantage of the chaos and attempt to take advantage of Guangqing. Chapter 1565. After going through a series of battles, Guangchengzi, who was riddled with scars, had killed the snake demon Venerable, but he had also been severely injured by the other party. Apart from losing his left arm, his injuries had finally reached the limit of being unable to recover and had completely erupted. After slaying the serpent devil Exalt and fleeing for a distance, this powerful figure of the clear jade lineage, a veteran Heavenly Lord of Taoism, was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He perished in the skies of the starry river, announcing the end of another legend in the world. After Yanjiaoge finished speaking, Feng Yinsheng, Su Fei, and Gao Qingxian all sighed. Only a few of my old friends remain. While we didn't get along well in the past, Guangqing, Jade Cauldron, and the others were all protecting me. It's truly a pity. After a while, the incongruence Divine Mother retracted her gaze and looked towards Yanjiaoge and the others. However, now that our orthodox Taoism has hope of reviving again, Taoist Guangqing and the others would surely feel gratified. Her gaze fell upon Yanjiaoge's right eye, and she slowly said, "Congratulations on ascending to the grand heavenly realm and attaining eternal freedom." Feng Yunqing's figure appeared within Yanjiaoge's right pupil and projected into the air. "Divine Mother, you're overpraising me. I was merely lucky. There's no need to be humble. You've only ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and you're already extraordinary. After some time, you'll become even more astonishing, just like Taoist Suo back then," said the incongruence Divine Mother. Around 70 years ago, the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhang, became the first grand heavenly immortal of Taoism's three clear lineage after the Great Calamity. At that time, Suo Mingzhang repelled one of the 6 extinct devils, the Wood Devil and the Shadow Devil. He even killed the Immortal Court's 4 heavenly lords on the spot. Even the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Emperor couldn't mediate the situation. 20 years later, due to the Water Devil and the Earth Devil's rebirth, Orthodox Taoism continued to fight against the 9 underworlds. Suo Mingzhang fought the Shadow Devil again. He restrained the Shadow Devil from the beginning to the end and gave it a good beating. If the Primordial Heart Devil and the other demon lords helped to fend off the attacks, the Shadow Devil, who had never been killed before, might even die for the first time. After repelling the group of devils, due to the Golden Rock Small Saint Filouazi's death, the Golden-Winged Great Rock Race's chief, Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, contacted the other demon race great sages to seek revenge against Yanjiaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others. However, they were intercepted by Suo Mingzhang and the other Taoism heavenly immortals. The 2 sides that had been attacking the group of demons together just a moment ago were now engaged in a second battle. In this battle, Suo Mingzhang fought against the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, preventing him from escaping. He single-handedly restrained the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' godly speed, which was almost unparalleled among the grand heavenly realm. He completed what many Buddhas in the great battle of the Demon Buddha could only do by joining forces and forming a formation. After Yanjiaoge wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus resumed their assault on the Immortal Court. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles couldn't accomplish anything by himself. He could only retreat from the battlefield and head towards the Immortal Court together with the other great demons. As for the Western Pure Lands, after Mahamayuri came out of seclusion, they turned around and plundered the world beyond worlds of Taoism. Many Buddhas acted to stop a few Taoist celestial immortals from rushing to help. As a result, after the battle against the 9 underworlds and the demon race, Suo Mingzhang and the others experienced the 3rd battle. The flame dragon that proudly roared across the universe became braver as he fought. After the Shadow Devil and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, he fought against the indestructible Vajra Buddha, who was only inferior to the Gautama Buddha among the blessed lands of Saha's 35 Buddhas. During the Middle Era, the blessed lands of Saha flourished. The Western Heaven's great Thunderclap Temple had 34 Buddhas, which surrounded the Lord of the World. Together with the Lord of the World, they were known as the 35 Buddhas. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha resided in the 3rd circle, while the indestructible Vajra Buddha resided in the 1st circle beside the Gautama Buddha. He was one of the few experts of the Orthodox Buddhism. He displayed the true meaning of indestructible Vajra and eternal wisdom. At that time, within the blessed lands of Saha, those who were on par with him were Mahamayuri, the Dipankara Ancient Buddha, the Maitreya Buddha who had yet to become a Buddha, the Great Rock Wisdom King, and a few others. After the Middle Era, the blessed lands of Saha split apart. The indestructible Vajra Buddha, the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, and the other Orthodox Buddhism experts joined the Western Pure Lands. Currently, the Western Pure Lands were aiding the Immortal Court, while the demon race was aiding the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Both sides fought on the battlefield, and the leaders of the two sides were the indestructible Vajrabuddha and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. One of them could shift through space with astonishing speed, while the other was an indestructible Vajra with sturdy defense. Both of them gave their opponents a headache, and under normal circumstances, they could fight against multiple experts alone. However, Sua Mingzhang's desire to be stronger was stronger. He fought against the indestructible Vajrabuddha head-on, causing him to defend more than he attacked. In the end, the indestructible Vajrabuddha almost broke through his defenses and escaped. Hence, in the battle 50 years ago, Sua Mingzhang shocked the myriad heavens once again. In the grand heavenly realm, he was the shadow devil who could fight evenly with anyone. In the western Pure Lands, he was the indestructible Vajrabuddha who had the fastest speed among grand heavenly realm experts. Among the western Pure Lands, he was the indestructible Vajrabuddha who had the best golden body defense under the Tao realm. After fighting against 3 experts consecutively without suffering any losses, Sua Mingzhang's name shook the 9 underworlds, the Immortal Court, the White Lotus Realm, the Western Pure Lands, and the Star Ocean. His fame even overshadowed veteran Taoism heavenly immortals, like the Incongruence Divine Mother, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the North Star Emperor. In the next 50 years, Sua Mingzhang rarely showed himself. Due to his existence, even the Tao ancestors paid attention to him. They had no choice but to be wary of Tao realm experts, temporarily putting aside their conflicts and finding trouble with him. Everyone was paying attention to this junior who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm less than 100 years ago. They wanted to know how far he had progressed. Senior Sua's talents are shocking. He managed to reach where he is now step by step. I can't compare to him. Feng Yunsheng bowed towards the Incongruence Divine Mother. The Incongruence Divine Mother shook her head and said, "Ever since Taoist Sua opened the heaven's severing path, it's unprecedented. Every step he takes forward signifies the perfection of his principles, allowing him to reach a whole new height. Even after passing through the origin heavenly tribulation in just a few dozen years, his strength is already so shocking. I'm sure he'll be even stronger now. As for your path, well, it's similar to my prime, clear, chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. It's also a brand new path. Your future is unpredictable. It's very similar to Taoist Sua's situation. After all, the doomsday heavenly devil had never truly been born before. In order to subdue the devilish intent, Feng Yunsheng had fused many of her insights and the principles of other supreme arts into it. Feng Yunsheng said, "The Tao ocean is boundless. The closer you get to the Tao realm, the harder it gets. I was fortunate enough to obtain today's fortune. Now I'm truly terrified. I can only continue to train myself and continue moving forward." The Incongruence Divine Mother nodded and turned to look at Yen Zhaoga, cultivating the 3 purities simultaneously. "I look forward to your future." "Thank you, Divine Mother." Yen Zhaoga smiled. The Tao ancestors have never paid attention to those beneath the grand heavenly realm. The Incongruence Divine Mother continued, "As such, I won't be keeping this immortal, exterminating sword. I'll hand it over to you for safekeeping." Yen Zhaoga and Gao Qingxian nodded. Then the Incongruence Divine Mother said, "However, there's something strange about this sword. I have to inform you about it first." Chapter 1566. Unlike Feng Yunsheng, who inherited the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority and obtained the Grand Abyss destruction, the Incongruence Divine Mother and the other Taoism Heavenly Immortals would easily attract the Tao ancestors' attention. As such, most of the time they would hide within the void's outskirts, boundless outskirts, and merge with the void, entering a half-slumber, half-drifting state to prevent any Tao realm bigwigs from targeting them. They were especially wary of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. In recent decades, due to the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord obtaining the Humanly Essence Stone's fragment, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, were constantly fighting against each other. The incongruence Divine Mother and the other Taoism heavenly immortals were in a much better situation. They had more freedom of movement, and the time they could manifest their true form from the void was longer, resulting in more opportunities. However, they still had to be careful and pay attention to their safety. Yan Zhaoge entrusted Gao Qingxian to deliver the Lord of Broad Accomplishments' severed arm to the incongruence Divine Mother, asking her to search for the immortal extermination sword and Guangchengzi's corpse. The incongruence Divine Mother succeeded, but she had remained in the current environment for a long time. She didn't return to the void and remained in her true form, observing the immortal extermination sword and Guangchengzi's corpse. She felt that something was amiss. "I've seen the traces left behind from the great battle," the incongruence Divine Mother said. According to the past, Taoist Guangqing fought his way out of the encirclement. However, he perished in the end. The immortal extermination sword accompanied his corpse and was hidden deep within the void. Only when I found it today did it finally see the light of day. However, the incongruence Divine Mother revealed a look of doubt. "I vaguely feel another Taoist's aura from this sword. Although it's extremely weak, I wouldn't be mistaken." Yan Zhaoge and the others' gazes turned cold, and their expressions turned solemn. "Earth Empress." The incongruence Divine Mother slowly uttered a word. Yan Zhaoge turned to look at the immortal extermination sword and repeated it. "Earth Empress." The incongruence Divine Mother was referring to only one person. In the past, she was one of the 4 imperials of the Tao sect in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, the earthly deity of the Earth Empress. Her full name was the earthly deity of the bearing heaven's law, great virtue, and great light of the Earth Empress. She was commonly known as the Earth Goddess among the people. The so-called Sovereign Heaven Earth Empress referred to her along with the Jade Emperor. A letter of hers had once been buried within the world beyond worlds, southeastern Yang, Heaven Territory's royal reed, see the ear, which had fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands afterwards. During the great battle 50 years ago, in order to save Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoge had sacrificed the later earth text. In the end, the intricate profoundness of the text had seeped into the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. If the Lady of Earth participated in the siege of Heavenly Lord Guangqing back then, I don't think so. Gao Qingxuan's expression remained calm. In other words, the Earth Goddess had found the Heavenly Lord Vast Accomplishment's corpse and the immortal extermination sword after his death? But why didn't she take the sword or bury Heavenly Lord Guangqing? Why did she leave everything there? Can't or don't want to. I have no way of knowing. Goddess Wudong said, "There are more possibilities of being powerless. If I first obtained the immortal slaying sword and then didn't take it away and left it where it was, and I don't want others to know that I was here, I can erase the traces. Only Tao ancestors can detect it." As she spoke, the incongruence Divine Mother suddenly frowned and fell silent. Yan Zhaoge and the others were startled. After pondering, the incongruence Divine Mother said, "I've just received news that the Jade Illusory Palace has reappeared." Everyone held their breaths. Kunlun Mountain's Qilin Cliffs Jade Illusory Palace was no stranger to Taoism's descendants. That was the location of the Jade Clear's primordial Heavenly Lord's Tao arena. Ever since the primordial Heavenly Lord transcended and the end of the ancient era, it had vanished without a trace. Now, news of the Jade Illusory Palace's reappearance had arrived. How could Yan Zhaoge and the others not be shocked? The news came from the incongruence Divine Mother. If she wasn't confident, she wouldn't speak of it. Since the incongruence Divine Mother said so, the news should be true. However, it was just a glimpse, and it disappeared in an instant. The incongruence Divine Mother frowned and said, "I came to look for the immortal extermination sword, but I missed it." Yan Zhaoge asked softly, "Did someone else enter?" "I'm not sure yet." The incongruence Divine Mother answered. However, with the Jade Illusory Palace and Roving Jade Palace's current state, unless a Tao ancestor makes a move. Even if someone enters, they would be thrown out when the jade illusory palace disappears. Even if they stay there for a short period of time, they would only stay there for a short period of time. In a place like the jade illusory palace, the flow of time was abnormal. Even a grand heavenly immortal who jumped out of the river of time would be dragged back to the normal flow of time. Yan Zhaoge and the others subconsciously looked at the immortal extermination sword that was hovering in midair. I wonder if this proves that the Earth Goddess is still alive? Asked Feng Yinsheng. Xue Fei took off his wine pouch and slowly took a sip. If even the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor couldn't find the jade illusory palace, how did the Earth Goddess find it? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was of the jade, clear lineage. Only he rarely made a move during the ancient era, which was why he wasn't listed as one of the 12 jade illusory immortals like Yun Zhongzi. However, even the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the leader of the 12 immortals, had to address him as Southern Extremity Senior Brother. That's hard to say. The incongruence, Divine Mother said. Although it's already gone, I still have to take a look at the place where the jade illusory palace once appeared. Keep the immortal extermination sword. She looked at Yan Zhaoge. You've received Taoist Earth's letter in the past. Perhaps you're fated with her. Why don't you take a look at it? Yan Zhaoge nodded. You're right, Divine Mother. I'll take note of it. The incongruence, Divine Mother's figure, disappeared within the void, dissipating into specks of sword lights, which flowed towards the surroundings. The sword light world that enveloped Yan Zhaoge and the others shattered and disappeared, vanishing without a trace. Just like what the Divine Mother has said, there's something strange going on. Xue Fei turned his head and looked at Yan Zhaoge. No matter what, with 3 of the immortal extermination 4 swords in hand, our years of planning didn't go to waste. Yan Zhaoge asked the North Ocean clone to keep the immortal extermination sword. Let's talk while we walk. Gao Qingxuan's sword lights expanded, enveloping everyone within. Then, she transformed into a rainbow and left. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone said to Xue Fei and Pan Pan, let's take a look at it. After the previous battles, he had exhausted quite a bit of his strength. Fortunately, he didn't have to reveal his golden body of the great sage to achieve his goal. The North Ocean clone and Xue Fei each extended their right hands, while Pan Pan also raised his front claw. 3 radiances flew up and formed clumps of light above everyone's heads. Within the clumps of light, words were faintly discernible. It was the contents of the later Earth text. The radiance shone upon the immortal extermination sword. Yan Zhaoge walked forward and earnestly observed it. Just like what the incongruence Divine Mother has said, there really are some traces of the Earth Goddess's hands. Yan Zhaoge stared at it for a while and muttered. After pondering for a long time, Yan Zhaoge asked Gao Qingxian to temporarily keep the immortal trapping sword and switch it to the immortal extermination sword. Then he slowly deduced and copied the later Earth text floating in midair, inscribing runes onto the immortal extermination sword. Chapter 1567. The surface of the ancient sword, which was flickering with azure light, was gradually covered with runes. Then, Yan Zhaoge performed a spell. The runes on the surface of the immortal exterminating sword seemed to have come to life, flowing towards the tip of the sword. At the tip of the sword, the green sword light gradually solidified and condensed into a green jade dagger. Black and yellow incantations appeared on the green jade dagger. Gripping the green jade sword, carefully feeling the concept within, Yan Zhaoge nodded towards the others. The Northern Ocean clone, Xue Fei and Pan Pan retracted their abilities. The light ball in midair vanished, the contents of the later Earth text no longer visible. Everyone, please bring the immortal slaying sword back to the awakened sky cosmos. It's better for us to keep such an important treasure. Yan Zhaoge weighed the short sword that flickered with a green and yellow luster in his hand, saying, I'll go take a look with Yunsheng, see if we can discover anything. Needless to say, Su Fei and the others had temporarily lost their combat prowess. Feng Yunsheng had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and her prowess was concealed within Yan Zhaoge's right eye. Better be careful. Gao Qingxian was very confident in Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's safety. She simply said, an existence like the Jade Illusory Palace would definitely attract a lot of attention. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Please rest easy, Senior Gao. By the side, Pan Pan happily clasped a long stick as he anxiously looked at Feng Yunsheng. Come back soon. That long thing was a curved elephant trunk. It remembered Yan Zhaoge's words and didn't forget to bring along the spirit tooth immortal's long nose that was broken by the Ru-Yi golden cudgel. Right now, Pan Pan was waiting for Feng Yunsheng to display her culinary skills and cook for him so that he could enjoy the legendary elephant plucking. Praying for us to be safe, praying for us to come back soon. So it was just to come back and cook for you? Yan Zhaoge looked at Pan Pan, amused whilst also exasperated. Feng Yunsheng also laughed and shook her head. Pan Pan blinked, saying naively, Let's eat together. Hearing this, everyone smiled. Yan Zhaoge stroked her head and waved goodbye to Su Fei and Gao Qingxian. Feng Yunsheng's figure also disappeared, and her silhouette retracted into Yan Zhaoge's right pupil. Yan Zhaoge carefully concealed his tracks as he traversed the infinite space of extra-dimensional space. Zhaoge, what do you plan to do? Feng Yunsheng asked. Previously, there was only the later Earth text. There were too few clues. Yan Zhaoge answered. Now that we know that the Earth Goddess had come into contact with the immortal exterminating sword and might even visit the Jade Illusory Palace, there are more clues. Perhaps we can try to find it. As he said this, a jade green luster had already appeared within Yan Zhaoge's left pupil, countless runes surging within. Yan Zhaoge stepped on the void. As he walked, he no longer blindly moved forward. Instead, he used the astral steps and used his immortal aura to lay down numerous spirit patterns. The result of the fusion of the formation patterns was the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor, 7 Treasures formation. He threw the jade dagger in his hand into the formation. The green light on the surface of the sword kept flickering, and the black and yellow incantations kept flowing on the sword. Yan Zhaoge used the formation technique derived from the later Earth text together with the origin heavenly scripture. The 9 Splendor Jade Palace, the 7 Treasures Royal Chamber, the time of reporting to the heavens. Dominating Yin and holding the handle of Yang. The Tao of exalted, exalted, and grand. The virtue is stored in gentleness and chastity. Imitating the vast heavens, the fundamental nurtures the beauty of the earth, the flow of things, giving birth to the benevolence of the Mother Tao, the blasphemy of the mountains and rivers, the great sorrow and great desire, the benevolence of the great sage, imitating the heavens, imitating the Earth Queen. Yan Zhaoge recited the Earth Goddess's words, and his hands kept changing the hand seals. As time passed, the green jade dagger in the formation suddenly shook and broke into 2 pieces with a caw sound. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge revealed a joyful expression. Within the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor, 7 Treasures formation, the 7 clusters of nebulas rose, and the 9 pillars of light sunk. Amidst the blurry radiance, the 2 halves of the dagger combined to form a dark yellow sword light. It rushed out of the formation and sped towards the distance. Yan Zhaoge immediately followed. Halfway through, the dark yellow sword light suddenly stopped, and black runes appeared on its surface. The sword light trembled but stopped advancing. Before the Earth Goddess, this junior, jade-clear Yan Zhaoge, greets you. Yan Zhaoge stopped, not hurried nor impatient. After being trapped by the black runes, a voice resounded from within the dark yellow sword light. Those were profound and unfathomable syllables. Although the meaning was hard to understand, the tone was gentle and warm. Although Yan Zhaoge felt like he had never heard of this language before, He understood the meaning of the words clearly. With such a huge commotion, everyone should be able to find me. Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Yen Jiaoge's memories seemed to have returned to before the great calamity, when he was still in the heavenly court's divine palace. His expression remained normal. This junior came to thank the Earth Goddess for gifting me this sword. Due to my urgent mood, I have been rude. Please forgive me, Earth Goddess. After a moment of silence, the other party said mildly, I would also like to meet the current generation's hero of our orthodox Taoism. The black runes imprisoning the sword light disappeared, and the sword light regained its freedom. However, Yen Jiaoge took a step forward and kept the dark yellow sword light. At the same time, another black and yellow rune appeared in front of him. It quietly hovered within the cosmic void. Yen Jiaoge kept the rune. After experiencing it for a while, he had an idea of what to do. Then he continued his journey. After a long journey, Yen Jiaoge distinguished his path and roamed the sea of stars. He was getting closer and closer to a star. The blazing star heavenly fire blazed brightly, and the heat was overwhelming. The starlight was dazzling, resembling the sun. However, Yen Jiaoge didn't stop. Instead, he walked forward step by step, and his body finally rushed into the star. Parting the aurora and blazing fire, an earthy yellow luster suddenly appeared in front of Yen Jiaoge's eyes. It resembled a piece of land. He stepped into it and instantly felt much cooler. At the same time, it wasn't cold. After staying for a long time, the heat faded away and he only felt warmth, as if his life had returned to its mother's womb. Although there weren't any other people here, Yen Jiaoge could still feel an extremely powerful existence in this world hidden within the star. The Earth Queen's earthly deity. Earth Queen, please forgive me. I was being presumptuous. Yen Jiaoge quietly stood on the spot and didn't continue moving. The gentle and warm voice resounded again. You're too polite. After pausing for a while, she continued, It's a good deed to have another grand heavenly immortal in our orthodox Taoism. Congratulations. Since he was in the world formed by her power, Feng Yunqing's existence naturally couldn't be hidden from the Earth Queen. She immediately appeared from Yen Jiaoge's right eye. Earth Queen, this junior greets you. You're welcome. The Earth Queen said, Looking at the two of you, I'm very happy. Our orthodox Taoism still has a bright future. Yen Jiaoge didn't ask about the Earth Queen's whereabouts. Instead, he said again, Thank you for gifting me the sword, Earth Queen. However, the Earth Queen said, I don't dare to claim credit for this. Although it's in my hands, the sword isn't mine. Instead, it came from the 9 underworlds. Chapter 1568. From the 9 underworlds. Hearing this, Yen Jiaoge and Feng Yunqing were both taken aback. Although he had noticed that this matter was unusual, he did not expect it to be related to the 9 nether. After a moment of silence, Yen Jiaoge said softly, I thought it was related to the Tishita Palace. When he said this, Feng Yunqing, who was beside him, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. The Earth Queen possessed the immortal exterminating sword. However, she returned it to where Guang Qingzi's corpse was, allowing Yen Jiaoge and the others to search for it. At the same time, it was equivalent to drawing the attention of the demon race, Orthodox Buddhism, Immortal Court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, during this period, the Hollowed Jade Palace reappeared in the world. It was hard not to think that the Lady of Earth wanted to use the immortal vanquishing sword to divert the attention of others and create an opportunity for herself to enter the Jade Void Palace. Then an old problem arose. How did the Lady of Earth find the Jade Void Palace? There might be more than one answer to this question, including the fact that the Lady of Earth had disappeared for so many years because she had been searching with all her might. Now, she had finally gained something, or maybe she got the information from somewhere else. But of all the answers, the one with the greatest possibility was still the one from the Tishita Palace. The Jade Void Palace, 8 Visions Palace, and Roaming Jade Palace had disappeared. Their whereabouts might be hidden from everyone. Even the other Tao ancestors might not necessarily know. However, as the shadow of the Grand Pure Lord of Tao and Virtue Patriarch, Taishang Laojun, would definitely know where the Jade Void Palace was. Therefore, on the way here, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng discussed this problem. First, they suspected that the Earth Goddess might be hiding in the Tishita Palace all these years. I did come from the Tishita Palace. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, the Earth Lady did not feel offended. Her tone was still gentle, without any fluctuations. Meanwhile, her reply caused the spirits of the two to rise. However, the doubts in his heart grew. Yan Zhaoge stood quietly amidst the dim, yellow world, deep in thought as he instantly thought of many things. The Lady of Earth continued, "However, this immortal vanquishing sword does come from the 9 hells. Back then, fellow Guangqing perished. The immortal slaying sword in his hands eventually fell into the hands of the demonic path." A soft sigh sounded, until the immortal slaying sword and the immortal trapping sword appeared one after another. The great freedom heavenly demon personally visited the Tishita Palace and brought the immortal slaying sword, wanting to exchange it with the Elder Supreme Elder. Lao Jun did not comment and left the matter to Taoist Wuxian to handle. In the end, Taoist Wuxian made the decision and agreed to the deal. The immortal slaying sword returned to our Taoism and stayed in the Tishita Palace. The Lady of Earth said tirelessly, "Until this time, I brought it out and placed it back by fellow Taoist Guangqing side. Great Taoist Xian Du." Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng nodded slowly. The great Taoist Master Xian Du is also known as the Heavenly Venerable Miao Lu. His full name was the Heavenly Venerable of Great Benevolence and Bliss. He sat on a 9-colored lotus throne and was covered by the 10 ultimate cranes. He was a top mighty figure of the Tao sect. Apart from that, he also had the honorific title of Great Emperor Wu Shilingguan, conferred by the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Therefore, as a giant of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, the Lady of Earth was used to using that honorific title to address the great Taoist Master Xian Du as fellow Taoist Wuxian. However, the successors of the 3 clear lineage were more used to the title of Great Taoist Master Xian Du. Generally speaking, people would treat this bigwig expert as the final disciple of the Grand Clear, Heavenly Lord of Virtue and Virtue. However, due to how outstanding he was, he had the reputation of being the head disciple of the Grand Clear. It was worth mentioning that the 9th Heaven's devil-destroying Heavenly Lord, who was also the great Emperor Jinwu, had been introduced to the Tao by the great Master Xian Du. However, during the Middle Era, the great Taoist Master Xian Du rarely appeared in the world, so his reputation gradually faded. When people mentioned the top experts of the Grand Clear direct lineage, they would usually first think of the 4 Imperials of Taoism, the Purple Tenuity Emperor, who was also the leader of the 4 Imperials. Comparatively speaking, when great Emperor Ziwei was learning the Tao, the 3 Pure Ones had already transcended. He was listening to the teachings of the Lao Jun, so the inheritance of his master was a little confusing. What kind of deal does 9 Nether want to make? If the Earth Lady knows about it, is it convenient for you to reveal it? Yan Zhaoge asked softly. The Earth Lady answered, "The matter was handled by Taoist Wu Xian. I don't know the details, but after that, Taoist Wu Xian handed the sword to me." "I see. No matter what, I have to thank the Earth Lady for giving us the chance to obtain the immortal exterminating sword." Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "Then forgive me for being presumptuous. May I ask the Earth Lady if there's a chance to enter the Jade Illusory Palace again? I wonder if there are any treasures in the Jade Illusory Palace now." The Earth Lady used Yan Zhaoge's group and the immortal exterminating sword to attract the attention of others, making it convenient for her to enter the Jade Illusory Palace. If not, she could have directly handed the sword to Yan Zhaoge and the others. Why would she place it beside the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's corpse and fake the scene as if the immortal exterminating sword had always been in the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's hands? Yen Zhaoge didn't ask what she took from the Jade Illusory Palace. Compared to the Earth Lady's gains, Yen Zhaoge was more concerned about whether he would have the chance to enter the Jade Illusory Palace. The opening of the Jade Illusory Palace only lasted for an instant. I also couldn't stay for long and would be sent out very quickly. The Earth Lady said gently, I don't know when I can enter again. The palace was empty, with only a lone lamp remaining. Luckily, what I was looking for was this lamp. Now that I've obtained it, this trip wasn't in vain. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng understood what she meant. The Jade Illusory glazed lamp was the lamp that the primordial Heavenly Lord had lit up when he was lecturing in the Jade Illusory Palace in the past. While it was miraculous, the primordial Heavenly Lord had many treasures with him. This lamp couldn't display its miraculous effects and could only be used for illumination. Although Yen Zhaoge heard that there was nothing in the Jade Illusory Palace and that he might not have the chance to enter again, he wasn't frustrated. He also didn't doubt whether the Earth Lady was unwilling to tell him the truth. He smiled and cupped his hands towards the spacious, dark, yellow world. Today I've been told so many things by you. It's an eye-opener for this, Yen, and many doubts in my heart have been resolved. I'm truly grateful. There's only one last question that has been lingering in my heart. I wonder if you can answer it. Yen Zhaoge said slowly, I wonder why you want to impersonate the Earth Lady. The dusky, yellow world instantly quietened down. If you didn't intentionally leave behind clues, the incongruence Divine Mother and us wouldn't have discovered anything. Within the space, Yen Zhaoge's voice resounded. If they didn't discover the aura left behind by the Earth Queen's deity on the immortal exterminating sword, Yen Zhaoge and the others would naturally think that the ancient sword had always been with the Lord of Broad Accomplishment Slew. They wouldn't have noticed that the immortal exterminating sword had already been transferred to a few hands. If that was the case, Yen Zhaoge wouldn't have been able to find his way here with a later Earth text and other clues. However, I've read many of the Earth Lady's writings, and I've gained some insights. I can tell that you're not the true deity of the Earth Queen. So, may I ask who you are? Chapter 1569. Who exactly are you? Who are you? Divine, Yen Zhaoge's voice reverberated within the dim, yellow world. After a long time, the echoes within the vast world dissipated completely. Yen Zhaoge stood quietly on the spot with a calm expression, as if he wasn't afraid of angering a grand heavenly immortal. Feng Yunsheng stood beside him with a calm expression and a tranquil gaze. It's not a secret that I have the Earth Queen's letter. Yen Zhaoge looked around. You imitated the Earth Queen perfectly, and you should have a better understanding of her. It's not hard for you to guess that I, who possesses the later Earth text, might be able to see through your disguise if I don't meet you. If what happened before was a test, then this Yen should have passed. Within the dim yellow world, the other party's voice resounded once more. I wouldn't dare to call myself a test. It's just a small prank. The voice was still as gentle and sincere as the Earth Queen's. However, it gradually became clearer and brighter. Yen Zhaoge said thoughtfully, to be able to imitate others so perfectly, it's not just because you understand the Earth Queen. After all, my wife has already ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, and normal transformations aren't hard to see through. Since ancient times, there have only been a few people with such a powerful transformation ability that can deceive experts of the same realm, right? The other party answered, it's just a small trick. As he said that, the dim yellow world in front of Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng gradually faded away. The world they were in turned into a bright universe with a brilliant galaxy. The starlight was far away, but it still illuminated the independent universe in front of them. While it was dark, it wasn't cold and lonely. As the stars shifted, the profundities were revealed, possessing a unique universe. While the other party didn't display any powerful aura, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng could clearly feel that after the other party revealed his true form, he seemed to be even stronger than when he transformed into the Earth Queen. The two's thoughts moved slightly, and they looked towards a certain direction. While the universe was vast and boundless, the direction that Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng were looking at seemed to be the center of the universe. Over there, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. It was a young Taoist. Just like the incongruence Divine Mother, he revealed his true form in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. After praising the other party's appearance, Yan Zhaoge instantly let out a long breath. Fan cloud crown, water gown, silk sash around his waist, hemp shoes on his feet, a smile on his face, his appearance was delicate and elegant. As disciples of Taoism, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng were not unfamiliar with this image. True Lord of the clear origin magical Tao, Yan Zhaoge blurted out. The young Taoist priest in front of him was the legendary Yang Jian, Yang Erling. While most people knew that his Taoist title was True Monarch, the heroic, radiant beneficence, clear origin, wonderful Tao, illuminating prosperity Erling Sage, True Monarch, or Erling Sage, True Monarch, radiant beneficence, benevolent king, clear origin, wonderful Tao, True Monarch, etc. This number one figure of the Jade, Clear's third generation, had long ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, having surpassed his predecessors. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most outstanding person of the Jade, Clear lineage. His strength was exceedingly high. In the entire history of Taoism, or even in the entire 1,000 worlds, he was one of the top experts. During the Middle Era, he had once fought against the great sage equaling heavens. It was one of the few grand, heavenly, immortal realm pinnacle battles during the Middle Era. It was worth mentioning that, according to Yan Zhaoge's knowledge, the 8-9 Mysteries art was created by Yang Jian himself, which was different from what he remembered in the legends. This Yang Erling should be considered as the first person of the Jade, Clear lineage to create a peerless supreme martial art, which allowed him to become an outstanding figure of the grand, heavenly, immortal realm. During the ancient investitures of the gods' era, Yang Jian relied on the 8-9 Mysteries art, which was the most proficient in the transformation of the fleshly body. His senior apprentice uncle, the Southern Extremity Immortal Old Man, who was later known as the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, created his own thunder art. However, his strength was inferior to Yang Jian's. However, after the ancient investitures of the gods' era, Yang Jian rarely appeared in the world. Although he had a title in the heavenly court's divine palace, he rarely stepped into the heavenly court, other than his master, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. He rarely interacted with the other Jade, Clear lineages of the Kunlun Mountain. After appearing a few times during the Middle Era, this most outstanding successor of the Jade, Clear lineage stayed in seclusion most of the time. Very little information about him circulated around. It was only during the great calamity of this era that there were rumors of him making a move. However, after the great calamity, there were no more news about him. Yan Zhaoge and the others had always guessed the whereabouts of this legendary figure of Taoism. They didn't expect to meet him face to face today. Just now, you were saying that there were only a few people capable of such transformation. Yan Zhaoge looked at the young Taoist in front of him. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "However, there were only a few of them. In other words, there's more than one. After what happened just now, forgive me for not being able to confirm if you're the true Lord of Clear Origin, Miao Dao." The young Taoist wasn't annoyed. He smiled and said, "You're the one who asked me who I am. I revealed my true form to you, yet you don't believe me. Do you want me to show off a few tricks?" Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, "You can't blame me for being too careful. Actually, there's no difference." Yang Jian said, "Even if I prove who I am, what I say doesn't mean that you'll believe it completely, right? It doesn't matter how we talk, it doesn't matter." "That might not be the case." Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. "You're one of my idols." He wasn't making this up. Instead, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Although he couldn't be compared to the great sage equaling heavens, He had a good impression of Yang Jian because of his past impressions of him. Clay figurine? Yang Jian shook his head and smiled. Just like what you've said, I invited you here to meet me. If I wanted to be polite, why would I do this? So, you don't have to be so polite. Yan Zhaoge said, my grandfather was of the Jade Cauldron Grandmaster's lineage. In other words, you're truly a senior of our Taoism. Yang Jian said, I've heard of your grandfather. He wasn't of my lineage, so you don't have to be so particular about it. You can just call me Taoist. We're all disciples of Taoism, and we both respect the three purities. We can be considered as having our own achievements and abilities. I'm just a step ahead of them. He looked at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing and sighed emotionally. Our fellow disciples have many outstanding talents. Our Tao isn't lonely. This is stronger than anything else. Speaking of this, I have something to ask you. Yan Zhaoge asked, now that the Earth Queen is here. Yang Jian's gaze dimmed slightly. The Earth Queen had perished during the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's expressions dimmed slightly as well. Still, why did you disguise yourself as the Earth Queen? After a while, Yan Zhaoge asked. Yang Jian said, because I discovered a secret in the past. If I reveal myself now, those related to it would be alerted. If I don't reveal myself, they would think that I'm dead. The secret wouldn't be revealed, and they would act on their own. Chapter 1570. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Yan Zhaoge recalled the scene of the universe appearing earlier. The dark yellow light spread out to the periphery. It was still there, as if it was hidden in the depths of the universe. In fact, it was Yang Jian who had manifested his true body from the periphery. It is no wonder that despite having manifested your true form, Taoist brother, you still have to make such arrangements, continuing to conceal your identity, Yan Zhaoge realized. It is just that I wonder what secret it is that you have to be so careful about it. Yang Jian smiled. Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with you, my young friend. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. Related to me? That's right, Yang Jian said. It should be said that it has more to do with you guys. To me, it's just incidental. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Taoist brother, has anyone told you before that your habit of keeping people in suspense isn't very good? Yang Jian sighed and said, Of course there were, but most of them are gone now. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh. Taoist brother, Yang Jian also sighed. After shaking his head, he said with a serious expression, This matter is indeed closely related to what you are planning right now. What we're doing now. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's gaze turned cold. Immortal exterminating four swords? Yang Jian nodded. That's right. Now that you have the Celestial Slaying Sword, and Celestial Trapping Sword, you only lack the last one, the Celestial Slashing Sword that was once in the possession of Senior Uncle Daoheng. However, during the time of the Great Calamity that year, Senior Apprentice Uncle Taoist Heng had unfortunately perished, guarding our Taoism. This immortal, ending ancient sword also changed owners. Yang Jian said in a deep voice, If there are no new changes, the new owner of the immortal extinguishing sword is none other than the heretic, boundless, heavenly Lord. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. The immortal ending sword is in the hands of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Not bad. Yang Jian nodded slowly. Uncle Master Daoxing died at the hands of the immeasurable heavenly Lord back then. I witnessed it with my own eyes and could not save him in time. After that, I was also chased by the immeasurable heavenly Lord. After escaping with serious injuries, I was received by the Grand Pure One, Xuandu Uncle Master, and faked traces of my death. Then, I recuperated in the Tishita Palace. The shocked look on Yan Zhaoge's face faded as he nodded lightly. The gap between the Tao ancestor realm and those below the Tao realm should be the greatest among all realms. Saying that everyone below the Tao realm was an ant might be a little too much. However, There had never been a grand heavenly immortal who could fight a Tao ancestor head-on. Even someone as powerful as the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing Origin Sutra, had fallen to the great freedom heavenly demon. However, an extremely small number of top-rate Golden Immortal Realm experts weren't completely powerless against the Tao ancestor, and the Tao ancestor wasn't completely confident in killing them. Unless, of course, there was an opponent of a similar cultivation level to restrain this great heavenly immortal. Just like back then when the great sage, Heaven's equal, fought Yang Jian and Yang Erlang. He was knocked to the ground by the Grand Supreme Elder's Diamond Chakram. When the great sage, Heaven's equal, fought the Jade Emperor, he was suppressed by the Gautama Buddha's palm. If Mahamiri had insisted on fighting Taoist Kundi head-on back then, it would be a different story. His lesson would also serve as a warning to countless future generations. Yang Jian, Yang Erlang's strength might be inferior to the great sage equaling Heaven's and the Jade Emperor, great heavenly lord. However, he was still one of the few top-notch experts beneath the Tao realm. He was especially proficient in the variations of his divine arts. It wasn't surprising that the immeasurable heavenly lord wasn't able to take him down during the chaotic times of the great calamity. Other than Taoist brother and the Tishita Palace, no one else knows that the earth goddess has perished, asked Yen Zhaoga. Yang Jian nodded. That's right. I killed the person who killed Taoist earth. I intended to bury her corpse somewhere else. However, she met with the immeasurable heavenly lord's tribulation. After I followed senior apprentice Uncle Xian due to the Tishita Palace, I buried Taoist Earth's corpse in the Tishita Palace as well. Yen Zhaoga nodded. If that's the case, I don't have to worry about others finding out that the Earth Goddess is an impersonation of yours. He raised his head slightly and lightly rubbed his temples. The immortal ending sword is actually in the immeasurable heavenly lord's hands. This is going to be troublesome. Feng Yunxing frowned. After the great calamity, the immortal ending sword had never been used by any one of the immortal court heretics. If it's still in the immortal court, it would be under the immeasurable heavenly lord's personal protection. He is waiting for us sword seekers to deliver ourselves to him. Even if we don't go, he won't suffer any losses. Yen Zhaoga muttered to himself. No wonder I felt weird earlier. So this is the reason. He looked towards Feng Yunsheng. Don't you think that the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus are paying more attention to the immortal exterminating sword than the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands? The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus are currently fighting against each other. Without Yin Jiao and Chu Su, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would be at a greater disadvantage. Feng Yunsheng came to a realization, not to mention the demon race. At least 3 demon race great sages were dispatched, while the Western Pure Lands only had a single Buddha, the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha. In this battle, they have the upper hand. After all, they already possess the mortal ending sword. The sound of Yen Zhaoga grinding his teeth came from his mouth. This time it's just a symbolic gesture. It's merely a disguise to prevent us from getting suspicious. It'd be best if we could obtain the immortal exterminating sword. However, it's fine even if we don't. The immortal court and the Western Pure Lands are just waiting for us to find the 4th immortal extinguishing sword and walk right into their trap. At that time, apart from us, we might even be able to help them gather the 4 immortal extinguishing swords and the formation diagram. He cupped his hands towards Yang Jian. Thank you, Taoist brother. Yang Jian smiled. We're all Taoism's disciples. You don't have to be so courteous. However, humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. Yen Zhaoga smiled bitterly. The difference between 3 swords and 4 swords is too huge. Although the complete immortal exterminating formation can't do anything to a Tao ancestor, it can't be destroyed unless all 4 Tao ancestors are present. An incomplete immortal exterminating formation can be destroyed by the immeasurable heavenly Lord himself. Yen Zhaoga slapped his forehead. Actually, it's not something unexpected. It's just that things were too smooth previously, causing us to have such thoughts. The immortal exterminating four swords were the most valuable treasures when they were fused together. How could others not covet them? Although the immortal slaughtering swords' whereabouts were already unknown due to the red essence stone and the Lord of Plentiful Treasures' deaths during the Middle Era, the other three swords would still garner a lot of attention. Who knew when the immortal slaughtering sword would reappear in the world? Still, it'd be best if they could obtain all of them. However, if they couldn't obtain all of them, they'd have to prevent others from succeeding. As long as they obtained one, it would be equivalent to destroying the immortal exterminating formation. If they couldn't obtain it, it wouldn't become a sharp weapon in the hands of their enemies, threatening them. It might be a coincidence that the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity managed to preserve the immortal trapping sword before his death. The immortal exterminating sword fell into the 9 underworlds, while the immortal ending sword fell into the immortal court. Since Taoist brother kept this a secret and didn't expose the immeasurable heavenly lord's intentions, could it be that you're planning to beat him at his own game? Yan Zhaoge's gaze suddenly flickered, and he looked towards Yang Jian. Chapter 1571. It was one thing to snatch something from someone else's hands, but it was another thing to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth from a Tao ancestor. This meant that he was trying to provoke a Tao realm expert. To the current orthodox Taoism, it was undoubtedly extremely risky to do so when the Grand Supreme Elder's attitude was unclear. Without a reliable Tao realm expert to hold the line, the orthodox Taoism was currently helpless. This was the reason why Yan Zhaoge and the others valued the immortal exterminating four swords and the immortal exterminating formation so highly. In fact, the immortal vanquishing array could not fight a Tao ancestor head-on. It could not effectively kill him. It was not difficult for a Tao ancestor to enter or exit the array. However, even a single Tao ancestor would not be able to break the complete immortal extermination formation. Then, under certain circumstances, it would become a weight that could influence the overall situation. After all, there was no Tao ancestor who was completely alone in the sense of the word. Perhaps the Elder Lord was one of them. To Yan Zhaoge and the other Taoism disciples, this was rather ironic. This was the value and significance of the immortal execution formation. The reappearance of the complete immortal extermination formation would completely change the situation of the orthodox Taoism. But here was the problem. They were searching for the immortal slaying four swords in order to fight against the Tao realm almighty beings. But one of the ancient swords was in the hands of the immeasurable heavenly lord, a heretic Tao ancestor who was a mortal enemy of the orthodox Taoism. Thus, this seemed to have become a dead knot. If Yan Zhaoge were to think of a solution, other than the Elder Lord, he would have to rely on the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court had concealed the immortal ending sword in secret, intending to catch Yan Zhaoge and the others off guard, luring them into a trap. Coincidentally, Yan Zhaoge and the others already possessed the other three swords, as well as the complete immortal exterminating formation diagram. Once the immeasurable heavenly lord succeeded, the complete immortal extermination array would fall into the hands of the immortal court. This would undoubtedly break the balance between them and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Neither the future Buddha nor the Eastern monarch Tai would be happy to see this. Even if Yan Zhaoge had just slaughtered the spirit tooth immortal and devoured an elephant, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't allow the immeasurable heavenly lord's plan to succeed. Of course, they also wanted to capture Yan Zhaoge and the others in one fell swoop, allowing the immortal extermination formation to fall under their control. In the worst-case scenario, he would tear down the immortal extermination array again. If he couldn't obtain it, he wouldn't give the immeasurable heavenly lord a chance either. Yan Zhaoge even suspected that the Western Pure Lands might have other thoughts as well. Although the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court both had Tao realm bigwigs overseeing them, there was no doubt that the Western Pure Lands was stronger when both sides joined forces. However, If the celestial court obtained the celestial extermination formation, the position of host and guest could be reversed. The same logic applied to the Astro Mountain starry seas and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This was a delicate game. However, Yan Zhaoge believed that with the capabilities of the Tao ancestors, they definitely wouldn't do something as stupid as having internal strife before splitting the spoils. They would first ensure that the immortal extermination formation entered the hands of their alliance. Only then would there be the problem of splitting the spoils. Therefore, in general, it was not that there was no other way. However, if the Grand Supreme Elder did not make a move, then no matter how they planned, it would be like asking a tiger for its skin. Their chances of winning were not high. At the end of the day, forging iron still required one's own strength. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was now very interested in Yang Jian's method. Yang had faked his death so that the immeasurable heavenly lord would think that the news of him obtaining the immortal ending sword had not been leaked. With that, he would be able to set up a trap for Yan Zhaoge and the others to fall into it themselves. It was obvious that he was planning to play along with the immeasurable heavenly lord. Of course, Yan Zhaoge could also choose to be conservative. After receiving Yang Jian's warning, he would not think about the immortal ending sword anymore. With that, he wouldn't be plotted against by the immeasurable heavenly lord. However, if there was a way to play along with the immeasurable heavenly lord, Yan Zhaoge would definitely be happy. I do have an idea. Yang Jian didn't keep them in suspense this time. Instead, he directly said, "It depends on the treasured lamp that I obtained from the Jade Illusory Palace." Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng were both interested. While the Jade Illusory glazed lamp is an extraordinary treasure, it shouldn't be able to deal with the might of the Tao realm, right? Yang Jian said, "Naturally, it wouldn't be possible with just this lamp alone. However, this might be a fortuitous encounter that could give us a chance. I can't say for sure whether it would succeed or not. I can only say that we'll try our best. I'm not keeping you in suspense this time. It's just that I still haven't figured out some parts of the plan. I'll have to act according to the situation." At this point, Yang Jian looked at the two. "If there's really a chance to succeed, I'll naturally inform you. If it doesn't, I'm afraid that I'll have to plan for the immortal ending sword slowly. Don't be too hasty and fall into the immeasurable heavenly lord's trap. Fellow Taoist, you're a bigwig. Us husband and wife naturally trust you." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. "Since we received your warning and learned that the immortal ending sword is in the hands of the heretics, and the immeasurable heavenly lord harbors ill intentions, we'll naturally be cautious and await your good news." He paused for a moment and asked, "There's one more thing that I'd like to ask you." Yang Jian said, "Go ahead." "There's always a rumor that the immeasurable heavenly lord is a manifestation of one of our Taoism's heavenly lord bigwigs advancing further and ascending to the Tao realm." Yan Zhaoge asked, "Which one is it? Do you have any clues, Taoist?" Yang Jian said slowly, "The Jade Sovereign, fellow Taoist Purple Micro, Taoist Jinyuanzi, and the Jade Pool's Western Queen Mother are among these four. There should have been another Tai, Nirvana, Heavenly Lord. Still, I heard that he had already perished a few years ago. Thus, he was naturally excluded." Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng nodded slowly upon hearing this. Yang Jian's words were actually a list of the peak bigwigs of Taoism who had yet to appear during the great calamity that year and thereafter. Actually, there was something that had to be mentioned back then. Yang Jian now continued, "When it happened, I wasn't in the heavenly court's divine palace. Instead, I was in my cave manor at the mouth of the river. Before that, a letter had originally been sent to my manor. Still, the letter didn't mention anything, only inviting me to the heavenly court. Because I was in seclusion, I didn't see the letter immediately." Yang Jian had a look of reminiscence on his face. "By the time I emerged from seclusion due to the great calamity, the heavenly court's divine palace had already collapsed." Such a thing actually happened. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were both taken aback. "I wonder who invited you to the heavenly court?" Yang Jian said, It was fellow Taoist Purple Micro, the heaven-reigning Purple Micro Polaris Grand Sovereign Emperor, the head of the four imperials of Taoism and the number 2 figure of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in name. Even if the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, who frequently appeared and disappeared, was included, the Purple Micro Emperor was unquestionably one of the top 3 bigwigs of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Does this mean that the possibility of the Purple Micro Emperor not being the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is rather small? Feng Yunsheng asked softly. Yang Jian said, "It's hard to say for sure. I do have some guesses. Still, I don't know why fellow Taoist Purple Micro invited me." He pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord knows what's going on." Chapter 1572. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Yang Jian, asking, "Do you know if the great Taoist Xuandu received the Purple Tenuity Emperor's letter? Or someone else's letter?" There was a letter. Yang Jian revealed a look of admiration and nodded. Senior Apprentice Uncle Xuandu asked the Elder Lord about it. The Elder Lord didn't say anything, so Senior Apprentice Uncle Xuandu handled it himself. In the end, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xuandu went to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. However, he was obstructed by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. After a while, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Listening to what you said, it's really a blow to my spirit." The Elder Lord's thoughts couldn't be guessed. It was too uncertain to rely on him. It's also hard to figure out the Elder Lord's thoughts outside of Taoism. Yang Jian smiled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move during the Middle Era. As the saying goes, one's Tao heart is hard to fathom. There's nothing he wouldn't do. It's normal for him to change his mind after making a decision. It's absurd to use normal people's morals and thinking habits to demand such an existence. Yang Jian's smile didn't diminish. He sighed. To put it boldly, it's not impossible for the Elder Lord to suddenly make a move and exterminate the entire 3 clear lineage. There's no reason for it. Perhaps he had such thoughts at that time and did it. There's no reason to talk about it. The reason in our eyes is useless to the Elder Lord. If we're still restricted by the reason of this world, how can we call it transcendence? Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng remained silent. What Yang Jian said just now was naturally an extreme assumption. However, it wasn't impossible. From a certain perspective, this assumption was the same as the Elder Lord fighting against the other Tao ancestors in order to protect the Taoism lineage. It's not that our reason is useless, Yan Zhaoge added. It might be useless, but it might also be useful. It was up to the Elder Lord to decide whether to follow the world's logic or not. Perhaps in his eyes, all living beings in this world, no matter if they were Orthodox, Taoism, immortal court heretics, Buddhism, demon race, or even 9 underworld's great devils, were all equal without any difference. It was also possible that in the next moment he would be extremely protective and actively participate in the game with the other Tao ancestors, for the sake of caring for the direct descendants of the Tao sect. He would do anything. It was even possible for him to help the celestial court suppress the orthodox Taoism lineage. Of course, most of the time the Grand Supreme Elder's reaction to the world was indifferent. However, what made everyone helpless was that they could not guess what the Grand Supreme Elder was thinking. There was no pattern to it. They could only be sure when he really made a move. When a Tao realm powerhouse made a move, it was likely that there was a deeper meaning behind it. At that time, it was difficult to see through his true thoughts. This was the reason why the other forces did not exterminate the orthodox Taoism. Perhaps when others attacked, the Grand Supreme Elder did not care. However, many years later, there was no telling when the Grand Supreme Elder would suddenly turn hostile without warning and seek revenge. In terms of strength, the Elder Supreme Lord was equivalent to the Grand Pure Lord of Tao and virtue before he transcended. It was enough to make other Tao ancestors fear him. There were only a few Tao ancestors in total. In the battle between them, the sudden addition of the Grand Supreme Elder was enough to affect the balance of the battle. What was even more terrifying was that no one could guarantee if the Grand Supreme Elder represented the will of the three clear Grand Masters that had already transcended. The three clear Grand Masters that had already transcended were like the Grand Supreme Elder. Hard to fathom. Perhaps the three clear Grand Masters wouldn't care if the Grand Supreme Elder's projection perished. However, it might provoke the three clear Grand Masters to descend upon the world once again. That was something that no one would be happy to see. After all, even if the Tathagata Buddha and Nuwa sovereign who had also transcended returned, the result would still be 2 against 3. Unfortunately, the awkward thing was that the orthodox Taoism could not guarantee that they would benefit from this. They might even suffer from a calamity. This is a pain in the ass. Yan Zhaoga held his forehead and smiled bitterly. However, think optimistically. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord's heart must not be at peace for the past few years. In the past, he took a risk and succeeded. However, who knew when the Grand Supreme Elder would suddenly look for revenge? Of course, there might also be surprises. For example, the Grand Supreme Elder might help the Immortal Court. However, this would either lead to great sorrow or great joy. However, the sorrow and joy weren't decided by him. Moreover, he didn't know when it would happen and whether it would happen for sure. Not many people would like it. At the very least, Yan Zhaoga didn't like it. This is the current situation in front of us. Yang Jian smiled. There's no use in being dissatisfied or complaining. The key is to guide the situation to develop in a direction that's beneficial to us. He said in a self-mocking manner, I've been recuperating in the Tishita Palace for the past few years. Even if the Grand Supreme Elder didn't care about me, I've still benefited from it. That's natural. Yan Zhaoga also smiled. The so-called if is only an if for now. In reality, the reason why our orthodox Taoism still exists and shows signs of revival is more or less related to the Grand Supreme Elder. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Only time waits for no man. Regarding the immortal ending ancient sword, don't be impatient. Yang Jian stood up. I'll give you an answer later. Then he passed a talisman to Yan Zhaoga. The treasure written on the talisman belonged to the Earth Queen. Yan Zhaoga received the talisman and kept it carefully. Then he cupped his hands towards Yang Jian. Thank you, Taoist brother. It's already been quite long. Let's end our conversation here. Let's meet again. Yang Jian nodded towards Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yinsheng. His figure gradually disappeared, and the brilliant starry river in front of him started collapsing. The dim yellow radiance reappeared from afar, as if the boundaries of the cosmos had shrunk, replacing the starry river and the cosmos, manifesting a world. The concept of the Earth Queen's earthly deity reappeared, and that warm and heavy feeling enveloped Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yinsheng once again. See you again. The Earth Queen's voice resounded and went far away. The dim yellow world disintegrated. Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yinsheng returned to the real boundless void's outskirts. Yang Jian transformed into the Earth Queen's earthly deity and traversed the void. After a long and arduous journey, he once again merged with a star and waited quietly. After a long time, an old man suddenly appeared within the star. He wore a fishtail crown and a red robe. His appearance was strange, and he had a long beard. In front of the old man, a graceful, gentle, and dignified woman appeared. She seemed like the Mother Earth. I'm happy to see you, Taoist Hutu. The red-robed old man stroked his beard and smiled. The woman said mildly, It's all thanks to Taoist Xuandu's help, allowing me to recuperate in the Tishita Palace. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live until now to see you again. Chapter 1573. Upon hearing the woman's words, the red-robed old man smiled. Fellow Taoist Hutu is blessed. You will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Lu Yadao, if you and the others from the Astro Mountain Star Ocean hadn't come out of seclusion back then, Perhaps more of us could have turned calamities into blessings, the woman in luxurious clothes said coldly. The red-robed elder in front of her was a legendary figure whose name had shaken multiple epochs, Tao Lord Luya. He was one of the most ancient figures in this world, one who had been born before the heavens and had a deep foundation. During the archaic era, he had already become famous. He had transformed into the great sun Golden Crow and illuminated the world. Empress Enviwa created all living creatures, and the gold crows were modeled after her image and the intent realm of her magic. During the ancient epoch, he had taken the form of a Taoist, which was his current appearance. He had participated in the God-sealing Great War, gaining a great reputation. During the Middle Era, Taoist Lu re-entered the central blessed lands of Saha and transformed into Vairocana. He was one of the few Buddhist bigwigs in the central blessed lands of Saha. After the Middle Era, the Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus and ascended to the Tao ancestors' position, causing the Buddhas of the central blessed lands of Saha to leave. Mahavairocana was one of them. However, he didn't join the Western Pure Lands. Instead, he left Buddhism and transformed into Tao Lord Lu to enter the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. Apart from the chaos of the universe during the Great Calamity, when the demons of the Astro Mountain Starry Seas made a brief appearance, Tao Lord Luya and the demon race had been living in seclusion most of the time in this era. In recent years, the demon race had finally come out of seclusion and officially stepped into the world again. The Eastern monarch Tai rarely interfered with worldly affairs. Currently, most of the matters in the Astro Mountain Star Sea were handled by Taoist Lord Luya. He was the number 2 figure in the Astro Mountain Star Sea and the current second in command of the demon race. Generally speaking, he rarely participated in the battle. Most of the time, he left it to the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, Yellow Wind Devil, and other great beasts to command the battlefield. It was rare for Tao Lord Luya to leave the Grand Essence Heaven and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. However, the woman in luxurious clothes, who had always been gentle and generous, did not bother to speak to this old, powerful figure who had crossed over the 3 schools of demons, Taoism and Buddhism. Tao Lord Lu, you didn't mind the woman's cold words, and he continued to smile calmly. Many things have their own destiny, be it me or the other Taoists. We're just following the will of the heavens. Fellow Hutu, it's a cause for celebration. It's only natural for you and the other Tao sects to seek revenge on us. However, we naturally won't wait for death without doing anything. Let's just fight again. Just as I've just received news, Taoist Spirit Tooth was killed by a Taoist of the Tao sect not long ago. He said with a smile, "Of course, before the karma is settled, it won't affect us from sowing other good karma, and good karma, right?" The well-dressed woman remained silent. Taoist Luya said, "Previously, the Jade Void Palace reappeared and quickly disappeared. I wonder if it was your doing, fellow Taoist Hutu? If there's anyone in this world who can definitely find the Hollow Jade Palace, it has to be the Elder Lord. Since you came out of the Tishita Palace, you must have received the Elder Lord's guidance?" "That's right," the well-dressed woman said calmly. She glanced at Taoist Luya. "I know what you're thinking about, Taoist Lord. The Jade Void glazed lamp is indeed in the Hollow Jade Palace. I brought it out and sent it back to the Tishita Palace." Taoist Luya sighed. "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Hutu." He looked at the well-dressed woman. "I wonder if fellow Taoist Hutu can bring out the Jade Void glazed lamp and let me take a look." "Sure." The well-dressed woman did not avoid his gaze. She looked him in the eye and said straightforwardly, "But I need you to give me something in exchange," Taoist Luya asked. "What do you want, fellow Taoist Hutu?" "I want a damaged zither. Are you willing to exchange it, Taoist Lord?" The well-dressed woman said calmly. Taoist Luya's gaze suddenly froze. The smile on his face faded, and he remained silent. "If you feel that it's too much, you can forget about it." The well-dressed woman said, "You don't have to borrow the Jade Void glazed lamp. However, this is the simplest and safest path, isn't it? Keeping the zither doesn't guarantee that the other paths will work. Taoist Lu Ye stared at the well-dressed woman for a long time. Suddenly he asked, "Fellow Taoist Hutu, or the other Taoists of the Taoism lineage, do you know the whereabouts of the last sword of the 4 immortal exterminating swords?" That's right. The well-dressed woman did not hide anything and answered honestly. Taoist Lu Ye's expression relaxed. He did not continue asking about the whereabouts of the immortal extinguishing ancient sword and how she knew about it. He nodded slowly. "As long as I can obtain what I want from the jade void glazed lamp, the zither will be yours, fellow Taoist Hutu." "That's great." The well-dressed woman nodded calmly and turned to leave. In a Buddhist land in the Western Pure Lands, Yin Jiao, who was previously severely injured, appeared with the red Inferno Dhammabuddha Lord, who was even more severely injured than him. Venerable White Xiong quickly led them into the temple to meet the Dipankara Ancient Buddha. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha extended his hand and tapped lightly. Within the illumination of the glazed ancient lamp, the perfected Buddha light spread out and enveloped the red Inferno Dhammabuddha Lord within it. The severely injured red Inferno Dhammabuddha Lord sat cross-legged with his palms together. Although his aura was still weak, he was slowly getting out of his predicament. He would not die from the injuries caused by the great sage, heaven's equal. Then the Dipankara Ancient Buddha called Venerable White Xiong to bring over a golden alms bowl filled with medicinal pills and passed it to Yin Jiao. After thanking the Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Yin Jiao swallowed the medicinal pills and sat down to meditate. As he recuperated from his injuries, he recounted everything that happened. "If that's the case, it seems like this karma has to be settled with the last sword." The Dipankara Ancient Buddha smiled and said, "Return to the immortal court to recuperate. Send my regards to the immeasurable Tao ancestor." Yin Jiao left the Buddhist land. "Master, is it okay for the Jade Void Palace to reappear?" Venerable White Xiong asked after sending Yin Jiao off. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha closed his eyes and pondered. The primordial Lord of Heaven has transcended, and the Jade Void Palace has gone into hiding. There shouldn't be any treasures left inside. What do they want from the Jade Void Palace? After Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng bid farewell to Yang Jian, they returned to the awakened sky cosmos. On the way, Yen Zhaoge frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Regardless of whether his conversation with Yang Jian was true or not, at the very least, he managed to obtain more information. Combining everything he knew, Yen Zhaoge felt a clearer picture unfolding in front of his eyes. Only he couldn't be sure if it was the truth. "I followed your guidance and searched for the traces left behind by the Taoist Heavenly Lord's cave manor. Indeed, I managed to obtain some new information." Feng Yunsheng, who was hidden in his right eye, said, "Unfortunately, the matters of the world are unpredictable. The Taoist Heavenly Lord had perished in the past, and the immortal ending sword was in the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's hands." Chapter 1574. While Yen Zhaoge and the others searched for the immortal extermination sword, Feng Yunsheng followed his instructions and searched for the traces left behind by the Lord of the Taoist Wei's cave manor. She hoped to obtain more clues so that they could locate the immortal ending sword in the future. After Feng Yunsheng was done, she rushed to the agreed location and met up with Yen Zhaoge and the others. Finally, she suddenly made a move and killed Yin Jiao, the Yellow Wind Devil, and the others, helping Yen Zhaoge and the others to break out of the encirclement and turn the tables around. On the other side, the incongruence Divine Mother had also successfully obtained the immortal extermination sword. Everything went smoothly, and everyone was satisfied. However, the new information obtained from Yang Jian alerted Yen Zhaoge and the others. Although we can't be absolutely sure that Yang Erlang's information is true, we have to prepare for the worst. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples and said, "If we're not careful, we might be able to turn the tables around." Although they had the 3 swords in hand, the difficulty of plucking a Tao ancestor's teeth from the tiger's mouth wasn't small at all. If they were careless, they might just end up as food. Previously, they had painstakingly planned for such a long time. Finally, they could see the light at the end of the tunnel. If they hesitated for the sake of stability, they wouldn't be able to change their current situation. Their originally good momentum of rapid development might stop at any time, or even reverse. We must obtain the immortal ending sword. However, we have to think about how to obtain it. Yan Zhaoge said, "If the news doesn't leak out, the heretics wouldn't know that we've already discovered the truth. They wouldn't keep it a secret either. They would definitely covet the entire immortal extermination formation and even want to capture us all. Under such circumstances, things would naturally fall on the next time Yan Zhaoge and the others searched for the sword. The immeasurable heavenly lord, the immortal court, and even the western Pure Lands might have secretly set up a trap, using the immortal ending sword as bait to bait Yan Zhaoge and the others. However, if they want to bait us and walk into their trap unknowingly, they would have to take out some money. Otherwise, even if we don't know about it, we wouldn't fall for it." Yan Zhaoge let out a light sigh. The immeasurable heavenly lord wouldn't be holding onto the immortal ending ancient sword. Otherwise, it would be very easy for you, Yunsheng, Senior Suo, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the other Taoism heavenly immortals to notice it. If he wants to fish, he has to throw out this bait. There's a chance that we'll bite the bait. The danger lies in how we'll unhook the hook and how we'll escape from the layers of nets. Feng Yunsheng understood. After all, he is a Tao realm expert, and he is nearby. If he attacks, he won't give us time to refine the celestial slashing ancient sword and set up the celestial slaying formation. At that time, we won't be able to block the might of the Tao ancestor, and we will be captured. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. Danger, danger. Fortune is always accompanied by danger. Let's see what methods Yang Erling has. Otherwise, the danger this time would probably be even greater. He said that he wanted to exchange for an opportunity with the help of the jade virtual glazed lamp. But where did he start? Feng Yunsheng raised her eyebrows slightly. Could it be that he's looking for the Dipankara ancient Buddha? During the ancient era, there were rumors of 3 lamps. They were related to the primordial heavenly lord, the lord of Tao and virtue, as well as the Dipankara ancient Buddha who had entered the Tao and transformed into the Dipankara Taoist. Yan Zhaoge pondered. That's possible. However, that's very ancient. If there's really a trick to it, I feel like the Dipankara ancient Buddha had already planned it during the ancient era. At that time, he had entered Taoism and transformed into the Dipankara Taoist. His relationship with Taoism was rather close, and it was convenient for him to satisfy his needs. Yan Zhaoge even suspected that the reason why he had joined Taoism in the past was because of this place. The related matters had already happened a long time ago. Yan Zhaoge felt that it shouldn't have been delayed until now. The opportunity that Yang Jian mentioned might not be related to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In comparison, he recalled some records in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository. In this era, before the Great Calamity, the Jade Clear Taoism's experts had subdued devils. After sending the devil of fire of that era to perish, they had coincidentally obtained a bit of the fire seed devil's spirit. At that time, in order to further understand the matter of vanquishing devils, the fire seed devil's spirit was preserved. However, it wasn't easy to preserve it. The Jade Clear Taoism's martial art practitioners could only think of the Jade Illusory Palace's Jade Illusory glazed lamp and the 8 Scenic Palace's 8 Scenic Palace lantern. After visiting the Elder Lord at the Tishita Palace, the Elder Lord directed them to the Jade Clear Lineage's Jade Illusory Palace. Since then, the Fire Seed Devil's spirit had been preserved within the Jade Illusory glazed lamp. Compared to the ancient relationship between the Jade Illusory glazed lamp and the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the era of this matter was much closer. Yan Zhaoge's intuition told him that what Yang Jian said was related to this fire seed devil's spirit. Only Yan Zhaoga had a few guesses about who Yang Jian was using this thing to communicate with. However, he couldn't be sure. If he's talking to the 9 underworlds, what did the 9 underworlds trade the immortal extermination sword for? Yan Zhaoga pondered as he sped through the boundless void. All right, everyone congratulated you upon meeting you, but I haven't congratulated you yet. While walking, Yan Zhaoga said, Congratulations on ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm. You're now undying and coexisting with the world. Feng Yunxing, who was in his right eye, sighed and said, I've finally taken this step. Looking back, I still feel like I'm walking on thin ice. Yan Zhaoga also sighed softly. This time, you'll have to take the risk. It's fine. Feng Yunxing said gently, Since I've walked on this path, I've reached a height that many others might not even be able to reach in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It's only natural for me to take on more risks. Besides, the outcome is good. She smiled. I feel that it's good to be able to accompany you like this and not worry about whether I'll be a burden to you. No matter how big the risk is, it's fine. Yan Zhaoga smiled as well, but he didn't reply. The biggest and most dangerous trial had yet to arrive. All right, I obtained a decent treasure this time, said Feng Yunxing with a smile. An illusory figure appeared in Yan Zhaoga's right eye. It was a small bell that resembled a bell. Soul-absorbing bell. Yan Zhaoga nodded. Indeed, it's a powerful treasure for slaughter. It can kill most of those below the grand heavenly immortal realm. If Senior Gao didn't possess the immortal trapping sword, he might not have been able to deal with this treasure. This was all thanks to Yin Jiao's jade, clear lineage cultivation being crippled by the Lord of Broad Accomplishment. Due to that, he could only cultivate unorthodox arts and couldn't unleash the soul-absorbing bell's full might. This treasure can still be used against grand, heavenly immortals. Feng Yunxing said it can also be used as one of our sect's greatest treasures. If someone were to bring it along, they could attack or defend. After pondering for a while, Yan Zhaoga said, Precisely because it's useful against grand heavenly immortals, the most suitable owner is still you. Chapter 1575. The soul-absorbing bell could be considered as Feng Yunxing's spoils of war. Moreover, Yan Zhaoga wasn't trying to take care of his wife. Instead, he was merely stating the facts. As such, Feng Yunxing didn't hesitate. After pondering for a while, she smiled and said, All right. As the two chatted, they returned to the awakened sky cosmos and returned to the sky beyond skies. Xue Fei, Gao Qingxian, and the others had already returned. Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoga's North Ocean clone, and Pan Pan were currently recuperating in seclusion. Gao Qingxian stayed at the Broad Creed Mountain as a guest, waiting for the two's return. After the two met, Yan Zhaoga only mentioned about the immortal ending sword and didn't talk about Yang Jian. It wasn't that he didn't trust Gao Qingxian and Xue Chuqing. Rather, it was better for fewer people to know about many things. If more people knew about it, it would mean more traces and clues, which would make it easier for the enemy to deduce. Gao Qingxian and the others could understand this. Merely hearing about the celestial extinguishing ancient sword was enough to make their hearts heavy. It's hard to tell if there'll be a change in the situation now. Let's wait and see. Yan Zhaoga said, Let's feign ignorance first, hoping to find an opportunity to play along with them. Xue, Chuqing, Gao Qingxian and the others nodded. Then we'll just fake it for 49 years. Gao Qingxian stood up. According to what you said, Zhaoga, the Dao ancestors might be able to deduce the exact interval between your two techniques. Yan Zhaoga nodded. That's right. If the heretics were to scheme against us, the immortal ending sword would only reappear after 49 years. Only then would they release the bait, giving us a chance. Otherwise, if they're focused on hiding the immortal ending sword, we wouldn't be able to do anything. Even so, we still have to adapt to the situation. Xue Chuqing said, In the coming years, we have to pay close attention to the battle between the two heretics. After Yan Zhaoge explained about the immortal ending sword, Xue Chuqing told them about the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus current situation. While Yan Zhaoge and the others were searching for the immortal extermination sword, the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were still fighting intensely. About 50 years ago, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were locked in a fierce battle over the humanly essenced stone fragment that originally belonged to the Tai Nirvana heavenly Lord. Although the humanly essenced stone fragment had fallen into the hands of the future Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had never given up. He had been entangled with the future Buddha to this day. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, as well as the Western Pure Lands and the demon race, were constantly waging war against each other. Others might not be able to directly determine the outcome of the battle between the Tao ancestors, but the intense battle between the two heretic sects over the number of incense offerings was getting more and more intense. If one of them suffered too much, it might attract the Tao ancestors' help. As a result, the battle between the two Tao ancestors was naturally affected. As a result, the large-scale war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had already lasted for close to 50 years. In the history of the war between the two sides, although there had been more than 100 years of fierce battles, they were extremely rare. An all-out war that lasted for 50 years was relatively rare. After all, in addition to the Great War of Faith, stabilizing the power of faith also required rest and recuperation. It was the right thing to do. But this time it was about the humanly essenced stone fragment, so the two sides were obviously fighting with all their might. The appearance of the immortal extermination sword could be considered as an interlude. The demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had sent more experts to fight for the immortal extermination sword. As a result, they were naturally weaker against the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands, explained Xue Chuqing. The immortal court sent Yin Jiao, while the blessed lands of the White Lotus sent the sword master of the Six Paths, Chu Su. Although Yin Jiao had been famous since the ancient epoch as a heavenly immortal heretic, his strength was inferior to the sword master of the Six Paths, Chu Su. Without the two of them, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would undoubtedly be more affected. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the absolute advantage in terms of the number of grand heavenly immortal and grand virtual realm experts. Without Chu Su, although the impact was huge, the immortal court managed to pull the advantage back to a balance of power. The outcome was still acceptable. The one that truly affected the war was the demon race. The yellow-winged beast, the spirit tooth immortal, and the dragon head immortal were dispatched in an attempt to retrieve the immortal extermination sword. As for the Western Pure Lands, they only sent the red inferno, Draw Buddha Lord. This forced the demon race to think of more ways to fill the gap. On the other hand, the Western Pure Lands took advantage of the situation. As a result, the battle between the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha was affected, forcing the future Buddha to divert his attention to the immortal court. Facing the immeasurable heavenly Lord's relentless pursuit, the future Buddha couldn't refine the humanly essenced stone's fragment as soon as possible. What was even more awkward was the fact that the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race had sent 4 grand heavenly realm experts. In the end, they still couldn't retrieve the immortal extermination sword, and they even lost the spirit tooth immortal's life. Although the red inferno Draw Buddha Lord was heavily injured and couldn't rejoin the battle within a short period of time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race were at a greater disadvantage. Previously, I thought that the heretics and Orthodox Buddhism had made a choice, prioritizing the humanly essenced stone's fragment over the immortal extermination sword. Xue Chuqing said, "From the looks of it now, that's not the case. Instead, they already had other plans." That's right. They didn't prioritize the humanly essenced stone's fragment. Instead, it's the exact opposite, Yan Zhaoge pondered and said. I'm guessing that the immeasurable heavenly Lord might continue fighting against the future Buddha like this, all the way until I find the immortal ending sword 49 years later. Feng Yunsheng, Xue Chuqing, and Gao Qingxuan's gazes turned solemn. They understood what Yan Zhaoge meant. At that time, he would give up on the humanly essence stone's fragment for the future Buddha to refine, and suddenly turn back to deal with us. If everything went smoothly, the immortal court might obtain the immortal extermination four swords and the complete immortal extermination formation. Its value far surpassed a single humanly essence stone's fragment. With the two heretics clashing endlessly, our orthodox Taoism situation would be much more relaxed, just like how we're currently searching for the immortal extermination sword. Yan Zhaoge's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. By the time we're searching for the immortal ending sword, if their battle still hasn't ended, it'll be beneficial for us to act boldly. It could be considered as luring the snake out of its hole. The other party's intentions are probably to settle the score 49 years later after seeing how much fun we're having right now. Yan Zhaoge laughed self-mockingly. He shook his head and said, "Let's pay close attention to the battle between the two heretics." Within the Western Pure Lands, within a Buddhist kingdom, the Dipankara ancient Buddha sat on a green lotus and closed his eyes in deep thought. After a long time, he opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Isn't it a little too early?" The Buddha stood up from the green lotus and left his Buddhist kingdom. He headed towards the core of the Western Pure Lands. Namo Amitabha. Please tell me the path to the Tishita Palace, Buddha. Chapter 1576. At the center of the Western Pure Lands, there was a Buddhist temple. Lights were lit up, and 7-colored radiance shrouded the temple. The Dipankara ancient Buddha arrived here and bowed towards the temple. This was where the master of the Western Pure Lands, one of the 2 Buddhist patriarchs, Amitabha, resided. No sound came from within the temple towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha's request. Only a 12-petaled green lotus flew out and landed in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "My Buddha is merciful." The Dipankara ancient Buddha thanked and climbed onto the 12-petaled green lotus. The lotus then brought him out of the Western Pure Lands and into the void's outskirts. Then it started rising again, as if it was heading towards a place even higher than the void's outskirts. The Dipankara ancient Buddha sat on the 12-petaled green lotus. He remained silent as his thoughts drifted. During the time of the great calamity, he had also walked the same path towards the same destination. It was just that what he was going to do this time was different. The green lotus platform carried the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Gao Sheng and gradually approached a place. The location was hard to determine, and its traces were hard to locate. It was like an illusory immortal world. An old friend has come to visit. I wonder if Taoist Xiandu is here? After a while, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's eyes lit up. The immortal world suddenly opened up in front of his eyes, and he had already been guided inside. Spirit flowers and mystical herbs were densely packed within, and divine birds and beasts were everywhere. Amidst the waterfall of orchids, there was an ordinary-looking palace. A plaque hung on the palace's door, with the words Tishita Palace written on it. Although it seemed ordinary, it was filled with Tao. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they would be able to comprehend boundless profundities from it. A child stood at the entrance of the palace and bowed towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "Young master is waiting in the side hall." "Ancient Buddha, please head over." "All right." The Dipankara ancient Buddha nodded and descended the green lotus, following the child into the palace. When they arrived at a side hall, there was already someone sitting on a cushion. It was the grand clear lineage bigwig. Great Taoist Xian. Both sides were familiar with each other since the ancient epoch, and they often came into contact. During the great calamity of this era, there was even some friction between them. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha seemed to have completely forgotten about the great calamity. With a peaceful expression, he said with some nostalgia, "It's been a long time since I came to the Tishita Palace. How's the Elder Lord? Is fellow Taoist Xuandu all right?" He took a meditation cushion and placed it in front of the great Taoist Master Xiandu. Then he sat opposite him. Great Taoist Master Xian Du did not mention much about what happened back then. He said calmly, "Of course you're fine. I'm useless. I'm just muddling along." "Fellow Taoist Xian Du, you're too humble." The ancient Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, "You have a profound understanding of creation. You can stir up thunder in silence, and you can see the truth in the ordinary. You have received the teachings of the Lao Jun, and you have gone further and higher than many people. What you owe is just a few opportunities." A brocade box appeared in the perfect Buddhist light above his head. Ancient Buddha, Randang, took out the brocade box and placed it on the ground. He pushed it to a place where great Taoist Master Xian Du could reach. "It just so happens that I've obtained something in the past few years. Perhaps I can lend you a hand." Great Taoist Master Xian Du looked at the brocade box, and his eyelids twitched slightly. He reached out to pick up the brocade box and opened it. The treasure light shone on great Taoist Master Xian Du's face. Great Taoist Master Xian Du's expression did not change, but he remained silent for the time being. A moment later, he took out a copper bell and shook it gently. A Tao child immediately entered the side hall. "Little Master, what instructions do you have?" "If Master doesn't have any instructions, go and bring the treasure stored in Pavilion A5 here," said great Taoist Master Xian Du. The Tao child responded and retreated. Great Taoist Master Xian Du closed the brocade box and placed it on the ground in front of him again. He did not look at it anymore. Ancient Buddha Randang smiled and did not take back the brocade box. The side hall fell silent. After a while, the Tao child returned with a wooden box and handed it to great Taoist Master Xian Du. "Master doesn't have any instructions." Ancient Buddha Randang smiled. "Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder." "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xian Du." Great Taoist Master Xian Du took the wooden box and handed it to Ancient Buddha Randang. "I won't thank you, fellow Taoist Randang. In that case, I'll take my leave now. Fellow Taoist Xian Du, I won't trouble you to send me off." Ancient Buddha Randang's smile did not diminish. He put away the wooden box, left behind the brocade box, and stood up to leave. Just as he was about to leave the Tishita Palace, Ancient Buddha Randang suddenly slowed down and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xian Du, is the person who went to the Jade Void Palace fellow Taoist Hutu?" Great Taoist Master Xian Du answered calmly, "That's right." The immortal vanquishing sword that fellow Taoist Hutu threw out and attracted our attention. Does it belong to her, or does it come from the Tishita Palace? Ancient Buddha Randang asked softly, "Can you tell me?" Great Taoist Master Xian Du said, "It came from this palace." Ancient Buddha Randang seemed to be deep in thought and did not ask further. He bade farewell and left. After leaving the Tishita Palace, he ascended the 12-petal green lotus and left. After Ancient Buddha Randang left, great Taoist Master Xian Du quietly looked at the brocade box on the ground in the side hall. There was an additional person on the meditation cushion opposite him. It was a woman with a graceful and luxurious aura. The woman in luxurious clothes had already changed her appearance. Fan cloud crown, water gown, silk ribbon around the waist, hemp shoes on his feet. It was Yang Jian Yang Erling. "You've met Lia? What was the result?" Great Taoist Master Xian Du asked. Yang Jian answered, he's tempted. "It should work." The great Master Xian Du nodded. He needs the kindling demonic spirit in the jade mirage glazed lamp and uses the devil of fire to complete his plan. Besides, even if he keeps the zither, he can't guarantee his safety. After all, he can't be sure that the body of the devil of fire of this generation is in the Astro Mountain Star Sea. In the primordial era, he became a demon. In the ancient era, he entered the Tao. In the medieval era, he became a Buddha. In the modern era, he became a devil. 4 Taos in a row. That would be the end of him. I wonder what his final opportunity would be. Yang Jian turned his gaze to the brocade box on the ground. "However, with this treasure, you won't be slower than him, right?" Having been in the Tishita Palace for many years, Yang Jian had gradually come to understand this martial uncle who had always kept a low profile. Just as ancient Buddha, Randang, had said, those who were good at fighting did not have outstanding achievements. The great Taoist Master Xian Du had seen the truth in an ordinary manner and had inherited the Grand Supreme Elder's teachings. Perhaps he could not compare to the great Emperor Ziwei in a battle, and he was inferior to the great sage, Heaven's equal, and the others. However, the great Taoist Master Xian Du's Tao techniques were profound. From a certain perspective, it was not easy. It's still too early to say. Great Taoist Master Xian Du also looked at the brocade box on the ground. Randang was earlier than us. When the ancient times and the Middle Ages intersected, he had already combined the lights from the Jade Mirage Palace and the 8 Scenic Palace. He had made preparations long ago. However, didn't we catch up to him? Who knows if we will follow in his footsteps and waste our time? I wonder what ancient Buddha Randang wants from the Tishita Palace. Yang Jian asked. Great Taoist Master Xian Du said slowly, he wants to exchange it for a relic left behind by Buddha Gautama. Chapter 1577. A relic of Buddha Sakyamuni. Yang Jian pondered. After Sun Wukong's golden body reappeared in the world, I remember that the Grand Supreme Elder once mentioned it. Is Sakyamuni of the Great Lane Temple of the spiritual mountain transformed from Taoist Zhuan-Ti, one of the 2 ancestors of the Western sect? Great Taoist Master Xian Du nodded. That's right. Although I had guessed it long ago, I only confirmed it then. Yang Jian looked enlightened. The person who wants the relic is not the ancient Buddha Dipankara Bakong Xian? If I'm not wrong, that should be the case. Great Taoist Master Xian Du answered. Yang Jian asked, how many relics are there? Great Taoist Master Xian Du said, according to Grandmaster, there should be 5. I wonder how many Kong Xian has now? Yang Jian suddenly smiled. Ancient Buddha Dipankara can't be so kind as to help him gather them, right? However, it's very likely that he used this to exchange for Mahamayuri's help. Great Taoist Master Xian Du said slowly, between the demons and the Buddhists, Mahamayuri has always been neutral. However, 49 years ago, he suddenly stopped the demons. It's very likely because of this. As he spoke, Great Taoist Master Xian Du looked at Yang Jian. Therefore, Mahamayuri might still attack in the battle of the immortal extermination ancient sword. Yang Jian smiled. During the ancient God-conferment battle, he was a zenith heaven and I was a great void immortal. Ever since then, I have not had the chance to fight. If we really meet again, I would like to give it a try. I'm afraid that the Tao ancestors will not give me a chance and want to capture me first. No one can doubt your talent and strength. However, although Mahamayuri is not your nemesis, the 5-colored divine light is extremely domineering, especially after he entered the Buddhist sect. His strength has increased to another level. You still have to be careful. Great Taoist Master Xian Du said, you created the 8-9 arcane art. No one else can provide you with experience. You can only rely on yourself. You have to be more cautious. Yang Jian nodded. I understand. Thank you for your advice, Uncle Master Xian Du. After saying that, he stood up and bade farewell. After watching him leave, Great Taoist Master Xian Du continued to sit in the side hall. He looked at the brocade box on the ground and remained silent for a long time. After exiting the Tishita Palace, the ancient Dipankar Buddha did not directly return to the Western Pure Lands. Instead, he stopped in the boundless void's outskirts. After a while, someone appeared in the void. It was a Buddha, filled with wisdom and compassion. After seeing the ancient Dipankar Buddha, he nodded. Ancient Buddha, it seems like you have succeeded. The Dipankara ancient Buddha nodded and smiled as well. It's a worthwhile trip. Next, we still have Bodhisattva Lai to instruct fellow Taoist golden light to help us pass a message to the astro mountain starry seas. The deity of golden light, an ancient mutated species, the golden fir ho, had entered Taoism to cultivate. During the investiture of the god's era, he had also listened to the lectures of the prime, clear Lingbao, Tianzuan. However, during the investiture of the gods, he was captured by the jade clear lineage's bigwig, the compassionate enlightened master, and became his mount. After the compassionate spiritual master joined Buddhism and became the Guanyin Bodhisattva, the golden light deity was also forced to join Buddhism. At this moment, the Buddha in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the jade, clear bigwig of the past and the current Buddhist Bhante, the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Although he was referred to as a Bodhisattva, it was different from how Taoism addressed Buddhist Bhantes. In terms of cultivation, the Guanyin Bodhisattva was a Taoism heavenly lord. After joining Buddhism, he attained enlightenment and was a bona fide grand heavenly realm expert. In fact, ever since the Middle Era, he had been studying under the Western Pure Land's Amitabha Buddha. He was known as the righteous Dharma enlightened Buddha, or the Dharma nature Tathagata enlightened Buddha, or Amitabha Bodhisattva. He was one of the Amitabha Buddha's proudest disciples. The Guanyin Bodhisattva was his incarnation in the central blessed lands of Saha. After the Gautama Buddha transcended, the Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. After the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the other Buddhas left, he returned to the Western Pure Lands. After hearing the Dipankara ancient Buddha's words, the Guanyin Bodhisattva asked, "Ancient Buddha, you mean to contact some fellow Taoists of the demon race without affecting the fight for the humanly essence stone fragment?" "That's right." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and nodded. The Guanyin Bodhisattva revealed a compassionate expression and sighed. "Is it for the three clear lineage?" "That's right, Taoist." The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, "While we, the heretics and the demon race, are not willing to give in to each other, it has given the three clear lineage an opportunity to reap the benefits. Especially now, 3 of the immortal exterminating 4 swords have fallen into his hands. At a critical juncture, the entire situation might change if he is not careful. Hence, we have to do something. I believe the demon race would have the same opinion as well." The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the others are in a hurry. There's no need to disturb them. Let's just continue. Hence, let's change our approach. Let's ask the Golden Light Immortal to help us talk to the demon race fellow Taoists who are still in the Astro Mountain starry seas." Then he smiled. "The 3 clear lineage has obtained the great sage equaling heaven's golden body, and he can even manifest his true body. However, it's only temporary. After snatching the immortal exterminating ancient sword, he needs to recuperate. This way, we can act without alerting the Buddha." The Guanyin Bodhisattva remained silent for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "Ancient Buddha, please wait for a moment. I'll summon the Golden Light Immortal here." "Thank you, Bodhisattva." The Dipankara ancient Buddha placed his palms together. Within the awakened sky cosmos, within the sky beyond skies, on the broad Creed Mountain, Yen Zhaoga sat within the Pill Hall's purple divine pavilion, closing his eyes and cultivating. Suddenly he felt something in his heart. It wasn't because of his own cultivation, but the feedback from the Pill Hall. Yen Zhaoga's mind seemed to have fused with the Pill Hall. His thoughts extended towards the vast awakened sky cosmos, coming in contact with the cosmos boundaries. He felt as if he was within the boundless void. His surroundings were vast and boundless, as if he was within a boundless ocean. Suddenly, Yen Zhaoga felt the surrounding seawater starting surging towards him. Towering waves rose, crashing towards him one after another. It was as if a storm had arisen in the faraway sea, resulting in a tsunami. As the waves surged, they started affecting him as well. Something's not right. Yen Zhaoga's heart sank. Within the boundless void's outskirts, such a large-scale fluctuation wasn't common. However, today wasn't the first time. It wasn't only limited to the awakened sky cosmos. The Tao universe, where the world beyond worlds was located, the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and other places might have experienced it before. However, according to Yen Zhaoge's knowledge, such situations should only originate from a single direction. From afar, it would gradually affect the awakened sky cosmos. Now he could clearly feel that the tsunami-like spatial turbulence didn't originate from the same direction. Yen Zhaoge's consciousness retreated from the pill hall and started pondering. Such actions, is someone trying to find us? Chapter 1578. While they could not be considered to be surrounded by waves from all directions, Yen Zhaoge's intuition told him that the incoming tsunami was not of this scale. As time elapsed, the surging waves would only become more ferocious until they covered every direction and completely surrounded the awakened sky cosmos within a certain region. When that happened, all the tsunamis would be squeezed toward the center, and the awakened sky cosmos would have nowhere to hide. It would be exposed to the enemy's field of vision. The awakened sky cosmos wasn't stationary. Instead, it was constantly on the move. However, the tsunami that was stirring up in space-time was too violent and swift. Furthermore, there was more than one source. The source of the tsunami seemed to be mobile. Thus, they were able to constantly change their direction and search for the awakened sky cosmos. Of course, the void in the outer realm was too vast. Be it the awakened sky cosmos or the source of these tsunamis, they were both insignificant. If the other party wanted to encircle the awakened sky cosmos, they would need to at least have a starting point and a rough area. Only then would they be able to form an initial encirclement. Then they would be able to make use of the tsunamis to shake the void and find the exact location of the awakened sky cosmos. Of those who previously left, some are currently returning. Now they're being targeted. Yen Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly, and he roughly understood the reason. Who left the awakened sky cosmos recently? Within the awakened sky cosmos, there were many people traveling in and out of the sky beyond skies, the roving jade heavens and the jade spring heavens. However, due to the orthodox Taoism's current situation and the unique nature of the awakened sky cosmos, anyone who wanted to enter or exit the awakened sky cosmos or the void's outskirts would have to report to the pill hall. This would make it easier for them to communicate with each other, and it would also make it easier for the pill hall to receive them when they returned to the awakened sky cosmos. There was a limit to the number of people who could leave the awakened sky cosmos and head to the outer realms. Hence, it wasn't difficult to record them down. Our sky beyond skies, green sky, mountains, grave thunder palaces, old palace, Lord Lu. Roving jade heaven scenery peaks, flowing heavens, old Mr. Long. Jade spring heavens, cold star mountains, tranquil rock, caves, rain sovereign, and Fengjian mountains mountain, Lord Xian Emperor. Hearing Yen Zhaoge's question, Ahu immediately reported the name list. Among those who had left the awakened sky cosmos, there was Lu Jinggu of the sky beyond heaven, Long Xingquan of the roving jade heaven, Tong Xinlin of the jade spring heaven, and another newly advanced leakless true immortal, Emperor Xian. In the jade spring heaven, Mount Fengjian and Mount Hanqin had always been on good terms. After Emperor Xian ascended to the celestial state and stabilized a state, he went out to travel again to look for opportunities. Tong Xinlin was asked by him to help. Find someone to inform them separately. Contact those who can be contacted as soon as possible. Yen Zhaoge instructed, ask them not to return to the awakened sky cosmos for now. I'll try to contact the southern extremity longevity emperor and the incongruence divine mother for now. Also, invite my mother and senior martial brother Su to the purple divine pavilion. Ahu nodded in agreement and hurriedly left. After a while, Xue Chuqing and Su Fei arrived at the purple divine pavilion. Zhaoge, what's wrong? There are people outside looking for us. Yen Zhaoge answered simply. The other party has come with great momentum this time and will not be easy to deal with. We have to deal with them carefully. I'm going to shift the pill hall on a large scale later on. Mother, help me hold the line. Senior apprentice brother Sue, stay by my side. If there's any huge commotion, help me calm the situation in the sky beyond heavens. As he said this, dense mist arose from Yen Zhaoge's body. Within the purple divine pavilion, streams of light intertwined like chains and landed on the profound sky purple golden furnace in front of Yen Zhaoge. The lid of the huge cauldron opened. Young master, I've managed to contact them. Ah, who returned? The roving jade heavens, Mr. Dragon, is about to return. After receiving the news, Mr. Dragon stopped and went somewhere else. He's waiting for the southern extremity longevity emperor and the incongruence divine mother to receive him. Yen Zhaoge said, that's good. He leaped up and entered the profound sky purple golden furnace, closing the lid. Senior apprentice brother Su, Pan Pan, and the others need to rest. They can't manifest the golden body of the great sage to fight against others. Should I go out? Said Feng Yunsheng softly within Yen Zhaoge's right pupil. If the other party dares to make such a move, they must be prepared against our Taoism's heavenly immortals. Not only you, but even Senior Su'a, the incongruence divine mother, and the others shouldn't make a move. Yen Zhaoge said, not targeting anyone below the grand heavenly realm is the Tao ancestors' tacit understanding. If you show yourselves, it'll be hard to predict. Moreover, even if the Amitabha Buddha and the East Sovereign don't make a move, the other party's preparations should be sufficient. He smiled. With such a huge movement, I wouldn't dare to come if I don't settle my worries first. Even if the two heretic sects are still fighting, I'm afraid that the Western Pure Lands and the demon race have reached a temporary agreement to suppress us first. As he spoke, Yen Zhaoge's soul left his body, leaving behind an empty shell. His mind had completely merged with the pill hull. The awakened sky overseer, awakened sky protector, broad benevolence God's image gradually manifested within the awakened sky cosmos. The speed and flexibility of the entire awakened sky cosmos spatial shifting increased by another level. Under Yen Zhaoge's control, the awakened sky cosmos was like a nimble fish. It traversed through the ocean waves and nimbly avoided the undercurrents and massive waves. Although he was avoiding the tsunami and walking in the opposite direction, Yen Zhaoge didn't let his guard down. An empty space didn't mean that there weren't any tsunamis. Instead, the source might be further away, and the tsunami hadn't managed to surround them yet. Many sources pushed the tsunamis towards the center. However, before they reached a certain range, there would still be some distance between the sources and the tsunamis. After all, the vast void was too vast. As such, a gap might be left behind, akin to the gap between two fishing nets. Yen Zhaoge and the others had to avoid the fishing nets. Before the fishing nets completely surrounded them, they had to leave first. After breaking out of the encirclement, the awakened sky cosmos quickly returned to normal. Not only was the previous state exhausting, but it also couldn't be sustained for long. At the same time, the awakened sky cosmos itself was like the source of the tsunami, which was easily noticed by others. Yen Zhaoge's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes and exited the profound sky, purple golden furnace. There are so many fishing nets. There should be at least 10 of them, or even more. The other party gathered their experts, and even had to be wary of our Taoism's heavenly immortals. They shouldn't be searching for people. Otherwise, they would have mobilized too many people, said Su Fei. If they're relying on some sort of treasure. Xue Chuqing fell into deep thought. Yeah, I thought of one as well. Yen Zhaoge stroked his chin. He and Xue Chuqing looked at each other and said in unison, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the sea calming pearl. During the ancient investitures of the gods' era, Taoism's prime clear bigwig, Zhao Gongming, possessed 24 sea calming pearls. After that, Zhao Gongming encountered a tribulation and entered the heavenly court's divine palace. As for his sea calming pearl, it fell into the hands of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was known as the Dipankara Taoist. These 24 sea calming pearls could manifest the 24 heavens. They were extremely heavy and contained the profundities of space and time. They were perfect for trapping the awakened sky cosmos. Chapter 1579. Just like Tao Lord Luya's position in the demon race, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's position in the Western Pure Lands was similar. Most of the time, Amitabha Buddha was peaceful. The Western Pure Lands' external affairs were mostly handled by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He was practically the second in command of the Western Pure Lands. Under normal circumstances, he rarely appeared, just like Tao Lord Luya. Even during the war between the Western Pure Lands and the demon race, he rarely participated in it. However, the top 3 bigwigs of the Orthodox Buddhism finally came out personally. His target wasn't the demon race or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, but the awakened sky cosmos. The sea calming pearl. What a great item. Yen Jiaoga smacked his lips. However, other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the sea calming pearl, there might be other experts working together. He, Xue Chuqing, and Xue Fei looked at each other. The same name appeared in their minds. Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. Due to Yen Jiaoga and the others killing Fulazi with immortal extermination formation, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles had always held a grudge against his son. Although the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles would be fighting against the Western Pure Lands Buddhas most of the time, he wouldn't let go of the chance to locate the awakened sky cosmos. In terms of spatial transformations, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' speed was unrivaled among the grand heavenly realm. With him and the Dipankara ancient Buddha working together, it was no wonder such a huge commotion could be caused. If not for the fact that Yen Jiaoga had always been cautious, having detected it at the first possible moment and reacted immediately, he would probably have been surrounded by the other party this time. As long as Senior Long and the others received the incongruence Divine Mother, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the others, we won't have to worry anymore, said Su Fei. A grand heavenly realm expert would appear out of nowhere. Without a doubt, the possibility of others intercepting them would be much lower. If they made contact with the awakened sky cosmos, they would be able to send Long Xingquan and the others back. Most importantly, it would be inconvenient for us to enter the awakened sky cosmos in the future. It'd be hard for us to head to the void's boundless outskirts. Otherwise, we might be targeted just like this time. Xue Chuqing sighed. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and even more grand heavenly realm experts are keeping an eye on him. It's very difficult for someone who hasn't reached the grand heavenly realm to conceal their tracks when surrounded by enemies. Even among the grand heavenly realm experts, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles were the cream of the crop. Such a top powerhouse's deterrence was not only reflected in a head-on battle, but also in all aspects. Bit by bit, it made people feel as if they were everywhere, giving people a suffocating pressure. In the past, they had always been at odds with each other. Therefore, when they clashed with each other, the Orthodox Taoism's activities were much more relaxed. However, even though the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court were still locked in battle, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had reached a certain degree of compromise. As such, the situation of the Taoist heirs became tense. The reason why Yen Jiaoga had forged the information regarding the Tai, Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, and the Humanly Essence Stone fragment in the past was to incite a war between the enemies of the two factions, so that his orthodox Taoism could have more time and space to develop. Back then, by a stroke of luck, they had really discovered the remains of the Tai Nirvana Lord and the Humanly Essence Stone fragment. As a result, the two heretic sects had a great war and had been entangled with each other until now. To Yen Jiaoga and the others, this situation could not be any more ideal. However, the good days seemed to be coming to an end. With the immortal extermination formation diagram and the 3 ancient swords returning to orthodox Taoism, the immortal extermination formation might reappear within the world. Even Taoist Luya and the other demon race great sages felt pressured. As such, they accepted the Dipankar Buddha's suggestion to suppress Yanjiaoge and the others first. How ironic! Xue Fei shook his head. Due to the war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Western Pure Land's indestructible Vajrabuddha is currently leading a group of Buddhist Bantis against a group of demon race great sages. Currently, the indestructible Vajrabuddha and the others were still fighting, while the Dipankar Buddha, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the others had opened up a second battlefield at the same time. Then came a scene both absurd and serious. On the other side of the battlefield, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land and the great sages of the demon race were locked in a fierce battle. On the other side of the battlefield, there was another group of Buddhist supremacies and great demons working together to surround and search for the Tao sect's heir. There's nothing wrong with the demon race's reaction. Yan Zhaoge said, "This is what a normal person would do. The immortal extermination formation might reappear in the world." Suo Mingzhang and Feng Yinsheng had successively transcended the origin heavenly tribulation, and the orthodox Taoism had gained 2 grand heavenly immortals. Yan Zhaoge created the fallen deity sword, and his cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. The 3 golden bodies of the great sage presided over the awakened sky, cosmos. Every once in a while, the great sage equaling heaven's true body could be manifested. Moreover, the Ru-I golden cudgel was also in his hands. Within the past 100 years, the Taoism's 3 clear lineages' prowess had increased at an astounding speed. Such a situation would naturally attract the attention of other forces. To a certain extent, it wasn't impossible for the other forces to temporarily stop fighting and suppress the orthodox Taoism's lineage. However, the Dipankar Buddha and the others must have had other reasons for doing so. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Let's not talk about whether the other Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands know about this. The Dipankara Buddha most likely knows about the immortal ending sword's whereabouts. What he's doing now is logical, and it's equivalent to helping the immeasurable heavenly Lord by concealing the truth of the immortal ending sword falling into the hands of the immortal court. This would further numb our senses and force us to walk right into their trap. Of course, they would be even happier if they managed to find us this time. Xue Chuqing sighed. Under such circumstances, we're even more eager to obtain the immortal ending sword to reappear the immortal exterminating formation. Still, how are we supposed to search for the sword 49 years later if the situation is still as tense as before? Su Fei frowned. By then, wouldn't we become even more suspicious if we let our guard down instead? Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. If we don't know that the immortal ending sword is in the immortal court, we would have to do something to obtain an opportunity for ourselves in order to search for the sword. The others nodded silently. The other party only needed to go along with the flow. If Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't do anything and didn't try their best to obtain an opportunity, it would be equivalent to telling the other party that they already knew that the immortal ending sword was a trap. At the end of the day, everyone was just acting to see who was more realistic. To Yan Zhaoge and the others, the disadvantage was that if the other party realized that they had already seen through the trap, the immeasurable heavenly Lord could just give up on setting up this trap. To him, it would be a pity if he couldn't obtain the immortal exterminating formation. However, Yan Zhaoge and the others had even less hope of obtaining the immortal ending sword. Snatching something from a Tao ancestor head-on was undoubtedly harder than ascending to the heavens. Making use of the bait that the other party had set up was their only chance. Life is like a play, and it all depends on one's acting skills. It's time to compete in acting skills again. Yan Zhaoge slapped his head. Chapter 1580. In other words, we have to find a reason for them to relax their encirclement on the awakened sky cosmos. They might even neglect the threat of us gathering the immortal exterminating 4 swords to a certain extent. Xue Chuqing said, as for the heretics and the Western Pure Lands, they might not necessarily believe it. However, as long as the reason seems sufficient on the surface, They will just go with the flow and pretend to relax the pressure on us, hoping to lure the snake out of its hole. She frowned slightly. Such a reason isn't easy to find. How many existences beneath the Tao realm could rival the immortal exterminating formation? Not only were there few existences beneath the Tao realm that could rival the immortal exterminating formation. Xue Fei frowned as well. We can't let junior apprentice sister Sikong and the others take the risk, right? To the immeasurable heavenly lord, the missing heavenly essence stone fragment was much more important than the humanly essence stone fragment he was fighting for against the future Buddha. If we really have no other choice, we can only sell Gaohan. Yan Zhaoga shrugged. Those who sell others will always sell themselves. I believe that the exalted solar luminary would understand. Xue Chuqing and Xue Fei looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You should be more serious at this moment. All right, even without the heavenly essence stone fragment, we still have some ideas. Yan Zhaoga said, only we still have to ask the incongruence Divine Mother and the others to verify it. Xue Chuqing went into deep thought. Some prime clear lineage's relic? According to what you said, the Jade Illusory Palace should be in the sky. The Roving Jade Palace should be in the same situation as well, right? Who can be so sure without actually entering it? Yan Zhaoga smiled. He stood up and walked out of the pill hall. He looked at the changing clouds in the faraway horizon. No matter what, we have to finish our act. Let's patiently pass through these 49 years and wait for the right time for them to release the bait. When that time comes, whether we break the hook and swallow the bait or get caught by them or get caught in one fell swoop, it would all depend on our own abilities. Xue Fei and Xue Chuqing stood beside him and nodded. Within the Astro Mountain's starry seas, radiance shrouded the grand plainless heaven. A dot of golden-red fiery light rose from the propping mulberry divine tree and continued ascending. It flew towards the ethereal spirit palace that seemed to be at an infinitely high place within the grand plainness heaven's void. In Emperor Dong's palace in the field of Chestnut Eastern Monarch Tai's residence was here. The golden flame flew into the field of chestnut and manifested the appearance of immortal Luya. He came to the outside of Emperor Dong's palace but did not enter. Instead, he bowed to the ancient and majestic palace and said, Your Majesty, please tell me where the Tishita Palace is. No one in the palace answered. Only the sound of a bell rang out. Then a gust of wind appeared beneath Tao Lord Luya's feet, lifting him up and sending him out of the plains of Chestnut, out of the grand essence heaven, out of the Astro Mountain starry sea, and into the endless void outside the domain. Tao Lord Lu Ye's body flashed through the endless void of the outlands. He seemed to have lost all sense of time as he ascended into an immortal realm. In the fairyland, there was a palace with a simple and ordinary appearance. It was the Tishita Palace. The Taoist child stood at the entrance of the hall and bowed towards Taoist Luya. Taoist Lu Ye has come from afar. Your disciple pays his respects. Our fellow Taoist Xin do, and Huda present? Tao Lord Luya asked. Little old master is in seclusion to refine elixirs. Goddess Hutu is cultivating in the meditation room. She once said that if Tao Lord comes to visit, you can go see her. With that said, the Taoist child led the way. Tao Lord Lu Ye entered the Tishita Palace and followed the Taoist child to a meditation room. In the room, a woman dressed in luxurious clothes sat on a bed. When she saw Tao Lord Lu Ye enter, she stood up and nodded. You're here, Tao Lord. Right beside her, there was an ancient glazed lamp. The speck of light was mysterious and unfathomable, revealing its miraculous nature. Tao Lord Lu Ye entered the meditation room and came to the lamp. He said, Fellow Taoist Hutu, please. I'm here to fulfill my promise. With that said, a zither appeared in his hand. The zither was filled with an ancient aura. When the woman in luxurious clothes looked at it, it was as though she was experiencing the changes of the heavenly Tao. However, the zither only had 4 strings left. The rest were broken. The woman in luxurious clothes was not surprised. She already knew that it was a broken zither. The lamp is here. Please help yourself. You can take the fire seed devil spirit away. However, this lamp needs to be left in the Tishita palace. Please forgive me, Tao Lord, said the woman in luxurious clothes. It's fine. I understand. Tao Lord Lu Ye turned to look at the lamp flame. In his eyes there seemed to be flames. They were born from the Khanate world. They were extremely mysterious, like the ancestor of all flames. The illusory jade glass lamp's flame was not affected. It continued to dance on its own. However, inside the lamp there seemed to be some strange sparks flying out and dancing in the lamp flame. The sparks were restrained by the lamp and could not escape. However, Tao Lord Luya's Khanate fire essence flew out of his eyes and landed on the illusory jade glass lamp's light. The perfect lamp seemed to open up a passage. The sparks inside flew out. Then, Tao Lord Luya's Khanate fire swept the sparks back into his eyes. The lamp returned to normal. The ancient lamp was still burning quietly in the room, illuminating the entire room. In that case, I'll take my leave. Fellow Taoist Hutu, please greet the Grand Supreme Elder and fellow Taoist Xian do on my behalf, said Tao Lord Luya with a smile. The woman in luxurious clothes said, Take care, Tao Lord. I won't send you off. No one would have to worry about the other party cheating in the transaction in the Tishita Palace. The Grand Supreme Elder was indeed used to staying quiet and doing nothing, but his existence was enough to suppress the tricks of the ghosts. After watching Tao Lord Luya leave, the woman in luxurious clothes had a calm expression. She stroked the 4 strings of the broken zither with her fingers. Great Taoist Master Xiandu appeared silently and said, Wait for the final opportunity. The woman's appearance changed, and she returned to Yang Jian's original appearance. She nodded and said, That's right. On the other side, Tao Lord Lu Ye left the Tishita Palace and returned to the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. He entered the Grand Essence Heaven and landed on the Fusang Divine Tree where he lived. He took out a red gourd and pulled out the stopper. Then the Khanate fire in his eyes passed through the sparks and sealed them into the gourd. Yang Wuzi, Tao Lord Lu Ye called out softly. A bright sun appeared from afar and landed on the Fusang Divine Tree. It retracted the sunlight and turned into a 3-legged crow. It came in front of Tao Lord Luya and said respectfully, Patriarch, take this and pay attention to the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. See if anyone can touch it, said Tao Lord Luya as he handed the red gourd to the 3-legged crow. After the crow took the red gourd, it replied, Don't worry, Patriarch. I will definitely investigate carefully. Don't be anxious if there's nothing for the time being. Just be careful in the future, instructed Tao Lord Luya. Yes, Patriarch. The 3-legged crow paused for a moment before saying softly, Patriarch, that zither. Chapter 1581. Dong Junyang Wuzi concealed his demonic power in front of Tao Lord Luya. Other than his 3 legs, he looked like an ordinary crow. However, he was a demon race great sage, an existence equivalent to a Taoism heavenly lord. The Golden Crow race was created by goddess Nuwa in the primordial era by imitating Lu Ye's demonic form. After that, the Golden Crow race recognized Tao Lord Luya as their ancestor. Tao Lord Luya did not reject it, and the relationship between the two became even closer. Dong Junyang Wuzi was the only demon race great sage in the race, and the strongest expert in the race. However, he did not take up the position of the clan leader, nor did he stay in the Golden Crow race's ancestral land. Instead, he stayed by Tao Lord Luya's side, acting like a disciple and a trusted aide. Hence, he knew much more than others. He did not treat Tao Lord Luya as an outsider, and Tao Lord Luya did not hide many things from him. The zither naturally belongs to the Tishita Palace, Tao Lord Luya said, or rather it belongs to the 3 clear lineage. Yang Wuzi showed a look of pity. Tao Lord Luya smiled, There are many things that can only be gained by giving up. It can't be helped. With the zither, the orthodox Taoism will have a much easier time when the final sword of the immortal extermination, 4 swords, is born. Yang Wuzi was a little worried. They have the complete immortal extermination formation. Wouldn't it be even harder to deal with the 4 swords? Tao Lord Lu Ye's lips curled up, and he stroked his beard. It's not that simple. Although I can't be sure if I'm not wrong, the final immortal extermination ancient sword is either in the immortal court, the Western Pure Lands, or the 9 underworlds. Oh, Yang Wuzi was surprised. According to Ho Tu, the orthodox Taoism already knows the approximate location of the immortal extermination ancient sword. Tao Lord Luya smiled. But they aren't going there to retrieve it. What do you think is the reason? It's because the sword already has an owner, and it might even be a Tao realm expert. Our Astro Mountain Starry sees doesn't have it, and the central blessed lands of Saha doesn't have it either. It's most likely to be in the immortal court or the Western Pure Lands. Tao Lord Luya laughed. The orthodox Taoism wants to acquire the final sword. Even if the zither goes to them, it will still be used against our enemies. No wonder the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands didn't put in any effort to search for the immortal extermination ancient sword. So they already had a plan in mind, Yang Wuzi said thoughtfully. Did the Earth Queen intentionally leak the news to you? That's natural. Let's get involved as well. The more chaotic the situation is, the more chances the Tao sect will have. Tao Lord Luya said, otherwise the enemy will have set up a trap for them to jump into. Their chances of success will be very slim, unless the old lord is willing to intervene. At this point, Tao Lord Luya chuckled and said, both parties have their wishful thinking. It's just that it's hard to say who will benefit in the end. The immortal extermination formation is no small matter. Our Astro Mountain Starry sees naturally needs it. He turned to Yang Wuzi and said, it's not the right time to deal with the 4 immortal slaying swords. Before that, let's deal with the matter at hand. Yang Wuzi bowed his head. Yes, ancestor. He kept the red gourd and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. Speaking of which, how did the orthodox Taoism see through the enemy's plan and know that the immortal ending sword already had an owner? Tao Lord Luya sat in a lotus position on the tree trunk. The smile on his face disappeared, and a contemplative expression appeared on his face. Also, the immortal extermination sword that Ho Tu tossed out in order to enter the Jade Illusory Palace. Has it always been stored in the Tishita Palace? There's news from the Tishita Palace. Within the awakened sky cosmos, within the broad Creed Mountains Pill Hall, Yan Zhaoga let out a long sigh and said to Yan Di, Xue Chuqing, Su Fei, and the others, the fortune that I wanted to exchange for the Jade Illusory glazed lamp has been successfully obtained. He explained, although the situation is still very difficult for us to succeed, it's still much more hopeful now. Everyone revealed a joyful expression when they heard it. Let's do our best and wait for the time to come, said Yan Di slowly. Under the undercurrent, everyone was surging. The soul-stirring details would usually far surpass what most people could see on the surface. Many battles might already have their final outcome before they even started on the surface. The true battle had begun much earlier than what the public had expected. Only the various parties with ulterior motives were still unable to determine who would emerge as the final victor. Everyone could only accumulate their strength in secret and scheme to obtain more chips to increase their chances of victory. For Yan Zhaoga and the Taoism lineage that were developing in the awakened sky cosmos, the following days weren't going to be as good as before. The Dipankara ancient Buddha personally led the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and other demon race bigwigs to encircle the awakened sky cosmos. In order to prevent their whereabouts from being exposed, Yan Zhaoga and the others greatly reduced the number of people entering and exiting the void's outskirts. This was to prevent the awakened sky cosmos from being targeted by one or a few of them. Then, they would use the sea calming pearl to surround them. Due to this reason, Yen Zhaoge and the others found it harder to obtain information about the outside world. As such, the unique treasures produced by the void's outskirts became more precious to the Taoism martial art practitioners within the awakened sky cosmos. The awakened sky cosmos produced many treasures and resources to begin with. As such, there weren't any major problems. It wouldn't be like the Jade Spring world, which was in dire straits. However, some resources were unique to the void's boundless outskirts. It would be much more difficult for the awakened sky cosmos to obtain them. If there was an extremely important treasure within, then for the time being he could only wait patiently. Such situations were rare, and the negative effects weren't that great. What Yen Zhaoge and the other higher-ups were more concerned about was the fact that the Taoism lineage's revival momentum seemed to have been interrupted in the past few decades. The so-called momentum seemed invisible and intangible. However, it truly existed. For Gao Qingxian, Yu Zhenbei, Long Xingquan, and the others of the older generation, it didn't matter much. They had experienced much darker and more difficult times in the past. However, for the younger generation, especially those who were born after the creation of the awakened sky cosmos, it was easy for them to feel worried about the situation that seemed to have suddenly turned against them. Under Yen Zhaoge and the others' guidance, the entire awakened sky cosmos was still developing. In fact, it was even accelerating. Only the acceleration wasn't as ferocious as before. Yen Zhaoge and the others were calm, neither arrogant nor rash. They silently cultivated and waited for the right opportunity. They were temporarily dormant in order to erupt with more power. The next stage would be akin to a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. As such, Yen Zhaoge and the awakened sky cosmos spent their time battling against the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other bigwigs. Time flew by in a blink of an eye. Another 7 by 7, 49 years passed.